When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 801, Nie Shuangchuan's Bar. Leaving the Ning family mansion, Yimo now knew the whereabouts of the fishtails. Although he had never heard of that Xiang Ninja Dojo, he had to go there for the 2 fishtails. Yimo bought a big case and filled it up with USD. He was going to give this case to Ning Yang. To Yimo, it was like waste paper, but to Ning Yang it would mean the possibility to start his own business. Yimo sent his spirit sense out, and as he was nearly at the tertiary stage of stage 8, his spirit sense was near 22 kilometers. Hence, he immediately found where Ning Yang lived. He didn't think that being a part of the Ning family, he wouldn't even have a home in Beijing. He was staying at a hotel. Yimo arrived in front of Ning Yang's room, and as soon as he came to the door, he heard an argument going on inside. I was really blind to have fallen in love with someone like you. Why can't we be in Beijing? Are you not a seed of the Ning family? You're a man, yet you let us live in a hotel. We don't even have a home. Go out, get out, a hurtful woman's voice sounded. Chichi, listen, we're leaving Beijing straight for Luoyu. We can settle there. Is Luoyu not better than Beijing? Ning Yang's voice was weak. He clearly felt that he was truly useless. The woman he called Chichi stopped pushing Ning Yang and sniffed. Go to Luoyu then, all you know is to go to Luoyu. You sold our house in Beijing to go to Luoyu, but in the end, we didn't even get to stay, and now we don't have a place to live anymore. We could only stay at my parents' house in Ninghai, but now you still want to go to Luoyu. Mom, stop arguing with Dad. I still have tens of thousands of pocket money, and Dad is speaking the truth that we can go to Luoyu. The uncle said we can, Ning Lan said weakly. She had always lived a wealthy life and had enough pocket money. She didn't think the family was in such a destitute situation. Chichi seemed to have lost her energy and just sat by the bed sniffing. Ning Yang sighed. Chichi, it's real this time, I'm not lying to you. Although we don't have much savings. As long as we go to Luoyu dash, Yimo knocked on the door. Ning Yang opened and saw Yimo standing at the door with a big case, so he called out in surprise and joy, City Lord Yi. What brings you here? Yimo waved his hand and smiled. Brother Ning, just call me by my name, I'm not the city lord right now anyway. Qingshui told me to come visit you. The woman saw Yimo and wiped her eyes, standing on the side in embarrassment. Uncle. Ninglan immediately called out and said to her mom, Mom, he's the uncle who invited us to Luoyu. Yimo smiled. Qingshui told me to come help you a bit. Brother Ning, you can take this and go exchange it later. Also give this bracelet to Ninglan. I'll be going already, but I'll come visit you guys at Luoyu. Yimo then put the case on the side and gave a defensive bracelet for Ninglan before leaving. He didn't know how to solve their argument though, so he quickly left. After Yimo left, Ning Yang reacted and said to the woman unhappily, City Lord Yi came, yet you didn't even pour him a cup of tea. You're too impolite, City Lord Yi? Yimo? He's the husband of Sister Qingshui. The woman finally reacted and said in shock. Ning Yang said grumpily, Of course it's him, otherwise who do you think can let us go settle in Luoyu with just a letter? Why didn't you say so earlier? The woman complained. I have been saying it all this time. But you didn't listen. Ning Yang sighed. Chichi seemed to know she had been unreasonable and said awkwardly. Qingshui told him to bring a case. I wonder what it is. She was full of regret. Qingshui's husband had just been there, that legendary city lord Yimo, yet she had been crying. She didn't even get to see how the Yimo looked, whether he was handsome or not. Ning Lan ran to the case and opened it. Wadash, the family was shook. Ning Lan didn't know what it was, but the couple knew. It was a case full of dollars. There was at least a few million in it. There were less and less people he knew at Beijing. Yimo just visited Han Zixin and chatted with him for a while before leaving the Han family. He was going to go to Jiuming Academy first before then heading to Japan. From Han Zixin he found out that Tan Jiao never came back after leaving Beijing. Only Luan Qingfeng had remained. He was a peak half-step great heaven cultivator but couldn't make that final breakthrough. Yimo didn't have a bad impression of him. The Beijing city streets looked even busier than before, but Yimo felt it was missing something. Drunkai Bar. Yimo exclaimed as he saw it still be there even after more than 10 years had passed. He remembered Nie Shuangchuan. This was the first date he had with her. Of course, he had been there to warn her. Emo subconsciously walked in and found that the layout was exactly the same as all those years ago. How could a bar that never changed earn money? Emo subconsciously walked to the table he sat with near Shuangshuang, but before he could sit down, a waiter stopped him. "Sorry sir, this table is not open for seating. Please choose another table," the waiter said. This rule had existed for more than 10 years. The customer in front of him was probably new. Why? Emo asked strangely. The waiter replied politely, "Our president made this rule. This is our president's special seat, it's not open to the public." Emo was speechless. "Who is your president?" Emo subconsciously asked. "The president's surname is Nya." The waiter smiled. "Nya?" Emo thought of Nia Shuangshuan. Was it her? That was impossible. Would she really open up a bar at Beijing? But Emo thought it really might be possible. Thinking about this, Emo asked, "Is your president Nia Shuangshuang?" The waiter looked at Emo strangely and confirmed, "Yes, that is right, it really was her." She had to be an established cultivator already. Why would she open a bar there? "Well, I actually know her." "Where has she been?" "I'd like to go see her." Emo's spirit sense hadn't found Nia Shuangshuang around. The waiter said, "Our president hasn't come for a long time. But if you want to see her, you can contact our store manager." "Sir, you want to find Sister Shuangshuang? Do you know her?" A busta-looking woman in her 30s heard the conversation and asked. "Yes, I know her. Where is she?" Emo nodded. The woman studied Emo and said, "She has left Beijing for 5 years already, but if you really know her, come with me." This woman was only above average looking, but she was quite sexy. When she walked, her ass shook in a special rhythm. Emo, however, just glanced at it and looked away. The woman took Emo to the office and studied Emo for a while and said, "If you only know to stare at my ass, I really hope you're not the man Sister Shuangshuang talked about." Chapter 802, You're from the Olgu sect? Emo smiled as he thought that this woman felt a bit too good about herself. He didn't know how she knew he had looked at her ass. But to be fair, he hadn't even gazed at it for a second. But Emo didn't rebuke her, and he just said plainly, "Tell me where Nia Shuangshuang went." Seeing this, the woman looked at Emo in contempt before using the same plain tone. "You're that Emo, right? Although I've never seen you before, the only guy Sister Nia Shuangshuang knows is you." "That's right, I'm Emo. Now tell me where Nia Shuangshuang went." Emo asked calmly. "She went looking for you," the woman replied. "What, she went looking for me?" Emo asked the woman in surprise. The woman saw Emo was really surprised and couldn't help but feel more contempt towards him. He was cruel enough to not visit a woman who liked him for so many years. And he didn't even know about it. She didn't understand why Sister Nia Shuangshuang would like someone as heartless as this. With her beauty, what man couldn't she get? Why did Sister Nia Shuangshuang sacrifice herself for this man? She hadn't heard any news from her for 5 years. If she really went to Miaojiang, then she might not be alive. "Do you know where she went to find me?" Emo calmed down and asked. He knew Nia Shuangshuang probably didn't go find him at Luoyu, because otherwise Yiling would know. "A few years ago, she got news of your sudden disappearance, so she left Beijing to find you. She left me with this bar. She didn't open this bar for money, so I followed her will and never changed a thing about this bar. I don't really know where she went, but I heard her mention Miaojiang. I don't know if she went there in the end or not," the woman said. Emo left the bar, and the woman took out a video recording, wanting to see Emo's lustful ogling of her, but the next moment, her face turned green. She had been thinking too highly of herself. The video recording showed that Emo had only scanned her ass for less than a second. Immediately, she felt very embarrassed. No wonder Emo's face didn't change at all. Moreover, he couldn't even be bothered to explain himself. Emo didn't feel so good after walking out of the bar. Although he wasn't interested in Nia Shuangshuang, she had gone missing due to him. China was so big, while his spirit sense was only 20 kilometers. It would be impossible to find her, not to mention that she might not even be in China. At least for Yin Zi's dad, Yin Dongxia, he could make an advertisement through TV. As for Miaojiang, Emo had to go for Emo anyway. It would be even better if he could find Nia Shuangshuang there too. Emo decided to look for Zhang Jinxia first. He didn't walk very far away from the bar when a very exposed woman threw a flirty glance at him and said seductively, "Big brother, could you go in and have a drink with me?" Emo had no interest to drink with such a woman, so he waved his hand. "Sorry, I'm busy," then he immediately left. Yemo found himself a place with no one around and was about to fly towards Kunlun when his spirit sense checked up on that woman again. She had found someone else to drink with. It was a man in his 50s, he had a bald head and very small eyes. Yemo shook his head and wanted to take back his spirit sense, but a moment later, something made him change his mind, and he followed the two. He noticed that the bald man was some ancient martial arts master at the Earth-level tertiary stage. Yemo didn't understand why a master like him would get together with an escort. Even though the man was ugly, he could have any sort of woman he wanted with his power. On top of that, his inner chi wave felt familiar to Yemo. The man's chi had a certain recognizable earth element to it. The man drove an ordinary van. Yemo followed behind the man and kept scanning the man with his spirit sense. Soon, he remembered that when he cured Zhuaigua's son, Chuahuatang, he had a sliver of inner chi in his brain. It was the exact same chi as the chi this man had. The man drove to a place near the Yin River. They were at the slums. Big brother, you're really interesting, you live here? The woman was still smiling as she leaned on the bald man, but Yemo could tell that she was a little scared. Hee, don't worry, this is for you. The man stopped the car and took out a few $100s and stuffed them into the woman's chest. Then, he dragged the woman into a house. Yemo followed in and scanned the place with his spirit sense. His face sunk immediately. There was an underground room with multiple bodies inside. The woman might have gotten some money, but she was no idiot. She could feel that something creepy was up with the house and that the man didn't really seem to want to FCK her. I'm Hong Wangping. Don't hate me for this, but I have no choice. Don't worry, after you die, I will burn some money for you. The bald-headed man suddenly took out a blood-red bug and looked at the woman. What are you doing? I'll give you all the money you want, just don't kill me, the woman begged. As Hong Wangping saw this, he said in a sympathetic tone, I'm really sorry, I would really love to just knock you out, but if I do, my baby wouldn't be able to get the best essence blood out of you. Yemo understood what was going on. This guy's red bug was a goo bug, and he was using it to rob living people of their essence blood. Yemo thought this guy must be from the All-Gu sect too. From this guy's means Yemo could tell he was stronger than Rin Sha. But he didn't seem to be the person who planted the pill goo on Yemo. Hong Wangping threw his goo out and said, Baby, hurry up, we don't have much time. The woman saw the blood-red bug fly towards her and screamed. Then, she fainted. Hong Wangping couldn't let her faint, though, and as he wanted to wake her up, he suddenly sensed his goo bug disappear. He turned around immediately and asked in shock, Who are you? Yemo ignored Hong Wangping and floated the goo bug above his palm. The goo bug struggled for a good while. He took out a bottle and sealed it inside. Then, he looked at Hong Wangping and asked, You're from the All-Gu sect, Chapter 803, Golden Magical Goo. Although other people's lives were like grass in Hong Wangping's eyes, he valued his own life a lot. He knew he was an ant to this young man who was able to come into his room without him noticing at all and control his goo with just his bare hands. This young man might very well be a great heaven master. Or at least a half-step great heaven cultivator. Now that Yemo asked him this question, he was shook. There weren't a lot of All-Gu sect members, so there weren't many who knew about them. Their cultivation method was very cruel and evil, just like the 9 moon sects, so they were also looked down upon by most sections. Thus, they didn't participate in hidden sect activities and were very low-key, but he quickly replied, Yes, Qianbei, Wanbei is a member of the All-Gu sect. Why are you harming people in Beijing then? Yemo asked while scanning the man and was sure that he wasn't the black-clothed man Song Yanju had talked about. Hong Wangping hesitated when he felt a cold chi rush towards him. Before he could react, he felt his left arm go cold, and it instantly fell to the ground. Blood splashed out. Hong Wangping was stunned and furious. He didn't think that just for hesitating only a little bit this man would slice his arm off, but he also came to realized that this young man was stronger than he had thought. He himself was at the Earth-level tertiary stage, yet he hadn't even been able to react. Now, it could be seen that he was even worse than an ant to this young man. Understanding this, Hong Wangping quickly stopped his bleeding and replied immediately, Shenbei, I came to Beijing because the egg of the All-Gu sect's golden magical goo has been found. Yemo sneered, What's that got to do with you coming to Beijing? Hong Wangping was pale due to the loss of blood already, but he didn't dare to reply slowly, because the golden magical goo exists as a pair. There are 6 disciples of us in the same generation, so we've locked it up in a secure place and will be holding a month-long tournament later at our sect. Only the 2 who get first and second place can get the eggs, Yemo sneered. Seems like there's quite a lot of All-Gu sect trash. I killed a Rin Sha and a Yen Wuliang, yet there's still so many of you. How long until this 1 month tournament? Hong Guangping shivered upon hearing this. Why was he so unlucky? Yan Wuliang was fine. He was very cruel, but his power was rather weak, but Rin Sha was very powerful. He was the genius of the Olgu sect, but there hadn't been any news of him for more than 10 years. So it was this man who killed him. Hong Guangping was also cruel, but he was rather fearful of his own death. His teeth were even chattering as he spoke carefully. There's one more week, Shenbei. I'm actually a benign person. I really don't like killing people. I'm the most good-hearted in the whole Olgu sect. If it wasn't for the golden magical goo, I wouldn't come out to Beijing to increase my power either. Please have mercy on me. I'm willing to take you to the Olgu sect and kill all of the members. Oh, so according to you, the Olgu sect is quite prosperous as to motivate you to go through such lengths for their rewards. There are so many sect members outside, though. How can you kill them all? Yi Mo sneered. Hong Guangping said more desperately, Shenbei, I'm telling the truth. There aren't that many Olgu sect members. There's only 6 left. It is due to the limited resources these years that the disciples devoured each other's guts. And so now, the remaining ones are all elite members. Yi Mo breathed easy. If there were a lot of Olgu sect members, and if they all went to Luoyu would suffer heavily, Yi Mo sneered. In that case, I don't need you to lead the way. A week later, I will go to your sect and kill them all myself. Hearing this, Hong Guangping almost slapped his own mouth. Why did he say that the sect members had devoured each other? At this moment, that woman woke up, and her first reaction was to scream. When she then saw Yi Mo and Hong Guangping with a missing arm, she screamed even louder. Yi Mo frowned and said, Take that black bag and go. You can take the van and drive away. You have no business here, huh? The woman realized that the young man telling her to go was the customer she wasn't able to get. Big brother, did you save me? The woman wasn't dumb. Yi Mo sighed. Yes, now take that black bag and go already. Yi Mo's spirit sense had scanned that the black bag was full of money. It was Hong Guangping's, huh? Okay, thank you. Thank you. The woman didn't want to take the black bag, but she didn't dare to reject Yi Mo's request. Soon, she drove away from the Yen River in the van. Seeing Yi Mo look at him again, Hong Guangping shivered and said, Shenbei, I'm truly kind-hearted. This was the first time Yi Mo sneered. First time? So the bodies underground have nothing to do with you, huh? Hong Guangping was dazed. How did this young man know about that? He had clearly come from the front entrance. Had he been hiding there before? Seeing Yi Mo's killing intent, Hong Guangping shivered even more but didn't know how to beg this young man to let him go anymore. Let me ask you something. Who knows how to raise a pilgu in the Olgu sect? Yi Mo asked with even stronger killing intent. Hong Guangping quickly answered, Martial brother Ji Lai does. He's always been outside the sect, and he's much stronger than me. Will he be going back to the Olgu sect in a week? Yi Mo asked impatiently. Yes, he will go back for sure. Hong Guangping shivered. And where will your martial brothers be gathering then? Yi Mo asked. At the place where our master died, Nanjiang Wanchu Mountain. Then Hong Guangping quickly said, Shenbei, I have a key you will need, but I don't have it on me. If you kill me, you won't be able to get the key. Yi Mo sneered. He didn't believe that place would be hard enough to stop his flying sword. After finding out all he wanted to know, Yi Mo looked plainly at the shivering Hong Guangping and smiled. Hong Guangping saw this and forced out a smile, wanting to show he could still be useful. Then Yi Mo said, I'm really sorry, and I really did want to give you a chance first before killing you, but that's too troublesome. Don't hate me after I kill you, because you won't have a next life. I will burn your soul away. Then, Yi Mo threw a flame over. Yi Mo had listed the Olgu sect as a sect he must annihilate. After this event, Yi Mo didn't stay in Beijing and headed towards Jiuming Academy on his flying sword. Chapter 804. Behind the assassination, Yi Mo didn't know where on Kunlun Jiuming Academy was, and the Kunlun ranges were thousands of kilometers long. He wouldn't be able to find it with this spirit sense over a single night, so he just went to Liqing City and planned to go to the place where Jiuming Academy accepted guests. After coming to the city, Yi Mo felt it was very quiet. It was a well-developed place which should be more prosperous at night. Yi Mo scanned the area with his spirit sense and quickly found Jiuming Hotel, so Yi Mo went there without hesitation. As soon as he arrived, he saw a figure stumble as he charged into the hotel. It was a man at the Earth-level primary stage man who was heavily injured. Someone immediately helped him up when he came in, and 2 more Earth levels came to the door and looked around. Such things were happening on Jiuming Academy's land? Yemo was about to go in and ask what was going on when his spirit sense picked up on a wave. This wave was an ethereal person, invisibility? Yemo was shook. Who could turn invisible other than him? He scanned the person with his spirit sense. After measuring the person's power, he relaxed. This wasn't invisibility, it was an energy trick. The figure stared at the door of the hotel for a long while before leaving in dissatisfaction. Yemo immediately followed up and completely checked this person. The person was at most at the black level. Yet he was able to heavily injure an earth-level cultivator, almost killing him. However, he seemed to have gotten injured too, and there was blood on his stomach. Yemo realized that this person must be related to the Japanese master and disciple pair who tried to cause trouble at the hidden sex tournament. In the end, Yemo had killed the master by nailing him to the wall, and his disciple had also been killed by Zhang Zhenxia's disciple with his Windblade rune. More than 10 years later, he saw such people again at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The black figure was very fast, and soon, he left Licheng and went into a Range Rover, which was waiting for him by the side of the road. The vehicle quickly drove off onto the highway, and when Yemo scanned the car with his spirit sense, he found that there were another black level and earth level cultivator in the car. The driver wasn't a cultivator at all. Half an hour later, the car stopped at a remote village. All 3 cultivators got off and went into the village without the driver. The driver then left. Yemo followed the 3 into a small mansion. There were many of these small mansions in this village. In this mansion, there were already 5 people who seemed to be waiting for the 3. Yemo followed them into the house without hesitation. The first to speak was Japanese, and Yemo couldn't understand him. Luckily, another white-faced man spoke in Chinese. "Chiyu, you didn't get him and even got injured instead." The black level bowed and said, "Yes, that person is definitely no ordinary earth-level primary stage cultivator. He can easily kill earth-level middle stage masters. After I stole his thing, he ran off." Then, the man handed a booklet with both of his hands. The white-faced man nodded. "Stand on the side." "Yes." This black level man retreated to the side. The other 2 also handed a couple of booklets. Yemo sent his spirit sense around and saw that they were all ancient martial arts cultivators. Yemo was shook. Were these people killing ancient martial artists to get their cultivation methods? Or did they know that Jiuming Academy had notified all Earth levels to come, so they were waiting for them? Yemo scanned the mansion with his spirit sense too and saw a large pile of ancient martial arts cultivation methods. It seemed his guess was right. But there were too many here. Did they really need this many? But suddenly, that Japanese man spoke in Chinese. "Let's leave immediately, there's no need to stay here anymore." The white-faced man nodded. "Yes, although we didn't hit our target, we need to change locations nonetheless." Then, he looked coldly at Chiyu. Chiyu was shook and knew the white-faced man wasn't happy with him. His failure had exposed them. The Japanese nodded. "Then let's go to Beijing first. Jitan Kuan will continue with the remaining work. You just need to go from Beijing to Luoyu and do everything according to plan." The white-faced man looked at the Japanese man and said, "Ankokuan, according to my intel, that Yi guy appeared in Beijing recently, meaning that he isn't at Luoyu right now. I think we can't go to Beijing yet. Although it's a really small chance that he finds us, but if he does, I'm sure that all of us combined would be no match for him." Humph. There were 3 men who sat at the top. Among them was a tall, skinny, middle-aged man who was unhappy. Yemo scanned this man and found that he was the strongest there, having half-step great heaven power. The white-faced man smiled. "I have more enmity with Yemo than anyone. He annihilated our Dongfang family in Luoyu, so I want to kill him more than anyone. But I also know better than anyone else that we aren't capable of killing him yet. Brother Xiang Hong, although I know you're the strongest here, that Yemo isn't any weaker than Xiang Jing Qianbei of your Xiang Ninjutsu Dojo. Can I think of this as Dongfang Wang deceiving us into helping you achieve your goals?" The tall, skinny man sneered. The white-faced man seemed a little helpless and could only say, "I can swear that the young master didn't lie to you. Not to mention, your sex Aosi Kalang also died by Yemo's hands. Does dojo leader Xiang not want revenge? If he didn't want revenge, I don't think you would be here." That tall, skinny man didn't argue back. Yemo now understood what was going on. Dongfang Wang was teaming up with these Japanese against Luoyu. Yemo didn't keep listening. He walked in and raised his hand, and tens of wind blades flew out. In an instant, the room was bombarded with sword chi as blood splashed everywhere. Guillermo killed 5 out of the 8 people in the room without any resistance. Guillermo left that Japanese man, white-faced man, and tall, skinny man alive. Chapter 805, Dongfang Wang's setup. As Guillermo expected, the first to react was that tall, skinny Xiang Hung. He had pulled out his curved sword instantly and was looking at Guillermo with alert. The reason why Guillermo had caused a bloodbath on the ground level right from the start was to shock the people above, but clearly this Xiang Hung didn't care. The white-faced man had also gotten up, and his face did get pale. His body was trembling as he asked, "You're Guillermo? How did you get here?" Guillermo ignored him and walked up to the man, kicking him away into the pool of blood. He kicked that other Japanese man away too before sitting down and looking at Xiang Hung. Xiang Hung stared at Guillermo for a while before saying, "I'm probably no match for you." Guillermo smiled calmly, "Of course you're no match for me. I don't need you to remind me." Xiang Hung's face burst red as he said in anger, "Even if I'm no match for you, I will still fight you." Then, he was about to attack. Guillermo waved his hand, "No need to seek death. I heard your dojo leader was also looking for this." Then, Guillermo took out the 5 pieces of the yin-yang fish. Xiang Hung saw this and said shakily, You have 5 pieces? If you were to obtain the 2 fishtails, you would have collected all of the fish jumping through the dragon gate." Guillermo looked at the excited Xiang Hung and knew there really was some big secret involved, and it seemed like that dojo leader would know for sure. Seeing Guillermo put the pieces away, Xiang Hung immediately wanted to make a grab for it. But Guillermo sneered and threw out 10s of wind blades. He didn't want to kill Xiang Hung yet, so they didn't hit any vital spots. Seeing the frosty chi come at him, Xiang Hung realized his situation and picked up his curved sword without hesitation. It spun a circle and clashed with the wind blades while Xiang Hung imbued his inner chi. Guillermo didn't keep throwing wind blades, because Xiang Hung would really end up chopped up on the ground otherwise. This was the difference in strength between truth cultivators and ancient martial artists. Clank clank clank. Xiang Hung retreated to the back of the meeting room. There were cuts on his arms and stomach. Guillermo approved of this Xiang Hung. He was much stronger than other half-step Great Heaven cultivators. Xiang Hung's face was pale, and he looked at Guillermo in shock. He had never seen such a master that could easily condense inner chi into blades. What martial art was this? The difference between them was too great. You're from the Xiang Ninjutsu Dojo, right? And your dojo leader has the 2 fishtails, right? Guillermo asked. Yes, Xiang Hung replied subconsciously. What's the main purpose of the fish pieces? What are you doing here? Were the people I killed from your dojo too? Guillermo asked. Xiang Hung shook his head. I only know that once the pieces are gathered, they can form the fish ascending into Dragon Gate. There's a huge fortune inside, but I don't know the specifics. I came here to kill you, and those you killed were people dojo leader trained for the Dongfang family. Guillermo could tell from Xiang Heng's eyes that he didn't lie. Guillermo nodded. Seeing that you didn't lie, I will allow you to commit suicide, thank you. Xiang Hung was unsatisfied, but he didn't attack Guillermo again. He simply slit his throat with his sword, blood splurged, and Xiang Hung fell on the ground. Guillermo then looked coldly at the white-faced man. This fellow was from the Dongfang family. Guillermo knew that Dongfang Wang, that venomous snake, wouldn't stop just like that, but he didn't understand why they were killing hidden sect members. The white-faced man looked scared, but Guillermo knew he would never tell him the truth. Hence Guillermo walked up to the man and patted him on the forehead. The man's face relaxed, and his eyes looked blank. What's your name? Guillermo asked. I'm Dongfang Xiao. The white-faced man answered calmly, but this shocked the Japanese man heavily. Why are you killing the hidden sex masters? Why are you collecting ancient martial arts cultivation methods? Guillermo soon understood what was going on. Dongfang Tang had sent the Japanese there, while Dongfang Xiao represented Dongfang Wang, and Xiang Hung represented the Xiang Ninjutsu Dojo. Xiang Heng's purpose was simple, to get revenge from Guillermo and collect the yin-yang fish pieces. Dongfang Tang represented Northern Sand and wanted to collect the ancient martial art cultivation methods. Dongfang Wang wanted to annihilate the hidden sects and make a copy of the low-level sex cultivation methods and spread them around Luoyu. Dongfang Wang's purpose was to make people think that Luoyu was the one who had been annihilating the hidden sections. This was because Guillermo did similar things in the past: the Gourd Cave, Heelu Sect, Broken Fist Hall, and Dian Song, Guillermo Curse. This Dongfang Wang was really freaking bleak. If people really believed Luoyu did this, all those hidden sect masters would come to Luoyu for revenge. Luoyu wouldn't care about 1 or 2. But if more came and all targeted the Luoyu higher-ups, then there wouldn't be enough officials to kill. Of course, when Luoyu was completely stabilized, they wouldn't care, but Luoyu was just having its new rules established. Luoyu would also get a bad reputation, while the hidden sects would stand on Dongfang Wang's side. Intricate calculations indeed, all the bastards of the Dongfang family were sly as heck. Does this mean that all the hidden sects were annihilated by you guys? Yi Mo asked coldly. Dongfang Xiao replied, no, some weren't done by us. Who did it then? Yi Mo asked, we've investigated it, and it should be related to the All Gu sect. After saying this much, Dongfang Xiao woke up and realized what had happened to him. He looked at Yi Mo with a face of disbelief. Yi Mo pulled out his phone and called Yu Miaodun. Sister Yu, what has the Union said about Northern San invading Sisun? Yu Miaodun replied, it's still under negotiation, and there's no specific plan of action yet. Then don't bother anymore. Just find an excuse to announce war on Northern Sand and annihilate them. Yi Mo was very angry. Huh? Yu Miaodun was shook. Luoyu had a reason to fight the first and second times they went to war, but this time we have no excuse. This would leave a bad international reputation and shake the whole of Luoyu. Chapter 806, Removing Suspicion. Yi Mo suddenly woke up from her words. The current Luoyu wasn't the Luoyu from more than 10 years ago. Luoyu had only been built then, so its people didn't have a sense of belonging to Luoyu, and neither did Luoyu have that for the people. At that time, they could fight whenever they wanted. But now they couldn't. Yi Mo fell silent. He felt he had reacted a bit too emotionally. He didn't like to keep playing with tricks, which was why he gave Luoyu to others for management while he could quickly settle things when there was a coup d'etat and such in Luoyu, but he needed to change his character a little. There would be schemes and tricks in any world. There was no shortage of people like Dongfang Wang. If he killed Dongfang Wang, there would still be a Shifang Wang. After long, Yi Mo said a little despondently, you're right, let's wait and see what they have to say about Sisun. As for Northern Sand, Luoyu doesn't need to take action, I will annihilate them myself. Yi Mo wasn't going to let Northern Sand go at all. He had decided to go to Northern Sand's base himself and annihilate them all. He had the power, so he didn't need to play politics with them. Hearing Yi Mo say he would annihilate Northern Sand, that Japanese man shivered again. Yi Mo didn't get to know from Dongfang Xiao where Dongfang Wang was, but he knew where Shitang was now. It was a small tribe in southern China. 2 hours later, Yi Mo left the village and went back to Liqing. Although those ancient martial arts were useless to him, he still made a copy. Who knew when he would need them? Then, he put the cultivation methods all in a big bag which he carried in his hand. Brother Yi, you're here too. Yi Mo didn't think that the first he would see at Jiuming Hotel would be Zhang Jingxia. He was standing at the door and greeted Yi Mo joyfully. Clearly, he had fully recovered. Is everything okay now? Yi Mo scanned Zhang Jingxia with his spirit sense. Brother Yi, thank you for your pill. Otherwise, I would still be in that bed. Zhang Jingxia hadn't broken through to Great Heaven. But he was a half-step Great Heaven Peak Master now. Yi Mo patted Zhang Jingxia's shoulder and said, Brother Zhang, who attacked 36 River. Zhang Jingxia had a hateful look as he said word by word, his name was Xiang Heng. If not for the fact that he ambushed me first, I wouldn't have been the first to get injured. I'll admit his movement technique might have been strange, but I won't give up just like that. I was waiting for you here to tell you that I must kill that Xiang Heng no matter who he is. Brother Zhang, no need to do that. I've just killed him for you. Yi Mo nodded. What? You killed Xiang Heng? Zhang Jingxia didn't say this, as it was another ancient martial artist who had just walked out and heard this. Yi Mo had long since noticed that a few people had arrived. He knew them all. The leading man was Fengwu, the vice-sect leader of Jiuming Academy. Behind him were his martial brother Zheng Chao and his martial sister Kai Ji. It was Fengwu who asked the question. Zheng Chao was still at the Earth-level middle stage, but Kai Ji was at the Earth-level tertiary stage. Fengwu was on the same level as Zhang Jingxia, and perhaps even a little stronger. No wonder Jiuming Academy could become the #1 sect of the outer hidden sections. Zhang Jingxia was the strongest in 36 Rivers, but Fengwu was supposedly only ranked 3rd in Jiuming Academy. There were more people behind this group too. But they were just all Earth levels he had seen at the tournament. Brother Yi, you really killed Xiang Heng? Zhang Jingxia grabbed Yi Mo's hand in excitement and asked. Although he was confident he could beat Xiang Heng, he had no confidence in killing him. The people Xiang Heng brought with him had almost annihilated 36 Rivers. Yi Mo nodded, yes, and not only that, I killed another few masters who were assassinating the hidden sect masters and robbing the hidden sect's cultivation methods as well." Feng Wu and company heard this and were stunned. Zhang Chao looked surprised and asked, "City Lord Yi, you really found out who was behind it? Shouldn't this have nothing to do with you?" Yi Mo frowned. Dongfang Wang hadn't even started spreading the cultivation methods in Luoyu, yet these people were already suspecting him. There was no way he would be able to clear his name once the plan started. Zhang Jingxia immediately sneered, "Brother Zhang, I can guarantee with my life that Brother Yi is not such a person." "How dare you question him like that?" Yi Mo felt warm. He knew that Zhang Jingxia must have spoken out for him a lot. Otherwise, perhaps they would have thought he was the culprit already, but Yi Mo knew that his past battles had been too shocking. He even annihilated the gourd cave, so he didn't blame Feng Wu and the rest. He nodded. Luoyu was indeed not behind this. "But I can't say it's completely unrelated to Luoyu." Seeing everyone's confused eyes, Yi Mo sighed and said, "Because Luoyu has an enemy called Dongfang Wang who wanted to put the blame of the annihilation of the hidden sects on Luoyu. When I came here today, I saw someone hunt a man up to this hotel. I followed that person and found out what happened. City Lord Yi, please come inside." Feng Wu immediately became very polite. He knew Yi Mo's power. More than 10 years ago, he could annihilate the gourd cave already. After all these years had passed, there was no way he wouldn't have gotten stronger. He had felt like his state might be higher than Yi Mo, but now he realized Yi Mo was probably still way more powerful than him. Yi Mo explained things after taking everyone to the meeting room and dumped the bag of cultivation methods in there. There were quite a few top-level cultivation methods, but a lot of the sects they belonged to were annihilated, so Yi Mo left these at Jiuming Academy. Although those sects were annihilated, most people weren't killed. Dongfang Wan wouldn't kill them all because who would look for trouble with Luoyu then? After some negotiation, Jiuming Academy sent out a wanted order for the Dongfang family and listed them as the #1 enemy of the hidden sections. Meanwhile, those who had their sects annihilated could come to Jiuming Academy to collect their cultivation methods. Due to Yi Mo's power and status, all the hidden sects representatives would greet him. Yi Mo didn't reject those who wanted to base their sect at Luoyu, as long as their cultivation methods weren't evil and they understood that at Luoyu, they had to obey Luoyu's laws. Although many hidden sects had second thoughts due to this, Zhang Jingxia decided to move to Luoyu. After the meeting, Yi Mo brought Zhang Jingxia to the top level of the hotel. After the two sat down, Yi Mo asked, "Brother Zhang, I would want to know what your goal is in life." Zhang Jingxia was dazed. But he quickly said, "Of course it is to reach great heaven. After you reach great heaven, your power increases manifolds. And you get an extra 60 years of life. Although I look 40, I'm already almost 60. If I don't break through soon, I won't have any chance in the future, so I'm fully pursuing great heaven now." Yi Mo shook his head and said, "The extreme of ancient martial arts isn't great heaven, much less the great heaven you're talking about." "What?" Zhang Jingxiao was shook, but he didn't say anything else as he knew Yi Mo would tell him more. Yi Mo said, "In the past, I knew even less about ancient martial arts than you, but now, I can clearly tell you. First, after the peak of Earth level peak comes not the half-step great heaven or great heaven, but the heaven level. Only those who surpass the heaven level are great heaven. After great heaven there are higher levels, but I've only met true great heaven masters and haven't witnessed any level higher than that, so I don't know more." Zhang Zhengxia looked at Yi Mo with his mouth wide open in shock and was unable to say anything. Chapter 807, Breakthrough in One Night. Yi Mo didn't interrupt Zhang Jingxia. He knew that Zhang Jingxia needed time to process this information. After all, anyone would be in disbelief and loss when something they've worked for all their life turned out to be meaningless. After a long while, Zhang Jingxia woke up from his shock. He believed that Yi Mo wouldn't lie to him, so he sighed. Funny how everyone is working hard to reach great heaven. Yet it's actually like this. Then, he seemed to remember something and asked Yi Mo in shock, "Brother Yi, you said you've seen a real great heaven master? But according to what I know, the highest powers of China's hidden sects are Gourd Cave's Renpingchuan and Jiuming Academy's Wangjian. They are at most at the heaven level. Is there someone who surpassed them?" Yi Mo nodded. "Yes, because I went to the small world and saw the inner hidden sections. I fought with a lot of them too." Zhang Jingxia could no longer resist the excitement in his heart and got up suddenly, but then he quickly sat back down and asked shakily, "Brother Yi, you really went to the inner hidden sects?" The reason why he was so excited was because he knew that over the countless years, inner hidden sect members would come out once in a while the people outside could never go in. It was also said that the inner hidden sects were much stronger than the outer hidden sections. Yemo said again, yes, and if heaven-level cultivators are counted as great heavens, then all big inner hidden sects have 7 or 8 great heaven masters. But if we're talking about true great heaven masters, then there's only 1 or 2 in the inner hidden sections. Yemo thought about the sword technique he got from the man hunting Jime, and he felt that ancient martial arts weren't as simple as he'd thought. Although they weren't as strong as truth cultivation in the early stages, what if they surpassed great heaven and reached higher states? What would it be like then? Yemo thought about this for a long time but couldn't draw a conclusion without seeing it. How do you enter the inner hidden sects? Zhang Jingxia asked excitedly. If he went to the inner hidden sects, wouldn't he be able to reach greater levels? Yemo's face sunk. My wife is actually in the small world right now, but I have no way of going at the moment. I will try again once I reach a higher level. Yemo wanted to see if he could repair the formation once he reached the foundation establishment state. Hearing this, Zhang Jingxia looked extremely disappointed inside. So I have cultivated for so long, yet I won't even break through to the heaven level. Instead, I have been comforting myself thinking that it's great heaven I have almost reached. I was really viewing the world from inside a well. In fact, I have a way for you to reach heaven level right away, Yemo said. He didn't tell him these things initially so as not to traumatize Zhang Jingxia's will to cultivate, huh? Zhang Jingxia felt his heart wasn't able to take the shock of Yemo's words tonight. He felt like all of these things couldn't be real, but he knew that Yemo wouldn't trick him. Yemo took out a great essence increasing pill and said, I got this from the small world. If you eat it and digest it and charge for the heaven level, you will succeed for sure, yes. Zhang Jingxia took the pill excitedly. He trusted Yemo completely. As soon as it melted in his mouth, it turned into spirit liquid nourishing his meridians. Zhang Jingxia felt like his body was going to explode under the fiery spirit power. Zhang Jingxia immediately used his cultivation method to digest the power. His strong foundation allowed him to break through without obstacle. The depth of his dantian formed a chi si. He reached heaven level and became many times stronger than before. Zhang Jingxia wanted to stand up and roar out of excitement. But he resisted such impulses and stabilized his state. When Zhang Jingxia woke up again it was daytime, and he stood up excitedly studying himself. He then said joyfully, I broke through to great heaven. I feel so strong. Yemo smiled. If you want to comfort yourself by saying it's great heaven, I can't do anything about it, but you haven't reached great heaven. Remember, you've just reached the heaven level. Zhang Jingxia had set Yemo's words aside. Heaven level was great heaven on earth, meaning that he might be the second heaven level master in all of China. Although Yemo didn't want to shock Zhang Jingxia, he was afraid Zhang Jingxia would be too satisfied and no longer progress. So Yemo said, Brother Zhang, there are many people at this level in the small world. Anyway, it's daylight now, so let's go down. Zhang Jingxia saluted to Yemo with his fists. Thank you, Brother Yi. And I naturally know what you mean, but I won't give up on cultivation like this. Instead, I will work even harder. Zhang Jingxia then hesitated before saying, Brother Yi, what is the difference in power between us now? He knew that he was still no match for Yemo. Yemo smiled. In the small world, I was once surrounded by tens of heaven levels, and there were even heaven level tertiary stage peak masters. Yemo didn't even mention those earth levels and half-step great heaven cultivators. What happened then? Zhang Jingxia asked desperately, what happened? Yemo said plainly, I killed them all. Oh, one ran away. Zhang Jingxia patted his head speechlessly. This Brother Yi was a real freak. He was definitely a true great heaven master already. He killed tens of great heaven masters? If word got out, no one would believe it, but Zhang Jingxia knew Yemo wouldn't lie to him. He no longer had the mood to compare himself with Yemo or to try to spar with him. When Yemo and Zhang Jingxia came to the ground floor of the hotel, they happened to meet Fengwu and company. Fengwu came up to them and said, City Lord Yi, Sect Leader Zhang, we were looking for you guys last night but didn't find you. Fengwu suddenly stopped. He felt Zhang Jingxia was different than before. His power was many times stronger, and his inner chi was seeping out uncontrollably. This was because Zhang Jingxia had just reached heaven level and couldn't fully control his power. Sect Leader Zhang, you reached great heaven? Fengwu's voice was shaky. Zhang Jingxia reached great heaven in one night? This was too shocking. No matter when, he was always a little stronger than Zhang Jingxia in the past, but now, Zhang Jingxia had completely surpassed him. Zhang Jingxia smiled and nodded. Yes, with the help of Brother Yi, I broke through luckily. No one suspected Zhang Jingxia's words as GMO had come last night and Zhang Jingxia broke through right after. Sect leader Zhang, you've reached great heaven, this is substantial good news. How come you don't look very happy then? An Earth level realized that Zhang Jingxia could only at most be called in a satisfied mood. Zhang Jingxia smiled bitterly, thinking, if you guys knew how terrifyingly strong EMO is and that great heaven isn't great heaven, you wouldn't be like this either. He smiled and saluted with his fist. There's no way I'm not happy, but I just keep it in my heart. But I will borrow Jingming Academy's land to invite everyone for drinks today. Feng Wu laughed after recovering from the shock. Great, of course, let's go to Jiuming Academy now. Finally someone after Martial Brother Wang broke through to great heaven. This is a thing worthy of celebration for the entire hidden sects. Meanwhile Martial's sister Kai had shimmering looks in her eyes as she stared at Yimo as if realizing something very important. Chapter 808, Number 1 Master. With Yimo's investigation, things had cleared out. However, people still needed to discuss what to do, so those people who had come to Liqing still could get to Jiuming Academy. They went by helicopter. Yimo had been to quite a few hidden sects and he felt Jiuming Academy was far grander than Gourd Cove. It was situated at the most hidden peak in the Kunlun Ranges, Kunju Peak. This peak was full of green compared to the other snowy peaks. There were series of constructions everywhere. Yimo really wondered how those materials had been shipped there to begin with. Because Yimo was a VIP, they arranged it for him to stay in a luxury room. Yimo was almost at stage 8 tertiary stage, but he really didn't cultivate much as he had a lot of other things to do. Jiuming Academy's spirit chi was rather good. Hence, he immediately began to cultivate when he entered the room and asked not to be disturbed, but just when he had finished a big meridian cycle, someone knocked on his door. Yimo thought it was going to be Zhang Jingxia, but when he scanned his spirit sense out he found it was Jiuming Academy's Kaiji. Why did this woman come here? However, Yimo still opened the door. As soon as he did, Kaiji squeezed in and closed the door. Yimo looked at the woman in confusion. He didn't know what she was going to do, but if she was trying to seduce him, it would be too funny. She wasn't ugly, but she wasn't extremely pretty either. Moreover, although she seemed to be in her 30s, Yimo knew she was at least in her 40s. Suddenly, Kaiji knelt down and said, "Please make use of Kaiji, City Lord Yi." She knelt down and Yimo could clearly see the 2 balls of plump white on her chest and a pink spot at the front. She wore no bra at all. Since she was close to Yimo, there was a faint aroma coming from her collar. Yimo was sure this was no ordinary perfume smell. Yimo frowned. He could tell the woman had dressed like this intentionally to seduce him, but such seduction means were nothing to Yimo. Perhaps she didn't know how to. Yimo sat down casually and looked at her. This has no use to me. Sit down and talk. If you have something, say it. Perhaps she realized that she wasn't good at that and Yimo wasn't looking lustfully at her chest, so she could only get up and say, although I'm in my 40s, I have a natural aromatic body. I've never touched a man before. I'm willing to give my body to City Lord Yi as long as you accept. Then, she took off her outer layer and began to strip off her inner layer. Natural aromatic body? Yimo thought of Su Jingwen, as she also seemed to have this faint natural aroma. Yimo quickly waved his hand. You're exceptional indeed, but I'm not interested in you. If you have something, then say it or else please leave. Kaiji heard this and looked disappointed. She looked at Yimo. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't take her natural aromatic body. She knew she wasn't extremely pretty, but she wasn't bad either. Countless men drooled after her, but Yimo's eyes didn't even falter. Kaiji shook her head and bowed to Yimo. She tidied her clothes and turned away to leave. Yimo looked strangely at her and asked, "Why don't you tell me your purpose? Perhaps I can truly help you." Kaiji stopped and stared at Yimo. She said, "I only have my body that City Lord Yi might be interested in. Other than this, I don't know anything that can incentivize City Lord Yi. Since City Lord Yi isn't interested in my body, it would only be insulting myself to keep staying here." Yimo nodded. "In that case, you may leave." He didn't know her and he had no responsibility to help her. Kaiji was dazed at this, but she didn't leave. Instead, she asked, "City Lord Yi, do you know who the number 1 master of Jiuming Academy is?" Yimo smiled. "I'm not a city lord, just say my name." "Yes, Brother Yi," Yimo said. "It should be sect leader Wang Yijin. I heard he's at great heaven level." However, Kaiji shook his head. "Brother Yi, if you think that, you're wrong. In the entire hidden sects, including everyone in Jiuming Academy, they all think the number one master is sect leader Wang. However, only that person, and I know that he is not. Emo raised an eyebrow and scanned his spirit sense out. He scanned the entire sect quickly and found a short man in an underground room. He looked like he was in his 40s, he had a squared face and small eyes, he looked like he was at half-step great heaven. However, Emo looked carefully and noticed that his real power was not far from Li Cheng's of Tai sects. There was a great heaven master outside? Emo was dazed. He didn't even know how to break through to this state. That man knew how to hide his power. If he hadn't cultivated the three birth chant, he might have not been able to tell, seeing Emo's bewildered look. Kaiji said, "Brother Yi, you must not believe me. You must be thinking sect leader Wang reached great heaven more than 10 years ago, so how can there be someone stronger than him?" Emo shook his head. "No, I believe you. But why are you telling me this? Aha! You really believe me?" Kaiji was dazed and immediately said, "Because I know you're someone with great capability and willpower. Even when they were spreading that you were the one annihilating the hidden sects, I didn't believe it. Not because you couldn't do it, but because you wouldn't lower yourself like that." Emo looked at this woman in surprise. She looked very ordinary, but she knew him this well. Emo suddenly looked at her. "Since you know me this well, this means that your seduction plan was also fake. Did you know I would reject you?" Emo felt that woman was no simple character and had a lot of calculative means. Kaiji's face blushed and she shook her head. "I was genuine coming here. I thought you might reject me, but I wouldn't have regretted if you didn't. Even if you want to now, I can take off all my clothes. I trust that Brother Yi knows I'm not a casual woman. I will still hold my stance, I'm not interested. But whether or not the number one master of Jiuming Academy is Wang Yijian, it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, how do you know about it?" Emo said. Kaiji fell silent before saying, "Pang Wei killed my entire family and raped my mother and 2 sisters. I swore I would get revenge. But after I finally joined Jiuming Academy, I found out he was far stronger than me. When I was watching him practice ancient martial arts 8 years ago, I saw that he could glide in the air and shatter a large piece of cliff with one palm. I realized then that he was stronger than sect leader Wang and that perhaps I would never be able to get revenge. The reason I still stay here is to find an opportunity to ambush him. Do you want me to help you get revenge?" Emo asked with a frown. Kaiji shook her head. "I know it's too far-fetched to get revenge with my Earth-level power. Even with an ambush. So I want to ask Shenbei to help me reach Great Heaven so I can ambush him." Before Emo could reject it, she said again, "The reason that he could cultivate so quickly is not because he's very talented, but because he has a real ancient martial arts cultivation method. It belonged to my family. My dad found it, but before he could read it, that demon followed him to my home." Chapter 809, Wu God Chant. "That Pang Wei reached true Great Heaven with that cultivation method of yours?" Emo was quite surprised. This Pang Wei being able to reach Great Heaven in the outside world was something that couldn't be explained by talent alone. The only explanation Emo could think of was that the cultivation method he got had to be pretty profound. Perhaps it was a real high-level ancient martial arts cultivation method, true Great Heaven? What is true Great Heaven? Kaiji asked in confusion. Emo realized he had said too much and replied, "You will perhaps understand in the future." She said to Emo, "The reason why he's stronger than sect leader Wang is not because of his talent, but precisely because he has been cultivating my family's cultivation method." "Where did your father obtain that cultivation method? What is it called?" Emo was also a little interested in the cultivation method. He believed that in the later stages, an ancient martial artist's inner chi wouldn't be weaker than cultivation essence, perhaps it might even be stronger. The reason why Li Cheng's chi wasn't as strong as Emo's cultivation essence was due to the 3 birth chant. Li Cheng was perhaps even just cultivating a very ordinary cultivation method, while his 3 birth chant was probably at the pinnacle level of cultivation methods in the cultivation realm. The cultivation system's items were also divided more clearly than in ancient martial arts. There were mortal, spirit, heaven, immortal, god and holy items. Each grade had levels of 1 to 9. The highest level cultivation method on Luoyu continent had only been a heaven grade level 2 cultivation method, an incomplete one at that. The cultivation method Emo cultivated in then was at the mortal grade level 6. Which could already be called rather decent. As for Mengji's primordial chaos chant, Yemo estimated that it had surpassed the immortal grade, while the three-birth chant was at least a grade higher than that. Kaiji replied, my dad and his friends went to Buzhou Mountain once. The Great Wilderness Sutra they had gotten their hands on said that outside the northwestern sea there was a spot in the wilderness with a mountain called Buzhou. They believed it should be near the Pamir Plains, Herman Mountain, or Jialan Mountain and went out to look for it. When my dad came back, he was injured and told me he had lost his friends. He had obtained the Wu God chant, though. I was the oldest of 3 sisters. So mother told me to go to the shop and buy something to eat for dad as well as some medicine. When I came back, I saw Pangwei, that demon, leave my family behind in blood. As I quickly ran inside, I saw my parents and sisters in a pool of blood, and father wasn't dead yet, and he managed to tell me that it had been Jiuming Academy's Pangwei. I've been at Jiuming Academy for 20 or so years, but I haven't had a chance to kill him. Yemo felt quite sympathetic towards this Kaiji. This Pangwei was indeed garbage. Yemo didn't think that it had been that wrong to rob the Sura. He would rob something if it was like an immortal level cultivation method too, but Yemo felt contempt towards this man for killing and raping the victims. Yemo thought for a bit and said, Dao friend Kaiji, even if I help you reach great heaven, you'd be no match for him. Do you know what power level he is at right now? Let me tell you about the true great heaven I mentioned before. Yemo explained heaven level to her, and Kaiji looked at Yemo in disbelief and asked, Brother Yi, you're saying that sect leader Wang is only at the heaven level and not a proper great heaven master, while that Pangwei is a true great heaven? Yemo nodded. Indeed, if I'm not wrong that is. Yemo knew he was right as he had scanned Wang Yijin too. He was still at the heaven level tertiary stage, but he was weaker than Qixin from Tai, much less Lin Quan and Ling Wushui. Kaiji's eyes looked hopeless. Her face went pale. She hadn't even reached heaven level, and even if she did, there would be a very small chance for her to succeed in ambushing Pangwei. If Pangwei was really great heaven, then even Yemo would be no match for him, right? Not to mention that Yemo had no reason to want to be involved. Yemo couldn't bear seeing her despair, so he sighed and said, I can help you reach heaven level at least. Kaiji would be overjoyed if Yemo said this when she first came in, but now she sighed and shook her head. Her eyes were full of defeat. She bowed to Yemo and left. She was really intending to leave this time. I can help you kill Pangwei too. Yemo suddenly said. Kaiji's body shook as some light appeared in her eyes, but it soon dimmed. Yemo might die trying to kill a true great heaven. She felt very conflicted. She wanted Yemo to help her try, but she didn't want to harm Yemo. She knew that this might be her only chance. However, Yemo could tell what she was thinking. She smiled. I'm not risking my life. I believe I can kill him, because I've killed people as strong as him before, in the small world? Kaiji's eyes lit up again. Yemo nodded. Yes, but I do have one request. Kaiji knelt down again. Brother Yi, as long as you kill Pangwei, I will be your maid for the rest of my life. Even if you sell me to a human trafficker, I'd still be grateful to you for life. Yemo waved his hand and Kaiji stood up automatically. He said, I'm not interested in some maid. After I kill Pangwei, you are you, and I am me. There will be nothing tying us together. I just want to see the Wu God chant. Yemo would go see that Pangwei for the Wu God chant no matter what anyway, so he might as well tell Kaiji. Kaiji was overjoyed. With Yemo easily being able to lift her up with inner chi and the insurmountable power she felt, he should have a great chance of killing Pangwei. The only thing she was worried about was Pangwei's ability to glide through the air. She immediately said, although the Wu God chant is our family's. My dad obtained it in a stroke of luck. I don't need this chant. Brother Yi can take it, I just want to kill that demon. Yemo shook his head and said plainly, although I haven't seen this Wu God chant, I can guess that it's a top-level cultivation method. But no matter how good it is, I have no intention of taking it. I just want to read it once and you can have it back afterwards. Now, I will help you reach the heaven level. Eat this pill. Yemo gave her a great essence-increasing pill. Huh? Kaiji knew that Yemo had decided to help her for free this time. He didn't need to help her reach the heaven level, yet he still did it. She knew that Yemo sympathized with her and detested Pangwei for what he did. Thank you. Kaiji sniffed. For the first time after the loss of her family, she saw hope. Chapter 810, Jiuming sect leader. Kaiji held the pill in disbelief that one pill could let her reach heaven level immediately. However, she still took the pill without hesitation. Soon, she felt a strong spirit force charging. In her joy, she quickly started running her cultivation method and turning it into inner chi. As her inner chi increased, her chi si gradually formed. Yemo also took a pill himself and started cultivating. After a few meridian cycles, he got up suddenly. He had now reached stage 8 tertiary stage. Yemo got up and felt very satisfied. He had just noticed it was daylight now. He looked at Kaiji and at this moment, she stopped cultivating and got up. She looked joyfully at her hands, as though they had turned smoother. She felt a strong inner chi si and felt as though she could easily destroy a house with the wave of her hand. I've reached heaven level, Kaiji said to herself. She thanked Yemo once again. She hadn't thought his pills were so powerful. Yemo smiled. Congrats. Zheng Chao happened to be at the door of Yemo's room and he heard his martial sister Kaiji howl in Yemo's room. He was shook. Was Yemo an animal? He just stayed at their sect for one night, but he had taken his martial sister to rape her. Zheng Chao had long wanted Kaiji. Although her looks weren't exceptional, he knew that she had a natural aromatic body. However, his talent was average and he had only been able to reach Earth-level middle stage due to all sorts of resources. But that had been more than 10 years ago. He stayed where he had been since then. Ever since he was rejected by her last time, he had wanted to catch up to her in power. Yet the more desperate he was, the slower he cultivated. Hearing Kaiji inside Yemo's room, he couldn't resist it anymore and immediately started knocking. If Yemo hadn't a VIP and he could beat Yemo, he would be kicking his way in. Yemo knew it was Zheng Chao outside. He looked at Kaiji and said, "Let's go out. Take me to that Pangwei. After that, I will be leaving Jiuming Academy." "Yes, brother Yi," Kaiji said. When the door opened, Zheng Chao saw Kaiji. Her clothes weren't very neat, they even looked a little messy. However, she had a smile on her face and didn't look like she had been forced at all. Kaiji rarely smiled. Zheng Chao was dazed and asked, "Martial sister Kaiji, did you come to City Lord Ye's room this morning?" Kaiji stopped smiling and returned to her cold look. She said, "No, I came last night." "Do you need anything?" Hearing this, Zheng Chao immediately realized what was going on. What would a man and woman do together in a room overnight? He opened his mouth and suddenly pulled out his sword. He yelled, "I'm going to kill you." Before Yemo could speak, Kaiji sneered and kicked Zheng Chao many meters away onto a flower pot. Zheng Chao's yell startled a lot of people at once. Feng Wu was the first to get there. He looked at Kaiji, who didn't have tidy clothes, and then at Zheng Chao. He frowned. "Martial brother Zhang, what are you doing here? I will kill Yemo." He seduced martial sister Kaiji into staying in his room for the night. Zheng Chao snarled. Kaiji frowned and sneered, "Zheng Chao, who are you to me? I asked brother Yi to help me, so I came here. Even if he had called me over, what does that have to do with you?" Zheng Chao opened his mouth, but he was at a loss of words. Everyone immediately understood what was going on while Zhang Jingxia smiled bitterly to himself. That brother Yi was a clean and honorable person, but it seemed like he controlled himself with women. Moreover, Kaiji was not an extremely outstanding woman. Yemo couldn't even be bothered explaining. "Hurry up and leave." Feng Wu yelled at Zheng Chao. He didn't want to look at him anymore. Then, he said politely to Yemo, "My martial brother heard that City Lord Yi had come and he got very happy. He wanted to see City Lord Yi. Please come with me, I'll come with you." Zhang Jingxia knew that Jiuming Academy didn't have a good impression of Yemo. He was one of the big 6 sect leaders. So he would go with Yemo to show his stance. Yemo smiled and said to Feng Wu, "Sorry, if sect leader Wang wants to see me, then tell him to come here. I'm going to do something with Kaiji. I don't have time to see your sect leader Wang." "Huh?" Feng Wu hadn't thought that Yemo would be like this, so he didn't know what to say. People starting discussing immediately. Although Yemo was strong and had managed to make Zhang Jingxia reach great heaven in one night, he couldn't be so rude to sect leader Wang. After all, he was a Qianbei, and some people felt Yemo was no weaker than Wang Yijian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to annihilate Gourd Cave. Yet he still needed to pay his respects to Wang Yijian. Only Zhang Jingxia and Kaiji knew that Yemo wasn't doing this intentionally. It was like a yellow level telling an earth level, "Hey, you're not bad. I'll give you a chance to meet me." Would that Earth level go visit the yellow level? It was already lucky for the yellow level that the Earth level hadn't killed him. The atmosphere became eerie, but Kaiji said, Marshal Brother Phone, Brother Yi really does have something to do with me. He doesn't have time, Kaiji, you dash Feng Wu hadn't expected Kaiji to be helping Emo too. She even called him Brother Yi, even if they had slept together, it was just a one-night thing. She didn't need to change so much. When he looked at Kaiji carefully again, he screamed out in shock, Marshal Sister Kaiji, you've reached great heaven, what? Everyone observed Kaiji and noticed that she was like Zhang Jingxia, obviously a great heaven master. Everyone looked at GMO with fiery eyes, especially the women. They wanted to drag GMO into a room and let him do anything he wanted so they could reach great heaven too. Zhang Jingxia just then realized that there was nothing between GMO and Kaiji. She couldn't have done anything else that night. GMO looked around and said, I found 3 great heaven fruits on the Duanhong ranges. I ate one and I let Kaiji and sect leader Zhang eat the other 2. Yemo knew that greed was endless. Hence, he had to eradicate their greed or he would have to slaughter, which was something he didn't want to do. That means, City Lord Yi, that you're also at great heaven? Feng Wu asked in shock. Before Yemo could reply, a deep voice sounded, the Wanbei are indeed impressive. Since I can't get City Lord to come, I came to visit City Lord Yi. Chapter 811, Pinnacle Battle. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared at the flower pot where Zhang Chao fell down. No one except for Yemo knew how he appeared. This middle-aged man had sword-like eyebrows and long black hair. He was much taller than Yemo, almost 1.9 m. His face was also very handsome. Sect leader Wang, Principal Wang, Marshal Brother, greetings sounded from all around, and Wang Yijian had very good manners, so he saluted with his fists to everyone as he kept on wishing them welcome to Jiuming Academy. Everyone compared the two and immediately felt that Yemo was too rude. Wang Yijian then greeted Yemo, I've long since heard of City Lord Ye's dapper, and now that I see you today, you indeed live up to the name. I just hope you will treat Marshal Sister Kaiji right. Kaiji heard this and blushed. Marshal Brother Wang, it's not what you think, huh? Wang Yijian laughed, Kaiji, it's your fortune that you could reach great heaven. I will talk to you later, but there's a few questions I would like to ask City Lord Yi first. Yemo could feel that Wang Yijian was actually being genuine. This wasn't an act. Yemo saluted back and smiled, you can ask ahead, Sect Leader Wang. I will tell you what you want, Wang Yijian replied. I heard that when Gourd Cave was still around, City Lord Yi went there. Have you seen Brother Rin Pingchuan? Yemo thought. Does this Wang Yijian want to get revenge for Rin Pingchuan? And replied, yes, I saw him, and I killed him. Everyone took in a cold breath. Rin Pingchuan and Wang Yijian were renowned as the two geniuses of their generation. They were equal in power, so if Yemo could kill Rin Pingchuan, then didn't that mean he could kill Wang Yijian too? Wang Yijian heard this, and his face turned serious. If I may I ask, when you killed Brother Rin, had he reached great heaven? Yemo nodded, yes, he had but just broken through at the time. He'd lost his legs and had internal injuries, though, so that battle was unfair for him, but I had no choice. If I hadn't killed him, he would have killed me. Wang Yijian breathed easy after hearing this and asked again, then if you met Rin Pingchuan now and he were in top condition, would he be a match for you? No, Yemo answered without thinking. Wang Yijian looked serious and stared at Yemo for a long while before saying, do you think I'm no match for you either? Yemo smiled, you are not. As soon as Yemo said this, the Jiuming Academy members were unhappy. This City Lord Yi was too cocky. Wang Yijian didn't seem angry at all. He frowned and thought for a while before saluting to Yemo. I know City Lord Yi wouldn't tell lies, but Wang Yijian lives for the martial Dao. Even though I know I'm no match for City Lord Yi, I still want to spar with you. As soon as Wang Yijian said this, everyone became excited. This would be a battle at the pinnacle. The clash between these two masters would create huge sparks. No one believed that Wang Yijian was really not a match for Yemo. They thought Wang Yijian was just being humble. City Lord Yi, if you will, let's go to the martial grounds. Wang Yijian was a true gentleman. Even after what Yemo said, he was still very polite to Yemo. Almost everyone went to the martial grounds, and it was soon full of people. No one wanted to miss this battle. Wang Yijian carried a sword and flew for 10 meters all the way onto the stage, as Yemo brought Kaiji along. He also saw Pangwei, who had come immediately as well. Yemo saw that Kaiji just glanced at Pangwei once and looked away. She seemed expressionless, but the fire in her eyes was burning with hatred. Yemo told Kaiji to wait on the side and came to the stage himself, saying to Wang Yijian, Sect Leader Wang, you may attack first. Wang Yijian said calmly to Yimo, I've devoted my entire life to the martial Tao, so once I fight, it will be a life and death battle. Before the fight, I want to ask City Lord Yi, you probably didn't come here for no reason, right? Yimo smiled. He knew that Wang Yijian meant to say, if you die, I will at least help you fulfill your last wish. Yimo shook his head, I indeed have some business. I came to kill someone, precisely someone from the Jiuming Academy. Hence it's a pity that I have to tell you that even if I died, you couldn't fulfill my wish, so I won't say more. Not that you wouldn't want to, but you wouldn't be able to. A sliver of anger flashed across Wang Yijian's eyes. He thought that Yimo didn't believe his honor as a martial artist, but Yimo was wrong. He valued his integrity, so how can he not do what he should do? He would do it even if Yimo told him to commit suicide, because Yimo had the right to ask him a request, but he didn't keep asking since Yimo didn't believe him. Where's your sword? Wang Yijian was an upright martial artist. Even if Yimo didn't believe him, he didn't want to take advantage of Yimo. Yimo shook his head but didn't speak. No matter how much character Wang Yijian had, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He spun his sword into forming an array of sword flowers. Each flower had sword rays inside, and these flowers immediately exploded in front of Yimo, immersing him within. He had decided to show his real power immediately to force Yimo to pull out his sword. If Yimo didn't do that, he would be dead. This was Wang Yijian's true killing move. Zhang Jingxia got up immediately. He was at the heaven level now and could feel Wang Yijian's killing intent. This was due to Wang Yijian's will having merged with the sword. And anything in his path would be pulverized. Chapter 8:12, I will be killing someone. The sword flowers exploded in front of Yimo, and Wang Yijian found that firstly, Yimo still did not pull out his sword, and secondly, he did not dodge either. Wang Yijian was astonished. Was Yimo asking to die? Even Kaiji and Zhang Jingxia were sweating cold despite knowing that Yimo would win. Yimo wasn't asking to die, of course. Wang Yijian wasn't bad, but he was far from as strong as Lin Quan and company. Even Lin Quan was made to die in front of Yimo, much less Wang Yijian. Now that Yimo was 2 levels stronger than before, Yimo didn't dodge because he didn't need to. His 2 hands spun a semi-arc. And those frosty sword rays and killing intent soon seemed easily controlled by Yimo's hands. It was like a water ball was gathered between Yimo's hands. When he closed his hands, it all disappeared along with the ball. Those with bright eyes could see that the exploding sword rays and chi were held in Yimo's hand. Unable to escape, Wang Yijian looked at his sword in a daze, and his shock was indescribable. His sword was clasped between Yimo's hand, and no matter how he used his inner chi, the sword wouldn't move. Wang Yijian's face was pale. He had lost, with just 1 move. More than that, he might have gotten to use 1 move, but he was sure that Yimo could kill him all too easily. He had considered the possibility of losing, but only after a serious battle if at all. He didn't expect to lose so easily. Yet he had treated someone as powerful as this as a wanbei. Wang Yijian felt his face burn with shame. He had devoted half a century to the martial Tao, yet he was beaten so easily. He lost so hard that he somehow even lost faith in himself. Yimo let go of Wang Yijian's longsword. He didn't want Wang Yijian to be too embarrassed. After all, Wang Yijian was a devoted martial artist. Yimo didn't have anything against people like him. I lost. Wang Yijian even forgot to take back his sword and only spat these words out after a long while. He realized that he had been viewing the world from the bottom of a well. Yimo said he was no match for him, yet he thought Yimo was being cocky. Now, it seemed that Yimo wasn't being cocky but was actually giving him plenty of respect. The truth was that he wasn't even worthy of Yimo attacking. Yimo saw the deep loss and defeat in Wang Yijian's eyes and sighed. Sec leader Wang, you lost to me not because you're not as talented or as strong-willed as me. You just never comprehended true ancient martial arts. If you still have faith in the martial Tao, you can talk to sect leaders Zhang and Kaiji. Most importantly, casting everything aside to focus on ancient martial arts might not be the best way for you to reach the peak. You might miss out on something like that. Just like how you don't know that the real #1 master in Jiuming Academy isn't you but someone else. Wang Yijian heard this and remembered that martial sister Kaiji and Zhang Jingxia had only had to spend 1 night with Yimo to reach great heaven. His heart lit up again. Perhaps he didn't understand the martial Tao correctly. Perhaps he could learn what he truly needed from them. As for Wang Yijian not being the #1 master, Wang Yijian thought Yimo meant that he was the #1 master. Thank you, City Lord Yi.
Wang Yijian bowed deeply to Emo.
He didn't know if Kai Ji would be able to tell him why, but he already knew the difference between him and Emo was too great. The scene burst out.
Most people didn't expect Wang Yijian to lose, while some had thought he would lose but not so utterly. Was this the supposed pinnacle battle? If it was, then it was too much of a joke. Wang Yijian left the martial stage but didn't leave the scene. He really wanted to know who Emo was going to kill, and why Emo said Wang Yijian wouldn't be able to kill him. Suddenly, Wang Yijian was shook. Emo said that the #1 master in Jiuming Academy wasn't him, so was there someone in the sect stronger than him? When Pang Wei saw Emo catch Wang Yijian's sword with 2 hands, his pupils dilated quickly. He knew Emo was very powerful but didn't expect him to be this powerful. This was far exceeding Wang Yijian's level. Pang Wei thought that if he fought Wang Yijian, he could also instantly catch Wang Yijian's sword, but he knew the Jiuming Academy sword style while Emo didn't. From this, he could tell that Emo was no weaker than him at all. Pang Wei's eyes sunk. Emo was this young, yet he was this strong already. He must have some secret. He wasn't going to let Emo go, and he still believed he could kill Emo head-on. Even if Emo had no secret, he had to die. He wouldn't allow anyone who could threaten him to exist. Pang Wei turned around. He wouldn't attack Emo now. He wanted to make sure he had a 100% guarantee just when he was about to leave. He heard Emo's voice. As I said, I have something important to do here other than sparring with sect leader Wang. Everybody stopped talking. Emo said plainly, I will be killing someone today. This person is Jiuming Academy's Pang Wei. Emo didn't explain his reason, but no one would think he didn't have a reason. Did the strongest person in the hidden sects need a reason to kill Pang Wei? Everyone from Jiuming Academy was dazed, though. They didn't think Emo would be killing Pang Wei. He was the second master of the sect, but he kept a low profile. Why would Emo attack him? People would feel it was much more reasonable for Emo to kill Fengwu, who kept a high profile and had a much greater chance of offending Emo. Fengwu was actually also dazed. City Lord Emo waved his hand and stopped Fengwu from talking. He stared coldly at Pang Wei. You can come up now. If you can kill me here, that will be the effect of your own power, and no one will seek revenge from you. Pang Wei turned around again, and his eyes narrowed. He stared at Emo for a long while before saying, I never manage anything for Jiuming Academy. Why is it that you want me dead? A sword suddenly appeared in Emo's hand, and he flicked it while replying, because I don't like you, I want to kill you. Is that not enough? Ha ha ha. Pang Wei laughed and said scornfully, City Lord you're overstepping boundaries. Jiuming Academy is still one of the big sects, yet you're going to kill its people without reason. Are all high-powered people this prone to carnage? You can annihilate Gourd Cave as you please, and now the next one is our Jiuming Academy. Many people stared at Emo with tension. If Emo admitted to it, they would all attack. Emo sneered, you sure know how to scheme around. 20 years ago, you stole something from a family, killed the entire family and raped 3 women. Did you forget that? You're asking to die. Pang Wei didn't expect Emo to know this. Where did Emo hear this from? And he even said it in public. It seemed he would need to slaughter today. There was no way he would allow anyone to know that he had the Wu God chant. Chapter 8:13, Keep acting cocky. When people saw Pang Wei's face after hearing Emo's words, they knew that things didn't seem so simple. Many of those who wanted to help him changed their minds. Wang Yijian had realized that Emo hadn't even taken out his weapon when fighting him. However, he took out his weapon for Pang Wei. He was dazed. Was Pang Wei stronger than him? But the next moment, he found out he was greatly wrong. Pang Wei's short figure immediately stood up straight and seemed taller. His temperament and chi were spilling out like crazy. Wang Yijian hadn't expected Pang Wei to have such power and still keep a low profile in Jiuming Academy. If it hadn't been that Emo was there to kill him, perhaps no one would have ever known he was such a master. Those who felt Pang Wei's immense pressure and power could tell that he was the real #1 in Jiuming Academy. No wondered why Emo was taking out his sword then. Emo didn't dare to treat an almost foundation establishment state-level master easily. He was sure that Pang Wei was no match for him, but he wasn't cocky enough to ignore him. Pang Wei and Li Chang were both at real great heaven, but Pang Wei cultivated the Wu God chant. Emo hadn't seen the cultivation method yet, but he was sure that it was much stronger than what Li Chang cultivated. Hence, he wouldn't take his opponent lightly before they fought. Sensing Pang Wei's immense chi, Kai Ji felt that she almost couldn't breathe. She was shook. She was at heaven level now and just on the border of the stage. If she hadn't reached great heaven and had tried to ambush Pang Wei, it would have been impossible to kill him. Luckily, she hadn't done it or she would have been dead by then. Pang Wei took a step forward. However, it was that one step that brought him in front of Yi Mo already. Yi Mo's eyes narrowed. Since City Lord Yi is so cocky, then let me see what you've got. I just hope you don't end up getting killed before killing me. Pang Wei didn't even pull out the curved sword on his back and he just threw a punch at Yi Mo. This plain punch made Yi Mo feel uneasy and breathless. He could even feel that the entire peak's spirit chi seemed to have been drawn by this fist. It was as though if he had hesitated for a moment, he would have been pulverized by the punch. Without hesitation, Yi Mo's flying sword appeared and he attacked with dense cultivation essence. A thunderous clash sounded. Yi Mo was smashed 10 meters away with his flying sword. He even spat a mouthful of blood in the air while Pang Wei was completely fine and didn't even take a step back. Instead, he punched again. The audience was shocked. They hadn't thought Pang Wei was that strong. Yi Mo had beaten Wang Yijian with one move, yet Pang Wei had knocked Yi Mo away with one punch. The Zhoming Academy disciples rejoiced and immediately cheered for Pang Wei. They hadn't thought their sect had such a master. Kai Ji's heart beat rapidly. Her forehead was sweating and blood was seeping out of her fingers. She had thought Pang Wei was dead for sure, but it turned out he was stronger than Yi Mo. Only Yi Mo knew that the reason he was forced back that much was not due to the difference in their chi, but because Pang Wei had played a dirty move. He hadn't thought Pang Wei could turn the outside spirit chi into his inner chi, so he got injured by Pang Wei's own chi. Luckily, the spirit chi there was diluted in Pang Wei's power was limited. However, he was prepared now and wouldn't fall for the same trick again. However, Yi Mo was also very shocked. It was said that only masters above nascent soul state could mobilize the chi in the environment, yet Pang Wei could do it. Still, Yi Mo was happy because he knew that the Wu God chant was very strong. A mere great heaven was able to throw such a fierce punch. Pang Wei's fighting experience was very good and before Yi Mo had landed, his second punch was there. However, this was just purely his own power. Yi Mo knew that he had no other way but to clash head-on. Pang Wei had intentionally created this situation thinking that his inner chi was much stronger than Yi Mo's. This time, Yi Mo didn't use his flying sword and just used his fist. Rumble. Rumble, rumble dash, the two fists clashed together making bone-cracking sounds. Even the people on the stage felt intense aftershocks that ripped their skin apart. Some people were bleeding already. There was a crater due on the center of the stage due to the clash. Seeing such fierce battle, everyone was speechless. It was the real pinnacle of martial arts battles. Yi Mo was thrown high up in the air and Pang Wei sneered. He knew that there was no way to gain a momentum in the air. He had created that situation too. He still believed that Yi Mo was no match for him, even if he hadn't done that. Yet his careful nature made him treat all his opponents with full power. Yi Mo sighed. The Wu God chant was really terrifying. Luckily, he was cultivating the three birth chant or he would have been dead that day. He knew what Pang Wei was thinking. Pang Wei was well experienced but far less than Yi Mo. He wouldn't have thrown him in the air if he hadn't let him. Before Yi Mo could land, Pang Wei stomped the ground and was shot up like a rocket. Die. A huge fist got formed again and attacked Yi Mo's lower body. Everyone thought that Yi Mo was be dead for sure. Yi Mo sneered. He didn't need to clash directly with Pang Wei. He could just get on his flying sword and dodge it, but Yi Mo didn't want to do that. At the same time, Yi Mo gathered all his cultivation essence onto that one fist. He didn't believe that the three birth chant's cultivation essence was weaker than the Wu God chant's inner chi. The two fists clashed again. Rumble dash. The explosion of chi caused a big roar and bone-breaking sounds were heard. This time, Pang Wei spat out blood and was shot down from the air by Yi Mo. He landed on the rocky ground and created a huge crater. Keep acting cocky, Yi Mo sneered. He punched Pang Wei again. Chapter 8:14, Attaining the Tao Through Martial Arts. Bang, the sound of another clash could be heard as a curved sword with searing sword chi smashed against Yi Mo's fist wind. Pang Wei just barely managed to pull out his curved sword and block Yi Mo's strike, but he was smashed many meters away and stumbled onto the ground. He spat another mouthful of blood before steadying his sword and glaring at Yi Mo coldly. Yi Mo took out a lotus life pill and put it in his mouth. This Pang Wei was quite tough, and his body was surprisingly strong. It could be seen that the Wu God chant was really something, but Pang Wei was thinking that he had underestimated Yi Mo.
Never had he thought he would meet someone who could beat him head on. When he got the Wu God chant, he immediately knew it was a cultivation method of the highest shelf. Yet even though he had been cultivating it for decades, he was still no match for Yemo. What was Yemo's secret? He really didn't believe that Yemo had a stronger cultivation method than him. Everyone was dumbfounded, and no one knew who would win the fight now. Yemo didn't use any wind blades as he knew that it would just be a waste of cultivation essence. How about you let me go? I know you're not truly trying to get revenge for them. You want the Wu God chant, so I can give it to you. Pang Wei was still bleeding, but he was very calm. Yemo ignored Pang Wei and approached him again. This time, his flying sword appeared in his hand, and he pierced out with it. It was just a simple pierce, but the half-step Great Heaven cultivators and Great Heaven masters could easily feel Yemo's killing intent. It was a simple strike, but Yemo had locked off all directions of escape for Pang Wei. Pang Wei sneered. Even though he had the lower hand, Yemo was underestimating him by thinking that he could lock him down with just an inner chi wall, but immediately after, Pang Wei's face changed drastically. This strike wasn't slow, but when Yemo first pierced out, there was just one sword, while after 1 inch, it became 2 swords, after another inch, it became 4 swords, 8, 16 and so on. Pang Wei was shook. He couldn't let Yemo keep piercing, as each sword tip also had a sword ray enveloping it. Pang Wei didn't dare to hold back anymore. He gathered all his inner chi in his curved sword and hacked at the sword rays. Inner chi sprayed everywhere, and Pang Wei knew that it was because he used too much inner chi and couldn't control it properly. Clank clank clank. Pang Wei's curved sword was shattered into countless pieces. He knew that if they clashed head-on with fists, perhaps he could last a while, but in a battle with weapons, he had no chance and couldn't even run away. Yemo's sword rays didn't completely dissipate. A few escaped and pierced into Pang Wei's body, bringing out flowers of blood which splashed onto the rock behind him. Yemo then telekinetically grabbed a very thin old book from Pang Wei with the words Wu God chant on it. Pang Wei was covered in blood but didn't fall dead immediately. He uttered word by word, "What sword technique did you use?" Yemo said plainly, "It's not a sword technique, it's a sword ability or sword skill." What sword skill? Pang Wei was really unsatisfied. He was killed in a head-on clash even though he had the upper hand at the start. He had to know what sword ability he died to. With 3 birth sword chant, Yemo said, and then opened the Wu God chant. 3 birth sword chant. Pang Wei murmured and collapsed onto the ground. The scene was dead silent. No one dared to speak loudly. The fight between these two masters was more than they could handle. Only Yemo moved as he was flipping through the book. Everyone knew the book must be very valuable, but no one dared to go up or even speak. After 10 minutes, Yemo had completely remembered the content of the book and understood what ancient martial arts truly was. This was an insanely powerful cultivation method. Instead of ancient martial arts, it was more like a cultivation method for attaining the Tao through martial arts. However, it was incomplete. It was divided into 4 ranks: Lesser Heaven, Great Heaven, Wu State, God State. The Lesser Heaven had 4 levels: Yellow, Black, Earth, and Heaven. Great Heaven had 3 levels: Refined Blood, Enlightenment, and Wisdom. Li Cheng and Pang Wei were both at the Refined Blood state. The Wu State had 3 levels: Bone Sacrifice, Wilderness Soul, and Wu King. God State was incomplete, meaning that one could at most reach Wu King with this copy of the Wu God chant. Yemo closed the booklet. He felt that the booklet was very useful to him. Yemo believed that using the 3 birth chant, he could set up a new cultivation system. It would be a body cultivation method. In the cultivation realm, there were quite a few body cultivation methods, but rarely anybody chose to practice it. One reason was because they required large amounts of resources, and another reason was that it took large amounts of time. The truth cultivators didn't even have enough time for truth cultivation, who would waste time on body cultivation. Yemo put the Wu God chant away and said to everyone, "I'll be leaving now, we shall meet again if the time comes." Then he leaped away, and everyone immediately looked at where Yemo stood in disbelief. When Yemo took his first step, there was still a figure of him visible, but after the second step, his figure was dimmed. And when he made the third step, he completely disappeared. No one dared to think what level Yemo was at. These were inhuman means. Those who had had some little schemes for the Wu God chant immediately gave up on their thoughts. Wang Yijin had a bitter smile. He had understood that Yemo was much stronger than him, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Also, he hadn't been the #1 master of Jiuming Academy. Although he didn't know what Pang Wei's purpose was, it would have clearly been all too easy for Pang Wei to kill him.
He wasn't afraid of death. But he didn't want Jiuming Academy to fall in his hands. He was actually a little thankful to Yemo right now. He glanced at Kaiji, who was in disappointment, and suddenly said, "Martial's sister Kaiji, I would like to talk to you." "Do you have some time?" Kaiji woke up and said, "Sorry, Martial brother, I know what you want to ask. But how about you ask Martial brother Zhang, as I'm a little unwell, and I'll be going to rest." Then, she saluted with her fists and left. After Yemo killed Pang Wei, she wanted to kneel on the ground and tell her dead parents that she had gotten revenge for them. But after Yemo left, she felt emptiness. She didn't know what to do anymore, as she had lost her life goal. She also felt bad that Yemo didn't even speak to her before leaving. Yemo had said he would give it to her. She didn't really want it, but it would make her feel better if Yemo had asked first. When Kaiji went back to her room and took off her jacket, she found an ancient-looking booklet inside the pocket of her inner layer. Chapter 8:15, Annihilate North Sand. Barely anyone had ever heard of the country called Sisun, but after its political revolution, its name was changed to Northern Sand, and it started massively developing industrially. Especially the military industry developed. The second year of the country after being renamed Northern Sand, they sent their own satellite into orbit. The third year, they produced world-class fighter jets. The fourth year, they started their mothership construction plan. Many people said that their technology was developing even faster than Luoyu's. Northern Sand's governing system was that of an empire. The emperor was called the Northern Sand King. He had absolute power and was a dictator. When Luoyu suggested to the Union to put Northern Sand to trial, the Northern Sand government got first-hand notice of it. At the highest meeting center of Northern Sand, all the high-level officials had gathered. The Northern Sand King was a black-faced man. The room was scarily silent, and no one dared to talk. Prime Minister Dongfang. "Your plan failed," the black-faced man broke the silence, and his voice was cold. Dongfang Tang shook a little. Although he had his plans, he felt the Northern Sand King wasn't so easy to deal with. Dongfang Tang got up and bowed to the Northern Sand King before saying, "My plan was fine. The only thing that made it turn out this way was that we didn't expect Yemo to suddenly come back after disappearing for more than 10 years. It is due to this that our Dongfang family in Luoyu was annihilated. According to his plan, it would take 1 or maybe even only half a year longer before Luoyu would become theirs without any war. Luoyu would be controlled by Dongfang Wang, after which Dongfang Wang would help him annihilate the Northern Sand King. And he would take over Northern Sand. Then, they would gradually start devouring other territories. As for the conflict between the two brothers, they had agreed that they would deal with outside problems first before discussing who should be the Shitang King. However, just when they were about to succeed, Yemo came back and thwarted their plans, wasting 2 years of their hard work. Yemo found the Northern Sand Meeting Center as soon as he came to see Sun. He saw the people in the meeting room and immediately became happy. He came here mainly to annihilate the Northern Sand hierarchy, but he didn't expect to see Dongfang Tang there as well. Yemo went into the Northern Sand government building and killed all the soldiers on the way. He found that there really were many masters here. There were 3 half-step great heavens and 7 earth levels. Many more black and yellow levels were around too. There were also more than 10 low-level mutants. Yemo didn't know what resources Northern Sand had that could allow them to produce so many masters in 10 years. This was too shocking. As Yemo killed, news got out, and the power center of Northern Sand started to worry. Sisun's army also started to move. They had been suppressed by Northern Sand, but now that someone was attacking Northern Sand, they weren't going to let the opportunity pass. The factories and military factories started having riots. When the Northern Sand leaders got news of all this, they found that their door was already being blocked and their guards and soldiers had all disappeared. Yemo stood at the door. "It's you?" Yemo. Dongfang Wang was thinking about how much the Northern Sand King would be raging at him when he realized that Yemo had suddenly appeared at the heart of Northern Sand. When Dongfang Wang said these words, almost everyone in the room got up, and they all looked fearful. They had clearly heard about Yemo. Everyone knew how great the defense of the Northern Sand building was, yet Yemo easily had walked to the door of their meeting room. Yemo scanned the place before looking at the Northern Sand King. He noticed that the man was a mutant. Yemo knew that this Northern Sand King was no ordinary mutant at that. He was far stronger than that level 8 mutant he had seen before. Yemo didn't attack him straight away, but he definitely wasn't going to let the man run away. "Yemo, I've long since heard of your big name, but you're a man of high stature, and Luoyu has such vast lands, and it's tens of times greater than Northern Sand.
Why must you keep targeting Northern Sand? The Northern Sand King asked. Emo laughed and waved his hand. A Northern Sand official who tried to escape through the window was sliced in half, a bloody smell spread in the room, and the scene became silent. Many people were shaking. The one who tried to run was an Earth-level master. Yet he was so easily killed. Emo looked at the Northern Sand King and sneered, "Since you know there's nothing between us, why did you send people to seize Luoyu's governmental power? Why did you send people to kill off the hidden sects and blame it on me? And the bomb I saw at the North Pole was also made by the trash standing before me, right?" The Northern Sand King's face looked very bad being called trash for the first time, but he didn't rage. He said coldly, "Those things have nothing to do with me. From the very start, I never decided to attack Luoyu or you. I truly admire City Lord Yi and bear no ill will at all." Before Emo could sneer at this, the Northern Sand King pointed at Dongfang Wang and said, "All the ideas for attacking you and Luoyu came from him. He's a ravenous wolf. The reason why he joined Northern Sand was to steal my power and build up his own power. Whether or not you believe me, Dongfang Wang is actually a descendant of the Shitang King. He's very ambitious. I've rejected his suggestions many times, but because the people he brought with him are quite strong and I don't have the confidence to take him out, I couldn't help but play along with him." Emo knew this was bullshit, but he was shocked by how much the Northern Sand King knew. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was bullshit. The Northern Sand King trusted Dongfang Wang the most, and each time Dongfang Wang said something, he would always say, "Brother Dongfang is right." Since when did he reject his ideas? Dongfang Wang looked at the Northern Sand King and for the first time, he felt like he was a fool. The Northern Sand King clearly knew who he was but didn't kill him so that he could use him. He was sure that even if the Dongfang brothers had obtained Luoyu, they wouldn't have been able to get any benefits out of it. The Northern Sand King didn't wait for Dongfang Wang to keep thinking. He pulled out a gun and shot at Dongfang Wang's head. Blood splashed and Dongfang Wang died in his seat just like that. Chapter 8:16 Hunt the Northern Sand King. Thank you, City Lord Yi, for killing Dongfang Wang's men. Only then could I kill him. The Northern Sand King put the gun down and didn't try to shoot Emo. It was as though Emo had really come to help him. Everyone in the room was confused. Anyone else would have shot at Emo immediately because it was a gun that could kill half-step Great Heaven Masters. Emo smiled and nodded to the Northern Sand King. "Very well then, no need to thank me. It's my honor to be able to do this for the Northern Sand King. But I've done my research. Everyone else here is also Dongfang Wang's men, so that's it, I almost got tricked." The Northern Sand King looked like he was full of hate. He opened fire and killed 3 more. Just when everyone else started to react and try to escape, the Northern Sand King disappeared. Emo was shook. He had kept his eyes on the Northern Sand King, but at that moment, he couldn't find the Northern Sand King in his spirit sense at all. The reason he had let the Northern Sand King kill all of those people was because he didn't want the Hidden Sex King on the run while he had killed them. However, he had still gotten away when he was watching him. Emo couldn't stay there any longer. He shot out a flurry of wind blades and blasted the meeting room apart with fireballs, although he knew there were lots of secret files and technology in that building. Emo couldn't care. He focused his spirit sense in a 20-kilometer radius. However, a few minutes later, he still hadn't found the Northern Sand King at all. If they fought, Emo was sure he could kill the Northern Sand King. However, he hadn't expected the Northern Sand King not to even want to try fight him and to instead just run away. He was so calculative that he had already planned his escape the moment he had killed Dongfang Wang. If that was the case, then that man was scarier than the Dongfang brothers. And if he got away, Emo didn't dare to imagine what could happen to Luoyu. At the same time, Emo got on the flying sword and scanned the aerial space. Si-sun was in chaos then. All sorts of organizations had come out to try and get power. Emo didn't care. When he arrived at the outskirts of Si-sun, he was getting more and more worried. The longer he dragged things on, the more chances the Northern Sand King had to escape. When Emo got near the sea, a ray-like thing darted past the border of Emo's spirit sense. Emo chased it without thinking. Emo was at his maximum speed, but the shadow still dashed rapidly through the water. It seemed that the figure was a very small submarine. It was rod-shaped and it was at most 2 m long. Yet, even with Emo's speed, he couldn't get close to it. Emo could tell without thinking that this thing had been designed by Yixing. However, Emo couldn't understand how the Northern Sand King had gotten on that and how he had tricked his spirit sense. What is more, how did he get away from the meeting room? The Northern Sand King had decided to run away when EMO killed those half-step great heaven and earth level masters without a sound. He knew he was no match for EMO. His specialty wasn't fighting, but hiding and escaping. He was certain that nothing in the world could chase him if he tried to run. However, even with the means he had for running away, he couldn't get rid of EMO. He finally understood that in the wake of absolute power, even if he built the biggest country in the world and controlled the entire world's army, it would be useless. EMO could easily kill him. 2 hours later, EMO was feeling fatigued. He didn't have any more stamina pills, and if he used up all his cultivation essence, the Northern Sand King might really get outside his spirit sense. Comparatively, the energy source of the submarine was probably something that could outlast him easily. If he used up all his cultivation essence and the Northern Sand King turned around to fight him, he would suffer greatly, but he didn't want to let the Northern Sand King go like that. Another hour passed and the Northern Sand King was probably getting bored of staying in the sea, so he started to go near the land. EMO's spirit sense saw the Northern Sand King pilot the submarine to a beach. He dashed out of the submarine and disappeared. EMO dashed down immediately and placed the submarine into his ring. The Northern Sand King's figure dashed and EMO's spirit sense followed it closely. EMO had to approve the Northern Sand King's speed up until then. The Northern Sand King was running on 2 legs, while he was using a flying sword. The Northern Sand King clearly knew that EMO was chasing him and ran without turning around. EMO didn't want to give up. Despite having to use a lot of cultivation essence, he suspected that the Northern Sand King was using something. There was no way a mutant could reach that speed. He was sure that if he hadn't used the flying sword, he wouldn't have even reached 1/10 of the Northern Sand King's speed. Not even a Foundation Establishment State cultivator would be able to run as fast as the Northern Sand King. After chasing for some time, EMO realized they had gotten to China's borderlands. EMO's face was pale as he held a spirit stone in his hand. He was about to fall of his flying sword because if he kept chasing, he might get heavily injured. But EMO found that the Northern Sand King had also stopped and was sitting on the ground. EMO rejoiced and immediately flew over there slowly. When EMO was just a few hundred meters away from the Northern Sand King, EMO stopped to recover his cultivation essence. However, the Northern Sand King got up to leave again. EMO was shook. He was about to succeed. How could he let the Northern Sand King escape? But when EMO grabbed his flying sword, he found that his cultivation essence had been depleted so much that even if he found a quiet place to recover, it might take a day. The Northern Sand King got up, but he didn't run away. He looked at EMO and laughed. EMO, you can actually fly. Funny how I thought you were just a mutant. If I had known there was someone in this world who could fly, I would have never built Northern Sand. EMO ignored the Northern Sand King. He walked another 300 meters forward, standing only 10 meters away from the Northern Sand King before stopping. EMO, if I hadn't attacked Luoyu, would you have still tried to kill me? The Northern Sand King asked. EMO gasped. No, I don't offend those who don't offend me. But you've offended me on multiple accounts. The thing I regret the most is offending you. I never thought there would really be someone who could fly in this world. The Northern Sand King looked despaired and said to EMO, I want to ask you one last thing. EMO sneered, keep dreaming. Die. He sent his flying sword out. EMO felt threatened by the Northern Sand King, so the safest thing would be to kill him first. Chapter 8:17, Strange Adventure Squad. As the flying sword neared the Northern Sand King's neck, EMO had a sense of extreme danger, and he moved aside without even having time to think of the reason. Sizzle, a few shimmering beams passed through where EMO stood. At the same time, EMO's flying sword produced a splash of blood as well, and the Northern Sand King's head fell to the ground before rolling to a stop. EMO also knelt on the ground. Even though he reacted immediately, his leg was still hit. The beam passed right through his calves. EMO ate a lotus life pill and stopped the bleeding. EMO sat on the ground and sighed. If he didn't kill the Northern Sand King immediately and gave him the chance to properly use that railgun, he might really have been killed in the end. If the Northern Sand King hadn't been scared and not shot EMO immediately, then the result would have been really hard to predict. EMO was sure that if the Northern Sand King had shot immediately, he would be in a much worse situation. EMO recovered some power and walked up to the Northern Sand King, picking up that gun. Without looking, he knew it was the same type he gave Luoying but just stronger, and its energy source was the Extreme Energy Stone. When EMO looked at the Northern Sand King again, he finally understood why he was so fast. The Northern Sand King's legs were completely pulverized, but EMO was sure he hadn't attacked the Northern Sand King's legs. There were 2 used-up runes tied to his legs. Yemo carefully picked up the scraps and pieced them together. His face changed drastically. This was a rune that only Golden Core State cultivators could draw, a god mobility rune. No wonder he could run so fast. This rune seemed to be high quality stuff. If it was an ancient martial artist who used this today, he would never have been able to chase up. Where did the Northern Sand King get such a rune? Yemo really wanted to know. Yemo scanned his spirit sense over the Northern Sand King's body and found another smaller rune in his pocket, a teleportation rune? Yemo was shook. He could barely make low-quality god mobility runes, but even some actual rune masters wouldn't be able to make teleportation runes. Yemo knew that this teleportation rune was also high quality. Finally, Yemo understood how the Northern Sand King could disappear right in front of him. He seemed to have more than one of these but couldn't use the second one. Yemo felt quite lucky. If the Northern Sand King had used the second teleportation rune, he might not have been able to catch him. However, since his legs were ruined, he would eventually be able to find this guy. The Northern Sand King having these runes meant that he had definitely found a cultivation rune before, and it must have been a rather high-level one. Yemo searched the Northern Sand King carefully but didn't find anything special. Yemo took out a fireball rune from his ring and burned the Northern Sand King's body. Then he slowly left this valley. He had killed the Northern Sand King and annihilated Northern Sand, but he still didn't know who the Northern Sand King was, where he came from, and why he had built Northern Sand, but Yemo didn't care. He didn't have to know. He just wanted to find a place to recover his cultivation essence before going to Nanjiang, Wanshu Mountain, but right after Yemo finished taking care of the scene, he saw 5 people with big backpacks come over. 3 men and 2 women. Yemo didn't want to talk much and sat down. Although he had used up all his cultivation essence, he still had spirit sense and a few fireball runes as well as a railgun, although these 5 posed no threat to him. Yemo still scanned them with his spirit sense. What surprised Yemo was that 4 of them were at the yellow level while 1 was a black level peak martial artist who could reach the earth level at any time. What shook Yemo the most was that the strongest one was the most seductive looking woman. She had the smallest bag, and the 2 bag straps squeezed her chest out, making it seem very enticing. Accompanied by her exquisite face, this made the 2 yellow levels constantly glance at her chest while gulping down their drool. The other woman was in her 40s and looked average. She was only at the yellow level tertiary stage, but Yemo knew her. She was Huang Mei, the advisor of the Hong martial gang. 1 man was also at the yellow level tertiary stage, but he was in his 50s. He had a coarse figure and was walking while looking down. There were 2 fat rabbits hanging off his bag. The 5 got to where Yemo was, and Huang Mei didn't recognize him at first, because she was keeping her head low for some reason. There's someone here, and he's injured. The youngest man spotted Yemo and exclaimed. They all stopped, so Yemo could only say, I'm an adventurer, and I got injured, so I'm just having some rest here. Do as you please. It was nearly dark, yet this injured solo adventurer wasn't asking for help. This was quite strange, huh? Huang Mei suddenly exclaimed. Yemo sighed. She had probably recognized him. What's wrong, Sister Mei? The prettiest and strongest woman asked Huang Mei, seemingly suspicious. Huang Mei recovered immediately and said awkwardly, this person is injured and it's so late. If we leave him here, he might not survive. That's right. Yeah, Sister Mei, you're really kind-hearted. That busty woman blinked her flashy eyes and suddenly took out an exquisite bag. From the bag, she took out a pea-sized pill and said, this is a healing pill, take it. Yemo took the pill and scanned the woman's bag with his spirit sense but didn't speak. The woman laughed, little brother, you're really lucky. We're also adventurers. I'm Feng Yanqi, the acting captain. How about you come with us? We are in the outskirts of the Duanhong Ranges after all. It's very dangerous to stay here alone at night. I know you also cultivate ancient martial arts, and although you haven't reached the yellow level, you must think you're quite strong. But we are actually. Yemo knew that she was implying that any of them were stronger than him. She was very close to Yemo when she spoke. Her voice was very soft, and she smelled irresistible. Seeing Yemo not talk, the woman said, Brother Chen, how about you help him? Yemo waved his hand and said, no need, I can walk myself. Then he got up. The bag the woman had was filled with all sorts of goo bugs in different colors. She said this was the outskirts of the Duanhong Ranges, which meant that they were near Nanjiang. A woman near Nanjiang who had a bunch of goo. Without thinking, Yemo knew she was from the All-Goo sect. Seeing Yemo get up but not eat the pill, Feng Yanqi laughed. Io, little brother, do you think I'm going to harm you?
Don't worry, I didn't give you aphrodisiacs or anything. This is just to treat your wounds. Moreover, even if I gave you aphrodisiacs, you would be the one gaining. Ha ha. Guillermo was calm. He saw that 50-year-old man was calm too, while Huang Mei blushed a little. As for those two younger men, they didn't look too happy. Chapter 8:18, each having their own plans. Huang Mei glanced at Guillermo before suddenly saying, Sister Yanqi, it's dark now, so how about we stay here for the night and keep moving tomorrow morning? Feng Yanqi glanced at Huang Mei and smiled sweetly. Okay, we'll stay here for the night then. Sister Mei is really caring, huh? Everyone took out tents from their bags and started setting them up. Soon, it was all set up, but Guillermo didn't have a tent of his own. Feng Yanqi looked at Guillermo and said enticingly, Little brother, we don't know what your name is yet. Also, how about you come sleep in my tent tonight? Guillermo shook his head. My name is Mo Ling, and I've been living outside a lot, so I can sleep outside. Huang Mei took out a big foldable umbrella and gave it to Guillermo so that he'd have something for cover. The man who didn't really speak started a fire and soon roasted the two bunnies. Guillermo got a share too. Guillermo knew that 5 ancient martial artists couldn't get together for no reason. They were either looking for something really important, or they were all tricked there by Feng Yanqi. Guillermo really wanted to know why they were there, but he didn't ask. He knew it was best not to. When the 5 people got in their tent, there were no sounds at all. Guillermo's spirit sense could tell what everyone was doing. None of them were sleeping. The middle-aged man who had roasted the rabbits started cultivating, while Huang Mei was frowning. As for the 2 younger men, one was cultivating, while the other was being restless. 1 hour later, Feng Yanqi got out of her tent and called outside of Brother Chen's tent. Brother Chen, are you asleep? Well, Brother Chen immediately got out of the tent happily and said, Not yet, Yanqi, come sit inside for a while. We can talk about tomorrow's route. Sure, but I need a bathroom break first, and it's so dark, Feng Yanqi said embarrassingly. Brother Chen immediately understood this as Feng Yanqi being interested in him. Otherwise, she would tell Huang Mei to go with her. Without thinking, he said, How about I go with you, Yanqi? Thank you. Feng Yanqi immediately nodded. The 2 quietly left the tent. Guillermo's spirit sense followed the 2. There was something dodgy going on. With Feng Yanqi's black level peak power, she would never be afraid to go to the bathroom by herself. Besides, did they need to walk that far? Then, Guillermo noticed that Huang Mei also got out of her tent. She was in black clothes and really hard to spot. Guillermo thought she was going to follow them and wanted to remind her. But instead, Huang Mei went into Feng Yanqi's tent. Guillermo scanned it with his spirit sense and knew there were a large bunch of marks in Feng Yanqi's tent. Huang Mei wasn't dumb and was able to find out. She ruined the markings Feng Yanqi had left and then left a pea-sized camera in her tent. Guillermo knew that Huang Mei was suspicious of Feng Yanqi but wasn't sure, so she needed to gather evidence. But Huang Mei was too inexperienced compared to Feng Yanqi. Feng Yanqi would know for sure that Huang Mei was the one who had come in when she got back. Huang Mei got out of Feng Yanqi's tent immediately as soon as she finished setting up everything. Guillermo got up helplessly. He had a good impression of Huang Mei, so he decided to help her. He'd recovered some cultivation essence by now and used invisibility to get into Feng Yanqi's tent and restored the markings Huang Mei had damaged. When Guillermo came back to his foldable umbrella, he found that Huang Mei hadn't gone to her tent but came to his spot instead. Miss Huang, long time no see, Guillermo smiled. Huang Mei said, City Lord Yi, why would you be here? Guillermo smiled. I also wanted to ask that. Why are you here? Huang Mei sighed. After I left San Francisco, I tried looking for you. I like military tactics, but I served the wrong person. Xu Hongsheng isn't someone who can accomplish great things. I left the Hong martial gang wanting to join you, but I couldn't find you. Later, I was taken away by Northern Sand and ended up having to do things for them. Then why are you here? I didn't see you at Northern Sand, right? Guillermo asked. Huang Mei didn't know what Guillermo's words meant, and she smiled bitterly. I didn't want to stay in Northern Sand, and when I was doing a mission near Ice Helm Island, I saw that our target was you on a screen. I really admire your capabilities, so I wanted to help you. I killed those few people with me, but someone still managed to detonate the bomb at the last minute. Guillermo was dazed. He didn't think there was someone helping him in that situation. He knew Huang Mei's situation at the time, and although he didn't know how she got away, he was sure she was telling the truth. Guillermo felt warm. He didn't know Huang Mei, yet she had helped him like that. He really owed her. I had planned on going to Luoyu and expanding my ambitions after helping you there, but I wasn't able to help you in the end. A few years later, I was very happy to hear that you weren't dead, but I no longer had the will to go luo you. And then I heard you went missing. Huang Mei seemed a little dejected. Yi Mo suddenly got up and bowed to Huang Mei. No, you did help me. If it wasn't for your help, perhaps I would be dead now. Yi Mo finally understood why the bomb was detonated only tens of seconds after he ran away from the most dangerous place. If it wasn't for Huang Mei, he would be dead for sure. Yi Mo said genuinely to Huang Mei, Sister Mei, you saved my life. If you hadn't delayed the detonation, I wouldn't have gotten out of that cave for sure. Then Yi Mo asked her, Sister Mei, do you cultivate ancient martial arts? Huang Mei knew that Yi Mo wanted to repay her. She immediately nodded, yes, I cultivate ancient martial arts. After I knew you went missing, I no longer had the will to use my tactics in the world, so I went around touring places and was able to obtain an ancient martial arts cultivation method. Let me test your spirit root first. Yi Mo took out the device. He thought that if Huang Mei had a spirit root, he wouldn't mind teaching her truth cultivation. What is a spirit root? Huang Mei subconsciously asked. Yi Mo just wanted to answer when his spirit sense scanned Feng Yanqi taking off her pants and squatting on the ground. That brother Chen was right in front of her, and she didn't avoid him at all. She was clearly trying to seduce him. Feng Yanqi's fat white ass appeared in Yi Mo's spirit sense and made Yi Mo feel a little uneasy, but he couldn't retrieve his spirit sense now. Yi Mo had some biological reaction seeing that naked perky ass and quickly gave himself a clear mind spell. Seeing Yi Mo's uneasy face, Huang Mei immediately asked, What's wrong? I have some medical pills on me. Do you want one? Yi Mo came back to his senses and quickly said, It's nothing, I was just thinking of something. Chapter 8:19, Strange Fetish Feng Yanqi, it's an earth and wood double spirit root. Yi Mo saw this and was shocked. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a lot of people on earth with spirit roots due to the lack of spirit chi, yet, he had found so many people with spirit roots. What's that? Huang Mei asked strangely. Yi Mo said to her, Huang Mei, thank you for saving my life. You're cultivating ancient martial arts. If you still want to cultivate that, I have a cultivation method that can let you reach above great heaven. Huang Mei was definitely one of the smartest people alive, and after hearing this, she knew Yi Mo had more to say. So she asked calmly, then, does that mean there's other stuff too? Yi Mo nodded, yes, if you don't want to cultivate ancient martial arts, then cultivate truth like me. Cultivate truth? Huang Mei repeated. She had never heard of this before. Yi Mo hesitated for a moment before saying, have you heard about immortals? It's not a legend. The reason there are no immortals now is due to the lack of spirit chi on earth. Simply put, the ultimate goal of truth cultivation is to ascend to the immortal realm. Of course, that opportunity is very rare, maybe not even 1 out of 100. 000 cultivators can ascend. Yi Mo was talking about Luoyu continent. What? Huang Mei was dumbfounded by Yi Mo's words. After a long while, she said shakily, I must cultivate truth. I must dash. Huang Mei was a hot-blooded person. She couldn't bear doing nothing, and that's why she had chosen to scheme for big people, even if it was a gang. Now, there was something more suitable for her than scheming. How could she not agree? Yi Mo nodded. He was just about to tell her the specifics of truth cultivation when he saw that Feng Yanqi and Brother Chen were together already. Such a crazy woman. Brother Chen couldn't resist her seduction and hugged her from behind. However, before Brother Chen could go in, she turned around, pushed Brother Chen on the ground and started moving erotically on top of him. Master, tell me. Huang Mei asked. Oh, okay. Yi Mo returned to his senses and looked awkwardly at her. You don't need to call me master, just call me Yi Mo. Truth cultivation and ancient martial arts begin in similar ways. We unblock our meridians. Yi Mo paused again as he saw Brother Chen gradually getting thinner. It was like the blood in his body was getting sucked away. Yi Mo didn't scan their private parts with his spirit sense, but he knew that Brother Chen's blood essence was getting sucked into Feng Yanqi through sex. Brother Chen was getting drier and drier, while Feng Yanqi's face became more vibrant and her temperament got stronger. Yi Mo thought of the duo cultivation methods in the cultivation realm. Some benefited both parties, while some only benefited one side and sucked dry the other person. Feng Yanqi was no truth cultivator, so she couldn't do that. She was probably using a gubug to do it. Thinking about this, Yi Mo felt disgusted and that biological reaction went away. He could tell Feng Yanqi really had a strong fetish. Brother Chen looked like a mummy, and yet she was still interested in moving up and down on him. She wasn't going to let go until she had sucked him completely dry. Emo finally realized that the reason Feng Yanqi had found that group of people was for her cultivation. Emo wondered about why had Feng Yanqi brought Huang Mei then. Did she have something special planned for her? Emo subconsciously glanced at Huang Mei. Huang Mei subconsciously shivered at Emo's glance. She felt Emo was giving her a weird look. Moreover, Emo kept on talking and stopping, as though thinking about something. Emo realized this and immediately said, "I'll teach you truth cultivation formally tomorrow night." Huang Mei got up and looked at Emo. "You need to be careful with Feng Yanqi. I feel she's strange. There were 6 of us in the beginning, but the second day, we lost someone." Emo was dazed at these news. He hadn't thought that Feng Yanqi could have acted so quickly. Brother Chen was the second one. How did you meet her? How did you get together? What purpose do you have here? Emo asked in surprise. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt Feng Yanqi's power increase again. She had reached earth level. Huang Mei was about to start talking when Emo stopped her. "Go back to your tent first. We'll talk tomorrow night. Feng Yanqi is about to come back. How do you know?" Huang Mei subconsciously asked, but she immediately nodded and went out. She knew it must be related to truth cultivation. As soon as Huang Mei got back, she heard Feng Yanqi return and scream. Emo, Huang Mei, and the other 2 men got out of their tents. They found that Feng Yanqi had ran back with tattered clothes while calling, "Quickly! Go save Inju." "What happened?" Yanqi, the other man in his 30s, asked. Feng Yanqi immediately said, "Inju fell off the cliff. Hurry and save him." Her eyes were full of worry. "What happened to little Chen?" The middle-aged man who didn't usually speak suddenly asked. The 2 men went to the cliff Feng Yanqi led them to and shone the torch down. However, it was bottomless. "How did Chen Inju fall down from here?" the man in his 30s asked with a strange tone. Feng Yanqi wiped her eyes. "I wanted to go to the toilet at night, but I was scared to go by myself, so I asked Brother Chen to come with me. Then, after I was done, I twisted my ankle trying to get up and Brother Chen quickly came. He hugged me. You were doing your business next to the cliff?" Huang Mei asked strangely. Feng Yanqi said in embarrassment, "No, it's quite far from here. But when I had just gotten up, Brother Chen hugged me, and because my pants weren't tied up, everyone knew what she meant." Chen Inju was indeed keen for Feng Yanqi. Feng Yanqi didn't seem to mind what other people thought and said, "I struggled a few times, but Brother Chen hugged me tighter. And then I couldn't resist anymore, and in our excitement, we actually went next to the cliff. Brother Chen accidentally tripped over. Weep weep, I did this to him." Emo sighed. That woman was really good at acting. If he hadn't seen everything with his spirit sense, he might have even believed her, but it was true that she really couldn't resist anymore and that she had indeed harmed Brother Chen. Everyone fell silent. The other young man in his 30s had a bleak face. He hadn't expected Chen Inju to evade him and go alone with Feng Yanqi. At the same time, he looked contemptuously at Feng Yanqi. She was clearly a pretty and busty woman, but she had had a liking for a man like Chen Inju and had taken a dump outside in the middle of the night. "Let's go back first, it's too late. There is no way for us to find him. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning," the middle-aged man said. Huang Mei suddenly said on the way, "I heard there's a type of ghost in the mountains that leads people to places they don't want to go subconsciously at night. Women are more likely targets. As their Yanqi isn't strong ha." Feng Yanqi screamed at this and subconsciously looked at Emo. Chapter 820, Realization. Huang Mei was very smart and immediately said, "Emoing, could you come sleep in my tent? I have 2 sleeping bags. Otherwise, I'll be really scared at night." Everyone was dazed at this. They had been with Huang Mei for quite a few days and knew she was a very conservative woman. Although she was average-looking, her body wasn't bad, and she was mature. Everyone would have some thoughts about such an overnight invitation. Feng Yanqi was dazed too after hearing Huang Mei's words. She rejoiced. She wanted to stay in the same tent with Emo, and Huang Mei's words were a gift. Although she wouldn't suck essence blood in the tent, she would have something to do at night with a sturdy and good-looking man, and, although this Emoing was injured, his smell was very good. She didn't mind letting such a man sleep with her. She was far from having had enough fun with just Chen Inju. Emo applauded Huang Mei's wits. This way, he could go to her tent without needing to find an excuse. The middle-aged man also glanced strangely at Huang Mei's odd actions. but no one said anything. Emo knew why Huang Mei told him to go to her tent. Before he taught her the cultivation method, he asked how everyone met. Apparently, Feng Yanqi used an underground ancient martial arts auction to gather the people to explore an ancient martial arts ruin in Wuchugua. But he knew that Feng Yanqi was just looking for some resources to feed her cultivation. You all believed what she said? Emo asked. Huang Mei shook her head. Of course I wouldn't believe it just like that, but she took out a very ancient metal card which had a map carved into it. She said she had gone there before but that the place needed 5 people at the same time to be opened, so she invited us. Brother Xiao also confirmed the card to be of an ancient martial arts ruin. Emo knew that Brother Xiao Shui, was the oldest man there. Thinking about the Yan Wulian he killed, he took out a metal card from his ring and said, "Does the metal card look something like this?" Huang Mei grabbed it immediately and asked in shock, "How can you have this metal card too?" "It's exactly the same as the one Feng Yanqi has," Emo nodded. He was sure that Feng Yanqi was one of those core disciples of the Algu sect. Do you understand Feng Yanqi? Do you know how strong she is? Emo asked. Huang Mei was dazed and asked Emo, "Do you also suspect her?" "I'm very suspicious of her, but I can't think of what her purpose is. I think she's about the same level as us, at least yellow level tertiary stage, same level as you?" Emo sneered. "She's at the earth level primary stage. It would be all too easy for her to kill all of you." "What?" Huang Mei was truly stunned. "Earth level?" Huang Mei murmured. Black level was already an insurmountable mountain for her. Earth level was a thing of the legends. Emo nodded. "That's right, but she just reached Earth level tonight. She's from the Algu sect, and she uses goo bugs to cultivate. This makes her much faster than ordinary ancient martial artists." Emo kept asking, "Do you know how that Cheninju died tonight?" Huang Mei knew what Emo meant and said in shock, "Are you saying Feng Yanqi killed him?" "Why did she kill him?" Huang Mei was suspicious of her, but Feng Yanqi had no reason to kill. Emo said plainly, "She has 10,000 reasons to kill. Cheninju is just the start. She's from the Algu sect. And she uses sex to suck men's essence blood to increase her own power. Those who have all their essence blood sucked dry all die." Huang Mei's face blushed hearing this. She didn't understand why Feng Yanqi brought her to then, but she couldn't ask Emo that. But she knew that if she hadn't met Emo, she wouldn't even know how she died. This extremely pretty woman Feng Yanqi had the heart of a scorpion. This made her shiver. Seeing that the atmosphere was awkward, Huang Mei immediately said, "I can have a look at what she's doing." She took out a camera and opened it, showing the inside of Feng Yanqi's tent. Emo still said, "Don't put cameras in her tent anymore, she would be able to know each time you went in." "No way, I was very careful each time, and the cameras are very small and wireless," Huang Mei subconsciously rebuked. Emo shook his head. "I'm not saying she saw your camera, I'm saying if you enter her tent, she would be able to know." As though to prove Emo's words, the camera feed showed Feng Yanqi spin around her tent and murmur to herself, "Strange, she didn't come to my tent today." Huang Mei's face burst red. Emo said, "I wiped the marks you made today." Feng Yanqi then said, "She sure knows how to enjoy life, calling a pretty boy to her tent to enjoy. Old cow eating young grass. She's clearly so thirsty, yet acts so conservative. How dare you take my man? I'm going to show you what's good dash." Clap. Huang Mei shut the camera screen as her face was red with anger. Seeing Huang Mei about to throw it away, Emo took it. "This is quite high tech, I'll keep it if you don't mind." Huang Mei calmed down and said, "I wouldn't have thought that everything I saw was all an act. This woman really knows how to put on a show." "Boo, by the way, how did you know that so clearly?" Emo shook his head and didn't answer. "I'll teach you truth cultivation now." After Huang Mei found out about truth cultivation, the small world and the cultivation realm, she was completely dumbfounded. Everything Emo said was beyond her comprehension. One night passed quickly. The next morning, everyone got up to pack their things. No one brought up to look for Cheninju. Everyone knew that he was 100% dead after falling down from such a high cliff. However, Feng Yanqi took all of Cheninju's stuff and burnt it at the cliff while crying. Chapter 821, Huang Mei leaves. At noon, the 5 stopped to rest at a valley. Only Feng Yanqi and that Goliang Zhangdai kept talking. Xiao Shui was speaking even less. Emo noticed he kept frowning too. "I'll go look for something to eat. You have a rest." Xiao Shui said he would be going to find food like usual. However, Feng Yanqi stopped him and said, "Brother Xiao, it's always been you looking for food.
This time I'll go get something, you guys wait here. Emo looked strangely at her. Thinking of everyone there as her prey, how could she let them go? But then Emo immediately understood that with her having reached her goal of Earth level, these prey weren't as useful as before. Yenchi, I'll go with you, this is the wilderness, Guliangzhong said. Hearing this, Emo immediately knew that Feng Yenchi had calculated this. Emo was sure that as soon as she was finished with Guliangzhong, she would come back and kill the three of them. After she killed Guliangzhong, everyone else would be suspicious of her 100% anyway. Okay, then I'll set up a tent first. Xiao Shui laughed, and Emo could clearly see actual joy in his eyes. Feng Yenchi didn't think much of it and immediately went into the mountains to look for prey with Guliangzhong. As soon as Feng Yenchi left, Xiao Shui picked up his bag and said to Huang Mei and Emo, I don't want to go to Wanshu Mountain anymore. I'm leaving. If you want to leave too, you can go with me. Xiao Shui didn't expect Huang Mei to smile and say, Brother Xiao, you're probably suspicious of Feng Yenchi too, right? That's why you want to leave so suddenly. Xiao Shui was a little surprised but didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yes, I've suspected her for a long time, but I only confirmed it now. I suspect that she killed Chen last night. We didn't need to walk so long to get here either, but she kept taking detours. Huang Mei nodded, Brother Xiao, you're right. She's from the Algu sect and Chen Yinju died due to getting all his essence blood sucked out. So I was planning to remind you anyways, you know? So you're willing to leave with me? Xiao Shui said in joy. Brother Xiao, since you suspect her, why aren't you inviting us to attack her together? Huang Mei asked in surprise. Xiao Shui shook his head and didn't speak. He didn't have any evidence, and it wasn't good to kill people like that. Huang Mei saw this and knew what he was thinking. She sneered, Brother Xiao, you might not know that she's actually Earth level. What? As Xiao Shui heard this, he immediately said, I'll be going now then. Emo nodded to Huang Mei, you should hurry up and leave too, she'll be back pretty quickly this time. Are you not going, Moing? Xiao Shui looked at Emo in surprise. Huang Mei was also surprised, but she knew that Emo would definitely not lose to Feng Yenchi. So she didn't say anything. Emo smiled, I still have some things to do. Xiao Shui realized that Emo was probably not afraid of Feng Yenchi, and Huang Mei probably also knew about Feng Yenchi through Emo. After seeing the two off, Emo's spirit sense scanned Feng Yenchi again. Sister Huang Mei, who was that Emoing? He's not even scared of all Gu sect members? Xiao Shui asked. Huang Mei said, Brother Xiao, although I know who he is, before he agrees, I can't tell you. But he's definitely not afraid of her. By the way, where are you planning on going? Xiao Shui didn't mind too much and said, I heard that my second brother is in Luoyu, so I'm planning on joining him. You want to go to Luoyu? Huang Mei asked in shock. Xiao Shui nodded, yes, I feel like going to Luoyu would be for the best. I'm also planning on going to Luoyu, but I still have some business in Jingshui. Otherwise, I could go with you, Huang Mei said casually, I can go with you to Jingshui then. I only heard that my second brother is in Luoyu, but I'm not sure if he really is. If you know someone at Luoyu, maybe you can help me find him, Xiao Shui immediately said. Huang Mei smiled, of course, what's your second brother's name? There's a few million people in Luoyu, it's not easy to find someone, Xiao Shui said, my second brother's called Su Ping. He was a little stronger than me before. So he's probably at the black level by now. Also, my name is not Xiao Shui, it's Xiao Changdong. Huang Mei didn't mind, if your second brother is black level, then things should be much easier. There shouldn't be a lot of black levels even in Luoyu. Emo's spirit sense scanned that Feng Yenchi as she devoured Guliangzhong whole and started turning back with dissatisfaction. She didn't even bother going hunting. Why is it only you? Where are the other two? Feng Yenchi was surprised. Emo said casually, Brother Xiao said that he was familiar with this place and told Huang Mei that he's been here before. They talked for a bit and decided they didn't want to go to Wanshu Mountain anymore. So they left. They told me to tell you about it when you came back. Hearing this, Feng Yenchi's face flickered, and she looked at the direction they left in. She thought that they must have suspected her and that this Moing was sacrificed by them. Then why didn't you go with them? Feng Yenchi's tone was very calm. Emo said casually, people say that wealth can only be sought in danger. They don't care about the ruin, but I only just started cultivating ancient martial arts, so I do care about it. I want to go on this adventure with you and explore this ancient martial arts ruin. Feng Yenchi had a sliver of scorn in her eyes, but she soon recovered and studied GMO before shaking her head. Okay, then follow me. There will be plenty of benefits for you. Although Yemo was weak and his essence blood wasn't very helpful to her, she could keep a good-looking man to satisfy her on hand. She couldn't do anything to him for the next couple of days anyway, as she needed time to consolidate her power as the golden magical goo was about to come out. Yemo didn't interrogate Feng Yanqi. He just wanted her to lead the way. Yemo thought Feng Yanqi would try to sleep with him at night, and he was ready to interrogate her if he got annoyed, but what he didn't expect was that for the following day and night, she didn't even speak much to him. Another day later, Feng Yanqi took Yemo into the Wanshu mountain ranges. She had digested all the essence blood she'd obtained and was fully at the earth-level primary stage. Now, she looked even more vibrant and seductive. "Little brother, can you carry me on your back? My legs are sore from walking these days." Feng Yanqi returned to her seductive self and didn't mind rubbing her busty chest on Yemo's arms at all. Chapter 822, All Gu Sect people, haha martial sister Feng, how about martial brother carry you for a while? This little handsome boy won't be able to resist your suction, a deep male voice sounded. A man with a dark face in his 40s landed next to Yemo and Feng Yanqi. Yemo long had known that this guy was already there. Yemo guessed that among the few core disciples, Feng Yanqi was probably the weakest. Although she was at Earth-level primary stage, how was she going to get the golden magical goo? Martial brotherly, if you can carry martial sister, I would be even happier, but I think my man will get jealous. Feng Yanqi didn't seem to mind the man's sudden arrival at all. Your man? Martial brotherly laughed and looked at Yemo. Then he said, I didn't think martial sister Feng would be able to resist for so long. You haven't touched him yet. Don't let Wengu take interest in him and steal it from you. Then, another person came and he was even faster than martial brotherly. Someone sneered. Li, you're saying bad things about your big sister again. Are you asking for a beating or do you just want to fuck? Yemo almost vomited at such words. This person was in her 60s and the skin on her face was like old tree's bark. Her chest was dry and the teeth black. Yemo frowned. What was up with All Gu Sect? The people they trained were all zombies and strange people, except for the good-looking Feng Yanqi. Meanwhile, Nine Moon Sect was also evil, but most of the people were good-looking. Martial brotherly clearly feared the old woman, so he didn't say anything. This one is not bad, Wengu saw Yemo and said in surprise. Then, she looked coldly at Feng Yanqi. Feng Yanqi quickly said, he's MOing. I found him on the way here. If Sister Wen likes him, then take him. Okay, thank you, Sister Yanqi. The old woman then looked at Yemo. Follow me, there'll be plenty of joy for you. The woman was already at Earth-level tertiary stage. Yemo and the others all followed her into the mountain. An hour later, they arrived to a cliff. It was joined to the other side by metal chains. Clouds surrounded the chains. Just with a tiny slip, one wouldn't even have a whole body. Wengu got on the chain without hesitation and moved forward rapidly. Yemo jumped on the chain as well and followed Wengu. The three of them were surprised. However, when they saw Yemo take very heavy steps on the chain, they realized that Yemo could do this due to experience and skillfulness. Meanwhile, they were using mobility techniques. The chain was very long, so Yemo walked for more than 10 minutes before reaching the other side. The other three found impressive that Yemo could walk to the other side with his skills. Wengu looked at Yemo and laughed sharply. Quite talented. I really don't want to ruin you, perhaps you should be my disciple. Yemo's spirit sense had scanned the cave that Hong Guangping had talked about. It was indeed an ancient cave and there were already two men waiting there. There was a man with a black mask and as soon as Yemo saw him, he was furious. It was the demon Song Yangzhu talked about. His face was like a crater. The other person was a good temperament middle-aged man. Yemo felt that the middle-aged man was familiar. He felt like he had seen the man somewhere before, but Yemo didn't find the golden magical goo with his spirit sense, so he didn't do anything. He wanted to see what it was. Feng Yanqi laughed. Big martial brother must be there already. Let's hurry up. As for this MOing, you can take him as your disciple and also let him warm your bed. Why be conflicted, martial sister one? That's true. Wengu smiled at Feng Yanqi. Yet, her strange glance made Feng Yanqi subconsciously shiver. Yemo sighed. Even someone as heartless as Feng Yanqi was scared of that old hag. There was mist all around the cliff. Yemo saw a big stone tablet with the words All Gu Mountain. The group soon arrived at a big cave. Yemo searched inside with his spirit sense and found out that the cave had just been dug out no longer than 20 years ago. Marshal Brother G, everyone was very respectful to that black-masked man and greeted him first. Yemo was shook. That Marshal Brother G was probably Ji Lai, the one Hong Wangping had talked about. Did he have such authority? Then, why did he still organize this tournament? Couldn't he just take the golden magical goo? Ji Lai nodded and looked at Yemo. Since it's a tournament between our sect members, why did you bring someone irrelevant? Feng Yanqi quickly said, this is Moing, Marshal Sister Wen's new disciple. So he counts as a member of the Algu sect. Yemo heard this and immediately realized that the others weren't really afraid of Ji Lai, or Feng Yanqi wouldn't be telling such obvious lies. As expected, Ji Lai just reproached her and did nothing. He didn't understand why Ji Lai, who was half-step great heaven, still was threatened by them. Why is Hong Wangping not here yet? Ji Lai's old voice sounded, Marshal Brother Ji, he's probably dead or he wouldn't be late. The middle-aged man spoke. Ji Lai nodded. These years, our sect members either go missing or die. We're indeed far weaker than other sections. Your big brother also went missing after being hunted at Hong Kong. Yan Wuliang is also said to have been killed more than 10 years ago. The middle-aged man had a cruel look and cursed. After this, I will get revenge for my big brother. No matter who killed him, I, Rinshi, will make his entire family pay. Yemo then realized that Rinshi was Rinsha's brother. No wonder he looked familiar. Although everyone from the sect was there and Yemo could kill them, he was still waiting for the golden magical goo. Since he's not here, we won't wait for him. There is still half a day before the golden magical goo shows up. Let's wait here, Ji Lai said and sat down. Marshal Brother Ji, do you think our powers are enough? Li Man asked. Ji Lai scanned Feng Yanqi and said, Marshal Sister Feng has reached Earth level. 5 Earth levels is enough to break the barrier of the golden magical goo. Chapter 823, Disaster. All 5 sect members found a place to sit, and Yemo did as well, as though he really was an Algu sect member. Feng Yanqi thought she knew Yemo well, so seeing Yemo calmly sit down after seeing all this, she started to frown and suspect Yemo. He didn't ask her about anything, not even the Marshall brothers that suddenly appeared, but she didn't care too much. Even if Yemo was fishy, she didn't have to fear him. Yemo being so young, no matter how much of a genius he was, he couldn't be much higher than black level. Not to mention, so what if Yemo was at the Earth level? Yemo kept his spirit sense out after sitting down. He wanted to know how this golden magical goo would appear. But instead, he saw the small movements of the 5 sect members. A goo bug appeared below Rinshi and burrowed into the earth quietly before it slid towards a smooth part of the stone wall. When Gu, Marshal Brotherly, and Feng Yanqi all had goo bugs appear below them, and the bugs were all crawling towards the same direction. When Gu let out too, what made Yemo curious was that the strongest Ji Lai didn't do anything. Yemo's spirit sense scanned that smooth stone wall, and he was shocked to find that his spirit sense seemed to sink into nothing. When he forced his spirit sense in, his spirit sea experienced a piercing pain as though the spirit sense was devoured by the wall. This stone wall was too strange. Yemo quickly took back his spirit sense. 3 or 4 hours later, Yemo felt the earth below him shake. Was it an earthquake? Yemo stood up immediately in shock. The other 5 also got up. The passage is open. Marshal Brotherly said in excitement. As soon as he said this, that smooth wall disappeared, and a cold gust of wind blew by. Then, a black stairway appeared in front of them. There was still rumbling audible inside the tunnel, as though someone was smashing the wall with a hammer. You go in first. When Gu ordered Yemo coldly, Marshal Sister One, you're too careful. This passage opens once every 50 years. Countless Algu sect Shenbei have been in there before, Ji Lai said, but he still let Yemo go in first. Yemo kept a calm face and didn't reject. He carefully went into the tunnel. He wasn't planning on doing anything before seeing the golden magical goo. He could only send his spirit sense a little more than 10 meters into the ground. Yemo felt that there was a formation there. This was the second place he found which was related to truth cultivators, which made him believe even more that there used to be truth cultivators on Earth. Yemo didn't go very fast, and he found that the second to follow was actually Feng Yanqi. After her came Marshal Brotherly, then Wen Gu, and the last was Ji Lai. But what shook Yemo was that all 5 goo bugs had entered Ji Lai's body, and Ji Lai seemed like he hadn't noticed at all. Yemo was dazed. This wasn't right, but Yemo didn't think much about it as the tunnel was getting colder and colder. When Yemo walked about 300 meters further, his eyebrows started getting frosty. The others all had ice all over them. In order not to make them suspicious, Emo started to shiver and walk slower too. Just when Emo was considering how long he should keep up the act, he saw a big, black, stone hall. There was something in it, 2 football-sized eggs on the middle of a stone table. There was a dark barrier around it protecting the stone table. This was probably the golden magical goo egg. This dark barrier was a defensive formation which was powered by spirit stones. But the spirit stones didn't have enough spirit power, so the barrier was dark-colored. Probably every 50 years, people from the sect would attack this barrier for the 2 big eggs. Emo knew that there didn't even need to be 5 people. Any one of them could easily break it. The barrier wouldn't last long anymore even if they left it alone. Since he was here, he decided to keep up the act. Emo jumped into the stone room immediately. The other 5 all had their attention caught by the golden magical goo and entered as well. They ignored Emo and surrounded the barrier. This is the egg of the magical goo? It's so big. Feng Yanqi said in shock and then stood obediently on the side as she looked at Ji Lai. Ji Lai saw everyone look at him, and he nodded, "I'll have a look." He took out a double-sided axe and smashed at the barrier. The people watched in shock as the barrier immediately cracked. They were all dumbfounded. They didn't even work together. How did this barrier break? After the barrier broke, more frost winds started blowing from the crack, and the stone room got even colder. At this moment, Ji Lai suddenly sneered and took out 4 gus which he squished into a pulp. Marshall Brotherly screamed and rolled around on the ground, clearly due to his life goo dying. Meanwhile, that Rin Shi and Wen Gu just spat some blood. On the other hand, Feng Yanqi was fine, as though it wasn't her goo at all. Emo thought, so Ji Lai did know that they had released their goo at him. However, Ren Shi and Wen Gu didn't spit essence blood, so they had planned for this. Meanwhile, that Marshall Brotherly seemed to be truly injured. Then, Ji Lai sneered at the 4, "We haven't even gotten the golden magical goo yet, and you've already teamed up against me. No wonder there are less and less sect members nowadays. It's because of people like you." That Marshall Brotherly knew he had lost all his cultivation, and he struggled to point at Feng Yanqi. "Feng Yanqi, you you betrayed us." Feng Yanqi looked calm. "Marshall Brotherly, why do you only call me out?" Marshall Brotherly said hatefully. "All 3 of us are injured, while only you're fine." You dash." Feng Yanqi looked at Marshall Brotherly in contempt. "If I say that Marshall's sister Wen and Marshall Brother Rin didn't even spit their own blood, will you get more angry?" Marshall Brotherly suddenly stopped and looked at Wen Gu and Rin Shi, who didn't say anything. He opened his mouth wide open, then he spat more blood and fainted. Ji Lai suddenly pulled off his mask, showing his crater-like face, and clapped his hands. "How fun, you guys joined up against me. But in the end, the 3 of you didn't use your life goo and let Li Buqing suffer greatly." Feng Yanqi smiled sweetly. Li Buqing didn't understand his own position. "I've never thought of harming Elder Marshall Brother. I know Elder Marshall Brother is all too powerful. I might as well commit suicide instead of trying to harm Marshall Brother." Chapter 824, The Final Winner. I would never attack Big Marshall Brother. If something happened to our Big Marshall Brother, then all Goo sect would be over. "I feel it's better to let Big Marshall Brother have the golden magical goo," Rin Shi said. Then, he glanced at Li Buqing and sneered, "You're just a clown, HMPF." Wen Gu sneered unhappily. She looked at Ji Lai and said, "I just want 1 egg, I'll leave immediately." Ji Lai heard this and took out a bright red goo. He said to her coldly, "Wen, you old hag. I've dealt with you for a long time. Don't you see that I can easily squeeze your life away?" As soon as Wen Gu saw the goo bug in Ji Lai's hands, her face changed drastically and she started shivering. Emo knew that Wen Gu had let out 2 goo bugs, while Ji Lai had just killed 4, which meant that there was 1 more. "You forced out the same heart goo? What were your words that day?" "We all swore that if anyone used the same heart goo to hurt the other, we would be burned to death. You went against your oath." Wen Gu was shaking with anger. Emo had heard of this goo before. It needed a man and woman who loved each other to plant it. It was said to be very hard to pull out. Ji Lai sneered. "That's right, I made an oath. But I said that whoever revokes the oath will be burned to death by fire without root. However, I've only heard of water without root, not fire without root. So, do you think my words are meaningful?" "You're so hideous," Wen Gu said. Ji Lai looked at her in contempt. "What oath did you make? You clearly heard my oath, but you said that if you went against the oath, you would be like me. You scorpion-hearted woman. In order for me to give my virginity to you, you used a goo to eat everything on my face."
making me what I am now. Do you think I don't know? Shameless BTCH. Even without the golden magical goo, I will still kill you, Ji Lai kept talking. Name a man in the All Goo sect who you've slept with that didn't get their face ruined. Shuasito, Yan Wuliang, Kong Xiaolai, can you count them all? I'm going to kill you. Wen Gu suddenly jumped up and charged at Ji Lai. However, Yimo could feel that although she seemed very angry, she was very calm. Ji Lai didn't seem to see her attack and he just gently squeezed the goo in his hand. Arg, a cry sounded. Yet what shook everyone including Yimo was that the one howling was Ji Lai, not Wen Gu. What was going on? While Ji Lai was rolling on the ground, Wen Gu took out a whip and sliced Ji Lai's arm off. Ji Lai went next to Ren Shi in order to dodge Wen Wu. Ren Shi, who had just said he would never attack his big martial brother, took out a curved sword immediately and stabbed Ji Lai in the back. Ji Lai knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge it completely, he could only make sure it wouldn't damage his vitals. However, the hack still landed on Ji Lai. Ren Shi was going to attack again, seeing that it hadn't caused a fatal wound. However, before he could, Ji Lai kicked him from a weird angle. Ji Lai's kick landed right on Ren Shi's chest, sending him flying onto the wall. He landed crashing down and spitting mouthfuls of blood. Feng Yanqi, who was about to move, suddenly stopped, which gave some room for Ji Lai to breath. He leaned against the corner of the wall and stabilized himself, seeing that Feng Yanqi hadn't taken her best chance. Wen Gu looked coldly at her. Why didn't you attack? We had an agreement. Feng Yanqi couldn't say a complete sentence, as though she was truly scared. Only Yimo could tell that she was lying. Her chi was calm. Yimo knew that she was smart. If she had attacked just then, she could have indeed thrown a heavy blow to Ji Lai. However, Ji Lai's counterattack would have rendered her no better than Ren Shi's. If that had happened, she'd be dead. Wen Gu, you're waiting for me to injure Yanqi and then take all the benefit for yourself. Ji Lai took a few pills and stared coldly at her. I know I fell for it today, but I want to know, since when can you force out the same heart goo? Don't you want to ask me when I planted the goo in your body? Wen Gu scorned. Ji Lai sneered. No need, I was too careless. You planted 2 goo when I came, including your own same heart goo inside my body. You goo master skills exceed mine by far. Wen Gu's expression sunk down. She stared at Ji Lai for a long time before saying, Martial brother Ji, I never did anything wrong to you in the past, yet you betrayed me again and again. I killed one after the other, but then I realized that my hands were getting sore from killing your women. You had too many. You made a fake oath and you even forced out your same heart goo. Wen Gu seemed to be reminiscing and said, I realized the day you forced out the same heart goo. I hid outside your room, watching you FCK another woman, hearing your sinister curses against me. I wanted to kill you immediately, but I knew that if I appeared, you wouldn't even need to attack me. You would just have to kill my same heart goo to kill me. From that day, I swore that I would make you die from your same heart goo. Gee, now you may die. Ji Lai looked like he had given up hope. He was heavily injured in facing Wen Gu's full-powered strike. He would die for sure, however, he still fought for a chance. He spat out more blood while a dark grey goo charged at Wen Gu. No one except for Yimo knew that Wen Gu had suddenly turned around, so the whip hit Feng Yanqi. Feng Yanqi was holding her weapon already, ready to ambush Wen Gu. Wen Gu would get heavily injured too if she tried to kill Ji Lai, so she only needed to predict Wen Gu's exit to be able to kill her. After that ambush, she would be the only one there with the power to take the golden magical goo. Feng Yanqi didn't think Wen Gu would let a big enemy go attack a noob like her. The whip hit Feng Yanqi's chest and the clothes in front of her chest were immediately torn open. A deep cut reached from her shoulder all the way to her leg. Feng Yanqi was thrown onto the wall without resistance and fell on the ground. Her face was white. Soon, blood seeped out of the wound, which turned into a dark red color. Feng Yanqi covered her wound. But she knew that wasn't enough to stop the bleeding. There seemed to be relief in her eyes. Wen Gu had just pulled her whip from Feng Yanqi when Ji Lai's goo snuck inside her body. She took a few steps back and spat out some blood immediately. Then, she tore open her chest and took out a goo. She put it in her mouth and munched it immediately. The goo was pulverized and Ji Lai spat more blood, falling on the ground. Ha! I'm going to let you all see who the final winner is. It's me. It's me. Wen Gu laughed, but she suddenly stopped. She was kicked in the air and thrown into Ji Lai's arms. She spat more blood and some pieces of organs, and looked back in disbelief at Li Buqing. Li Buqing got up slowly and said quietly, "The final winner should be me." Chapter 825, Yimo's Legend. Li Changqing, you bastard. You used another gu to fake your life gu. When Gu pointed at Li Changqing shaking in anger. She wasn't even able to get up and get separated from Ji Lai. Those two worst enemies hugged each other even before their death. Li Changqing bowed and showed a warm smile. Martial's sister Wen, you've wronged me by saying that. I really did use my life gu, but I long found out how to plant 2 life gu inside my body. The satisfaction on Li Changqing's face was obvious. Great, great. I always thought that I was the #1 gu master in all gu sects since I was able to force out the same heart gu. But the real master is you. Ji Lai was shaking. Li Changqing saluted with his fists and said, "Thank you for your recognition, martial brother. After martial brothers and sisters go to the immortal world, I will bring all gu sect to its peak with the golden magical gu." It was as though he was actually thanking martial brother Ji for his compliment. Then, Li Changqing picked up the curved sword on the ground. He walked her in she and cut his head off. Li Changqing was very astute, Yimo thought. He knew that although Rishi was unconscious, if he had woken up, perhaps he would have been the strongest there. Then, Li Changqing didn't go kill Ji Lai or Wen Gu. He walked up to Yimo. Theoretically, Yimo supposed the smallest threat. Li Changqing was too careful, emoing, "Sorry I harmed you. I shouldn't have taken you here," unexpectedly Feng Yanqin said. It was clear that she didn't have long to live. Then she said to Li Changqing, "Martial brotherly, kill me first. I have wanted to stop living for long." Li Changqing smiled. "Don't worry, Martial Sitter Feng, I still need to do something with you before you can die. You have great essence blood on you, can't I give it to someone else?" At this moment, everyone realized that if Li Changqing wanted to do things with Feng Yanqi, he had to kill Yimo first. Then, Li Changqing turned to Wen Gu and said, "Martial sister Wen, don't worry. If I can break through, I will also have some fun with you. I really want to know if your body is like your face after I strip you. But even if it is, I wouldn't mind." Yimo felt disgusted. Li Changqing was already odd-looking and he had such a weird taste. He even liked a tree-skinned woman like Wen Gu. The All Gu sect members were all queers, but Yimo was curious about Feng Yanqi's words. He got up, as though he could no longer feel the cold. He didn't even look at Li Changqing and he said to Feng Yanqi, "I don't think you're such a kind-hearted person. That night, you sucked Chen Yingzhu dry to reach earth level and then you dumped him off the cliff. I don't see you being soft-hearted at all. The second day, you sucked Go Liangzhong dry in a cave, and you were very decisive too. Why did you say sorry today? That's not your character." Then, Yimo shook his head as though he really didn't understand. When he said this, everyone froze and stared at Yimo, who had spoken so casually and fearlessly. After a long while, Feng Yanqi said in shock, "You're no ordinary person indeed. That night I didn't even know you were watching. Just who are you?" Feng Yanqi was a little fearful, even though she knew she was about to die. She had been enjoying a man when she hadn't even noticed someone else was watching on the side. He had even seen the specific details of what she had done. Was he a ghost? How could someone like that be scared of her? No wonder he was so calm. "Just who are you?" Li Changqing stopped and looked at Yimo vigilantly. Yimo said plainly, "More than 10 years ago, I killed someone called Rinsha in Hong Kong, and then some Yin Wuliang on the sea. A few days ago by the Yin River, I killed Hong Guangping. I heard they're all from the All Gu sect, so in order to avoid seeing trash like them again I came here to kill them all. Pity, I didn't even need to do anything and you guys solved the problem. You're Yimo." The 4 of them called out at the same time. Li Changqing started to shiver. He knew he was less than an insect in Yimo's eyes. "That's right, I'm Yimo." Yimo's reply made them sink into an ice hole. Feng Yanqi knew she was going to die so she didn't care that much. However, Wen Gu, Ji Lai and Li Changqing, whom all had other cards, froze their thoughts. In China, no, in the entire world, there were so many legends about GMO, almost all powers who went against him were annihilated, no matter how powerful or strong they were. GMO not only dominated the entire ancient martial arts world, he also had built his own country, beating the strongest country in the world too. Among the big families and powers in the world, as well as the hidden sects, the #1 rule was to not mess with GMO. Li Changqing and the others hadn't lived in seclusion. Hence they knew what GMO had done recently. He had gone missing for more than 10 years and the first thing he had done when he came back was to pull out the Dongfang family from the roots of Luoyu.
Then, he had taken the strongest ancient martial arts cultivation method away in front of all the hidden sections.
Yet, no one in the world dared to have any thoughts about it.
Only EMO could make people stop in front of such treasure. A few days ago, Northern Sand had also been pulled out from its roots, all the hierarchy system got slaughtered and cleaned. It was said that the original government took control of the country again. The first thing the government had done was to establish good relations with Luo Yu. The Northern Sand that had dominated the world for decades got annihilated in one night.
Not only that, even the Northern Sand King was said to have been killed by EMO. One could see EMO's power, and yet he had gone there.
Li Changqing and the others knew that no matter what, they wouldn't be able to escape from EMO. Clank. Li Changqing dropped the curved sword and kneeled to EMO.
He didn't even have the courage to resist. Yi Qianbei, have mercy. I'm willing to be your dog. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west.
Li Changqing had all sorts of plans, but none of them were useful there. He finally realized that in the wake of absolute power, schemes were useless. His only hope was that Yimo would let him work for him. Yimo sneered. Without explaining, a wind blade sliced Li Changqing's head off. Hot blood spewed out and it soon turned into ice, so he was Yimo. Feng Yanqi laughed to herself. No wonder she couldn't see his power. Chapter 826, Change of the Big Egg. Yimo's decisive kill made the icy room even colder. Ji Lai took a few pills and recovered a little.
He then said coarsely to Yimo, Yi Qianbei, I've never had any conflict with Yi Qianbei.
If you need these 2 eggs, take them.
If I hear Qianbei's name, I will immediately leave as far as possible. If Qianbei has anything for me to do, just order me and I will do it immediately. Do you want me to spare your life?
Yimo said coldly, yes, please have mercy, Qianbei. Ji Lai was about to reach great heaven. Of course he didn't want to die. However, he saw Yimo take out a bottle and let out a small bug. He stopped talking at once. He knew all too well what Yimo had poured out. It was a pill goo and one that he had released. Do you know this? Yimo placed it on the ground and asked coldly. Ji Lai saw Yimo's cold eyes and knew that he might die due to it. Before Ji Lai could reply, Yimo said coldly, 13 years ago, you killed everyone in a mosque and you injured a woman with a child. Then, you planted this pill goo on that child.
That woman is my wife and the child is my daughter.
Ji Lai, you tell me if I should let you go, huh? Ji Lai's heart turned cold. If he had known that was the case, he would have rather gone somewhere else than take essence blood at a mosque. Ji Lai thought about the situation. He was going to die, so he might as well try before he died. But before he could use his qi, a ball of fire had surrounded him and Wengu. He saw clearly that the fire came from Yimo's hands and the burning sensation sank him into desperation. Ha! Wengu laughed as though she didn't feel she was going to die at all. She pointed at Ji Lai and screeched, fire with no root.
There really is fire with no root. This is karma. Karma.
Ah, Ji Lai was shook. He was indeed surrounded by fire with no root. The fire Yimo had sent out had no fuel and appeared straight in the air. It was fire with no root, oath. Ji Lai wanted to laugh. Seeing the 2 burn in the fire, Feng Yanqi murmured, karma.
Is there really karma? Then why did the heavens abandon me? Why?
When I was raped and treated like a dog. Where was karma?
I don't believe it. I don't believe karma.
This world is a cannibalistic world. If I don't devour others, others will devour me. Brother, I'm going to join you. Feng Yanqi's voice quieted and stopped. Yimo could tell she had died. She seemed to have had a tragic past that made her what she was today.
Yimo sighed.
He sent a few more fireballs, turning all the bodies into ashes before looking at the broken barrier, golden magical goo egg.
Yimo looked at the ball-sized eggs and was doubtful. Goo eggs were usually grain-sized. Yimo used a few wind blades and the barrier disappeared completely.
The stone room grew even colder. Yimo was sure that the frigidness came from the goo eggs. How could 2 goo eggs make the room that cold? Yimo really wanted to know what they were. Yimo walked up to the table and picked one up. That bone-piercing cold invaded Yimo's body. It was so cold that Yimo almost dropped the egg. He quickly ran his cultivation essence to relieve the piercing coldness. an ordinary person would have been turned into a block of ice. Emo couldn't tell what this thing was, but he knew that the person who had set this formation was definitely a mighty being. Emo studied the egg for a long time, but he couldn't discern what it was. He carefully pierced his spirit sense into the egg, but it was immediately blocked. Emo scanned the other egg too and had the same outcome. Just what is this? Emo murmured to himself and then shook his head. He decided to put the 2 eggs into his ring and research it later. However, what shook Emo was that he couldn't put them in. He couldn't even put them into the golden page world. Emo grabbed the 2 eggs. He wanted to force them inside, but when he put cultivation essence on his hand, it was sucked in by the egg without resistance. Later, even though he wasn't running his cultivation essence through it, the egg kept sucking his cultivation essence. Not good. Emo immediately sent out his flying sword. He wanted to slice it off his hands. It didn't matter if he broke the egg, his life was more valuable. However, Emo realized that his spirit sense couldn't control the flying sword. He couldn't mobilize his spirit sense either. No matter what he did, he couldn't move, and his cultivation essence and spirit sense were being drained into the egg incessantly. Half a day later, Emo felt like he was getting frozen and still couldn't move. Emo cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, he noticed an explosive feeling coming from the table. Emo knew that it was a self-destruction formation. If the formation was broken before its time had gone up, the formation would detonate the energy stored beforehand. However, Emo couldn't leave. He could only hope that the formation's energy was depleted so much that even the self-destruction wouldn't affect him much. Then, he heard a rumble and a huge explosion. Everything around the stone room started to collapse. Emo breathed at ease. The stone room didn't collapse and he could still live. 10 kilometers from the Olgu mountain, a woman in her 20s carried a huge herb basket on her back and collected herbs there. A huge explosion made her stop and look into the distance. Chapter 827, You're My Only Friend. Even if Emo could see her at that moment, he might not realize that the girl was Nia Shuangshuang. She no longer had the seductive and feeble look she had in Beijing. Instead, she had her hair tied in a braid and looked like a village girl. She no longer had that bleak and killing temperament. Instead, she had a spiritual-like temperament similar to truth cultivators. A few years ago, she had gone to Nanjiang, but she hadn't been able to find Emo. However, she found a spirit well and she settled near there. If Emo had been there, he would have seen that Nia Shuangshuang was at Qi Gathering Peak. The past few years of using the spirit well to cultivate had made her face stay the same, or perhaps look even younger. In a short period of 5 years, she had gone from stage 4 to peak, showing how powerful her talent was. Perhaps she would have gotten to Foundation Establishment State Peak if she had had someone to teach her the Foundation Establishment State cultivation method. Nia Shuangshuang saw the explosion and immediately made her way over there. She had been living in the mountains for many years and knew it was the Wanshu mountain. Even the Miaojiang people rarely went in so deep into the mountain. Why were there explosions? She arrived at where Emo was in a very short time and saw the collapsed cave. Nia Shuangshuang scanned her spirit sense in. Although her spirit sense wasn't as powerful as Emo's, it was still nearly 5 kilometers long. She didn't see anything until she reached her spirit sense underground and saw an unconscious Emo. Her face changed drastically. Although she hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, she recognized Emo immediately. Although Nia Shuangshuang knew that Emo didn't really like her and looked down on her, she had never forgotten Emo. Moreover, for Emo, she had left 9 Moon Sect at all costs. At the start, she was attracted to Emo's fresh and clean Qi. Then, Emo saved her life twice and she could never forget him again. She knew that he had saved her at the Yen River. Other than Emo, she had no friends at all. Despite Emo just having fed her a pill and leaving her by herself, she wasn't unhappy at all. She was very grateful that Emo had used a precious pill to save her. When the 9 Moon Sect was laid to waste, she didn't see who saved her either, but she knew it had been Emo. Nia Pai wouldn't have been good enough to leave her the 9 Moon Evergreen chant in her life. Other than Emo, who would do that, when she got the chant, she immediately found a place to cultivate. It was very hard to start. However, due to her talent, she felt Qi on the first day and went into Qi Gathering middle stage after a few years. Without anyone teaching her anything on this spirit Qi-deprived earth, after she found out Emo was missing, she went around looking for him. She had been to Luoyu countless times. Then, she went to Nanjiang, found a spirit well there and cultivated to Qi Gathering Peak. When she saw Emo, without hesitation she put down her herb basket and started digging through the collapsed rocks with a curved sword.
It was very easy for her, and soon, she got to where Emo was. Immediately, she felt a bone-piercing coldness and couldn't help to shiver. Emo was covered in ice, even his hair was white. His lips were purple. Nia Shuangchuang immediately could tell that Emo was about to die. The threat seemed to be the two huge eggs in the center of his hand. She held Emo's wrist and started sending cultivation essence into Emo's body. Emo immediately felt his hand get warmer, but he realized things weren't good. Get out quickly. Emo yelled at Nia Shuangchuang. Nia Shuangchuang was dazed. She thought Emo was cultivating something and instead she had disturbed him, but the next moment, Nia Shuangchuang's face changed. She found out that not only had she not pushed the egg away, but she was also stuck in peril. Her cultivation essence also flowed into the egg. Emo looked at Nia Shuangchuang and sighed. It's over, Brother Yi, what is this thing? Why is it sucking my inner chi? Nia Shuangchuang asked in shock. Sorry, Nia Shuangchuang, I got you into this. Emo realized that if even he couldn't get away from this, much less Nia Shuangchuang. He could tell that Nia Shuangchuang was at chi gathering peak, but her cultivation essence was far from as powerful as his. To be honest, it couldn't even be called cultivation essence. It was at most cultivation chi. She would have to reach foundation establishment state before she could turn it into cultivation essence. After all, not every cultivation method was the three birth chant. Brother Yi, why are you here? Nia Shuangchuang calmed down. She knew she was in the same peril as Emo. Emo spat out the ice near his mouth and said, I went to bar in Beijing to find you and the people said you weren't there, so I came to Nanjiang. I happened to have some business to do here and I was planning to look for you afterwards. But now, you found me instead and you're also at chi gathering peak. Sigh dash, Brother Yi, you really went looking for me? Nia Shuangchuang had sparkles in her eyes after hearing this. It was as though it was the happiest thing for her that Emo had gone looking for her. 10. But Nia Shuangchuang, how did you reach chi gathering peak? Nia Shuangchuang's lips were turning purple in such a short time, but she didn't seem to realize the danger she was in. She said happily, Brother Yi, just call me Shuangchuang. I went to look for you to Nanjiang and I found a well that can allow me to cultivate very fast. So I've been cultivating there, a spirit well? Emo said in shock. There really was spirit well on that planet? But when he remembered their predicament, Emo got dejected. There was nothing he could do. Seeing this, Nia Shuangchuang quickly said, Brother Yi, don't feel guilty. You've saved me a few times, yet this time I wasn't able to save you. I'm very happy that I can even help you a little bit. If Nia Shuangchuang hadn't been there, he wouldn't have even been able to talk. But then he immediately realized that he had never told her he had saved her twice. How did she know? How do you know I saved you? Emo asked at once. Nia Shuangchuang smiled, because I've been very lonely in the past and I had no friends. You were my only friend. Other than you, no one would save me, Nia Shuangchuang said shivering. Friend? Emo felt bad. In Nia Shuangchuang's heart, he was her only friend, yet he had never thought of her as a friend. Chapter 827, You're my only friend. Even if Emo could see her at that moment, he might not realize that the girl was Nia Shuangchuang. She no longer had the seductive and feeble look she had in Beijing. Instead, she had her hair tied in a braid and looked like a village girl. She no longer had that bleak and killing temperament. Instead, she had a spiritual-like temperament similar to truth cultivators. A few years ago, she had gone to Nanjiang, but she hadn't been able to find Emo. However, she found a spirit well and she settled near there. If Emo had been there, he would have seen that Nia Shuangchuang was at chi gathering peak. The past few years of using the spirit well to cultivate had made her face stay the same. Or perhaps look even younger. In a short period of 5 years, she had gone from stage 4 to peak, showing how powerful her talent was. Perhaps she would have gotten to foundation establishment state peak if she had had someone to teach her the foundation establishment state cultivation method. Nia Shuangchuang saw the explosion and immediately made her way over there. She had been living in the mountains for many years and knew it was the Wanshu mountain. Even the Miaojiang people rarely went in so deep into the mountain. Why were there explosions? She arrived at where Emo was in a very short time and saw the collapsed cave. Nia Shuangchuang scanned her spirit sense in. Although her spirit sense wasn't as powerful as Emo's, it was still nearly 5 kilometers long. She didn't see anything until she reached her spirit sense underground and saw an unconscious Emo. Her face changed drastically.
Although she hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, she recognized Yemo immediately. Although Nie Xuanxuan knew that Yemo didn't really like her and looked down on her, she had never forgotten Yemo. Moreover, for Yemo, she had left Nine Moon Sect at all costs. At the start, she was attracted to Yemo's fresh and clean chi. Then, Yemo saved her life twice and she could never forget him again. She knew that he had saved her at the Yen River. Other than Yemo, she had no friends at all. Despite Yemo just having fed her a pill and leaving her by herself, she wasn't unhappy at all. She was very grateful that Yemo had used a precious pill to save her. When the Nine Moon Sect was laid to waste, she didn't see who saved her either, but she knew it had been Yemo. Nyepai wouldn't have been good enough to leave her the Nine Moon Evergreen chant in her life. Other than Yemo, who would do that? When she got the chant, she immediately found a place to cultivate. It was very hard to start. However, due to her talent, she felt chi on the first day and went into chi gathering middle stage after a few years, without anyone teaching her anything on this spirit chi deprived earth. After she found out Yemo was missing, she went around looking for him. She had been to Luoyu countless times. Then, she went to Nanjiang, found a spirit well there and cultivated to chi gathering peak. When she saw Yemo, without hesitation she put down her herb basket and started digging through the collapsed rocks with a curved sword. It was very easy for her and soon, she got to where Yemo was. Immediately, she felt a bone-piercing coldness and couldn't help to shiver. Yemo was covered in ice, even his hair was white. His lips were purple. Nie Xuanxuan immediately could tell that Yemo was about to die. The threat seemed to be the two huge eggs in the center of his hand. She held Yemo's wrist and started sending cultivation essence into Yemo's body. Yemo immediately felt his hand get warmer, but he realized things weren't good. Get out quickly. Yemo yelled at Nie Xuanxuan. Nie Xuanxuan was dazed. She thought Yemo was cultivating something and instead she had disturbed him, but the next moment, Nie Xuanxuan's face changed. She found out that not only had she not pushed the egg away, but she was also stuck in peril. Her cultivation essence also flowed into the egg. Yemo looked at Nie Xuanxuan and sighed. It's over, Brother Yi, what is this thing? Why is it sucking my inner chi? Nie Xuanxuan asked in shock. Sorry. Nie Xuanxuan, I got you into this. Yemo realized that if even he couldn't get away from this, much less Nie Xuanxuan. He could tell that Nie Xuanxuan was at chi gathering peak, but her cultivation essence was far from as powerful as his. To be honest, it couldn't even be called cultivation essence. It was at most cultivation chi. She would have to reach foundation establishment state before she could turn it into cultivation essence. After all, not every cultivation method was the three birth chant. Brother Yi, why are you here? Nie Xuanxuan calmed down. She knew she was in the same peril as Yemo. Yemo spat out the ice near his mouth and said, I went to bar in Beijing to find you and the people said you weren't there. So I came to Nanjiang. I happened to have some business to do here and I was planning to look for you afterwards. But now, you found me instead and you're also at chi gathering peak. Sigh dash, Brother Yi, you really went looking for me? Nie Xuanxuan had sparkles in her eyes after hearing this. It was as though it was the happiest thing for her that Yemo had gone looking for her. 10. But Nie Xuanxuan, how did you reach chi gathering peak? Nie Xuanxuan's lips were turning purple in such a short time, but she didn't seem to realize the danger she was in. She said happily, Brother Yi, just call me Xuanxuan. I went to look for you to Nanjiang and I found a well that can allow me to cultivate very fast. So I've been cultivating there, a spirit well? Yemo said in shock. There really was spirit well on that planet? But when he remembered their predicament, Yemo got dejected. There was nothing he could do. Seeing this, Nie Xuanxuan quickly said, Brother Yi, don't feel guilty. You've saved me a few times, yet this time I wasn't able to save you. I'm very happy that I can even help you a little bit. If Nie Xuanxuan hadn't been there, he wouldn't have even been able to talk. But then he immediately realized that he had never told her he had saved her twice. How did she know? How do you know I saved you? Yemo asked at once. Nie Xuanxuan smiled, because I've been very lonely in the past and I had no friends. You were my only friend. Other than you, no one would save me, Nie Xuanxuan said shivering. Friend? Yemo felt bad. In Nie Xuanxuan's heart, he was her only friend, yet he had never thought of her as a friend. Chapter 828, The Incident at Xianjiang Mountain. Before, Nie Xuanxuan was at most someone he knew. But after finding out that she had opened a bar at Beijing just for him, his impression of her changed. Brother Yi, I'm very happy that you saved me.
Ha ha, after that, I realized you didn't like me killing people, so I haven't killed anyone since. Ha ha ha.
Nia Shuangshuang felt the frost chi invading her dantian. She knew that if things continued like that, she wouldn't last for long, yet she realized she didn't regret being able to die by Emo's side. Sorry, Emo apologized again. Nia Shuangshuang smiled sweetly.
That innocent smile made her look very holy.
She looked at Emo and said shakily, Brother Yi, I already told you. It was my own decision. You don't need to apologize. Emo looked at her and said in guilt, the reason I'm saying sorry is because although I saved you twice, I did it casually.
I didn't intentionally go save you.
I didn't think of you as a friend at the time. Although he knew that Nia Shuangshuang would be very disappointed, he still chose to tell the truth. He would let her understand that from now on. She was his friend. Unexpectedly, Nia Shuangshuang said calmly, Brother Yi, I can know that at that time you already thought of me as a friend. I will never feel lonely with you. Nia Shuangshuang's voice was getting lower and lower until it eventually disappeared. Her eyelids closed, and even at the last moment, she still firmly believed that the reason Emo had saved her twice was because he thought of her as a friend. It felt like he could still hear her voice by his ear, but Emo knew that her chi had disappeared. Seeing Nia Shuangshuang lean on him and not move, Emo was shaking. He had not been ready for that woman to die for him. He could no longer control the tidal wave in his heart.
Arg! Emo howled and burnt his essence blood.
He knew that when he finished burning it, he would be close to death. However, even if he was to die, he would build a beautiful place for her. He would let her know that she was his friend. He wasn't going to let her be lonely anymore. The egg spun rapidly after Emo started burning his essence blood. Just when Emo spat more blood, he felt the golden dot above his dantian starting to spin. The golden page world was spinning. The two eggs were getting colder and colder, but the cold stream started to flow into Emo's golden page world. Emo couldn't control both items. Rumble. Emo felt his brain shake, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw he had appeared in the golden page world. That egg was still that cold. Nia Shuangshuang was still by his side. She had gone to the golden page world too, but her hands had left the huge egg behind. It was the second time he was there, but he was in Foundation Establishment state yet. Emo realized that it might be due to him being about to die. The golden page seemed to save his life every time he was about to die. Emo detested the egg that had caused Nia Shuangshuang to be like that. I will spirit control you. When the frosty flow flowed into the golden page world through him, Emo took a small strand and started to seep his spirit chi into it to control it. Luoying, Ning Qingxue, and the other had been in the small world for more than a month. They had completely understood what Emo had done there. Compared to his blood-boiling battles, they cared more about what sort of woman Mu Xiaoyun was. They had looked for more than a month and used the Magical Merchant Association to put out countless notices, but they hadn't gotten any news from Emo. From Yunzi, they had found out that Emo had asked for large amounts of formation texts and then disappeared for a few years. When Yunzi knew that these women were Emo's family, she tried even more to get on their good side. She had finally understood why Emo wasn't interested in her. Any of Emo's wives was far better than her. The only comfort she had was she seemed to be a little prettier than Luo Fei, sister Luo Ying and Qingxue. Do you think that we might have come in when brother went out? Tang Beiwei asked. Yunzi shook her head and said, probably not. Brother Yi had already disappeared for a few years. If he had gone out, he would have gone to find you first. Yet he didn't, which means that he didn't go out. Just when they were agreeing with Yunzi, the manager arrived and gave a small wax pill to Yunzi. Yunzi opened it and immediately got up. What's going on? Tang Beiwei asked. Someone found an ancient ruin on the Xianjia mountain. After going in, they saw a teleportation formation. The formation had started running, Yunzi said quickly. Luoying looked at Yunzi in shock. Do you know about teleportation formations? Yunzi nodded. Yes, our family had one to the outside world, but it exploded. My father left through there and still hasn't come back. Ning Qingxue heard this and immediately looked joyful. She quickly said, that teleportation formation goes to the outside? Yunzi nodded. Yes, Tang Beiwei immediately said desperately, then let's quickly go see. Perhaps brother left through that formation. Seeing the four women leave hurriedly, Yunzi quickly called, "Wait for me." When Yunzi got taken on the flying sword, she realized that they all could fly. Although she was very excited and wanted to learn it, she knew she couldn't ask directly. An hour later, they arrived at Xanja Mountain and found there were already a lot of people. "Ji-mei, you're here. Why isn't Brother Yi here too?" A blue-shirted man came to the teleportation formation and asked a beautiful woman. Ji-mei raised an eyebrow. She realized that it was Fu Wu, the person who had saved her with EMO. She saluted. "It's Brother Fu. Brother Yi had a lot of things to do, so he left alone." "So that's the case." The blue-shirted man frowned. He was suspicious. Ji-mei was Yimo's maid. How could she be at Xanja Mountain? "Brother, may I ask the full name of the Brother Yi you just spoke about?" Tang Beiwei had sharp ears and immediately asked. Seeing that these were all very beautiful women, Fu Wu saluted. "A friend I met, his name is Yimo." "What? Where is Yimo?" The women surrounded him. Fu Wu looked at Ji-mei. She had been the last one to see Yimo, not him. Ji-mei could only say, "After Brother Yi took me to Xanja Mountain, he disappeared. So I've been cultivating here since." "You're saying Yimo has been here before?" Luoying immediately asked. Ji-mei looked at Luoying. She felt like that woman, who was prettier than her, would definitely not be weaker than her. Chapter 829, Teleport activated. The moment that the Xanja Mountain teleportation formation got activated, the Duanhong Range's 7-star formation emitted faint rays of light. The rays seemed to be weak and only one star was shining properly. But soon, all the 7 peaks started to emit a faint light, and not long after it formed a big spoon. As the light got sucked in by the huge rock, the light on the Tiankou position became brighter and eventually formed a big round image. If EMO has been there, he would have known that the 7-star formation had repaired itself and that had been fully activated. The fact that it had been activated was quickly spread among the hidden sex people. Jiuming Academy and the Chinese government joined together to control this place. Although the outer hidden sex people didn't know what it was, since a few scientists had disappeared in its inside. They realized that it could be a formation to the inner hidden sections. Zheng Jingxia and Saiji, who knew about the small world thanks to EMO, immediately went into the small world. With this, more and more people started going in. After seeing EMO's power, the hidden sex people has realized that their power could only dominate the mortal world. If they wanted to reach higher states, they would have to go other places. The Chinese government controlled the site, but no one knew if it was a teleportation formation for sure because all the people who had gone in had disappeared. No one reported back, but even with the government's control, people kept going in as they were hidden sex people. Not even the Heaven Squad supported the government. These news soon spread all over the hidden sects, and Luo, you got news of it too. "Sister Ling, my dad hasn't been back for 2 months. Do you think he went to the small world too?" "I think my dad went to look for the other 2 aunties." Yimo was already at stage 2 now, Song Yangzhu quickly said. Yimo poked her tongue out. Looking at the happy Song Yangzhu and Yimo, Su Jingwen was a little sad. She had realized that the only person in the world she would ever be interested in was Yimo. She would rather live alone forever than find someone to cope with. For the first time, Su Jingwen wanted to not see Yimo again. Yiling stared uneasily at Su Jingwen and Qi Wanqing inside. She took out 2 jade bottles and gave these to them. "Sister Jingwen, Wanqing, when my brother left, he told me to leave these pills for you. He said he was looking for you too. However, you came here on your own, which means that he wasn't able to find you." "The face-preserving pill?" Su Jingwen got up excitedly. "Yiling, did your brother really leave this behind? Did he actually say he was looking for us?" It was something truly special since EMO had left it for them. Yiling nodded firmly. Her brother had left these for her, but she didn't need them. Hence, she might as well give them to those 2. After Qi Wanqing heard these words, her face was immediately filled with joy. She hadn't thought EMO would still remember her. She didn't know if EMO still kept what she had given him, but her fatigue was swept away. Song Yangzhu also sighed. Compared to these 2, she was extremely lucky. She knew that if that accident hadn't happened and she hadn't had Yimo, she would never be with him. Song Yangzhu suddenly felt grateful for that accident.
If it hadn't been for that, she would have never met someone like Emo and never known about cultivation, nor know the feeling of being protected by a husband. Song Yangju finally understood why Luoying and Ning Qingxue had gone into the small world to find Emo, because they couldn't bear to be without him. Emo was unique. Su Jingwen and Qi Wanqing each had had a unique experience with Emo and understood that he was irreplaceable. No other guy in the world would touch their hearts like Emo had. No matter if he was willing or not, she would ask Emo personally. While they were still chatting, Su Yuehua rushed to the Luoyu mansion. She had just reached Great Heaven and heard about the formation to the small world, so she immediately went there. Sister Yuehua. Song Yangju got up quickly. Su Yuehua said desperately. A teleportation formation to the small world appeared in the Duanhong ranges. Are you guys going? Su Yuehua had given her job away and focused on cultivation. Hence, she was immediately interested as soon as she heard about the small world. I still want to wait for Emo to come back and ask him. Song Yangju hesitated and said, although she suspected that Emo had gone in too, she still wanted to wait. What if he hadn't? Yi Ling said, sister-in-law Yangju, I suspect that my brother went inside. He has been out for 2 months, but he isn't back yet. He should have been very fast. Perhaps my brother opened the portal? But I think we should still wait for a while. He always leaves for long periods of time. Su Yuehua calmed down after the initial excitement. She realized that Song Yangju and Yiling didn't want to leave Luoyu for now. But she didn't have anything there. Pursuing the highest state of cultivation was her only goal. Thinking about this, Su Yuehua said firmly, even if you're all not going, I'm still going. I don't have anything to do now anyways. I'll go around and have a look in the small world. If things don't work out, I'll come back. Sister Yuehua, I'll go with you. Unexpectedly, Su Jingwen got up. Me too, Qi Wanqing also said firmly. She had decided to follow Emo's footsteps. Chapter 830, Frost turns into bed. Su Jingwen was no longer the same person after starting truth cultivation. She understood a lot about Emo, how he could save people using runic paper and why he was able to make magic artifacts. Since he could do it, so could she. She wanted to be able to stand at Emo's height one day and tell him what she had always wanted to say. Although she began liking him due to his power, it was nothing related to that now. When Emo took the first stream of frost, he immediately felt his organs getting frozen too. It was as though if he breathed once, his lungs would shatter. He had to try to spirit control the frost streams before his essence blood got used up. While enduring the coldness, Emo rejoiced that he had only taken one stream, since he would have frozen to death immediately if he had taken too many, under the control of his spirit sense and cultivation essence. The frost stream was being gradually marked by him. Emo found in joy that his cultivation essence was starting to grow slowly after he spirit controlled the frost streams. Every bit he spirit controlled, his organs would feel a little warmer and his essence blood would return a little. Did this mean that if he kept spirit controlling the frost stream, the essence blood he had burnt would return? Thinking about this, Emo resisted the pain and started trying his best to spirit control the frost stream. An hour later, Emo found that he had completely spirit controlled the frost stream. It turned into a small white spot, like 1/10 the size of a sesame seed. He felt as though he could control the small white spot at his will. Emo rejoiced. If he turned the spot to the size of a fist, how powerful would it be as a weapon? Emo continued to spirit control more streams of frost. As he spirit controlled more, the white dot grew bigger and bigger, turning from white to gray and then a dark gray. Emo also noticed that as his essence blood rejuvenated, a sliver of origin power was injected into his essence blood. After some time, Emo woke up and found that all the ice on him had disappeared. He was no longer cold. He seemed to have controlled the frost flow between the golden page world and the ice egg. Emo looked at the lychee-sized dark gray ball in his golden page world and reached out to it. The ball immediately came to his hand and emitted a bone-chilling frigidness. But he could still control it completely. Emo wanted to test the ball's power, but he saw Nie Xuanxuang, who laid peacefully on the side, and no longer had the mood to do so. The frost on her had also disappeared, but she was no longer breathing. Although he knew he couldn't save her, Emo still placed a lotus life pill in her mouth. It melted immediately, yet after a long while, Nie Xuanxuang still wasn't moving. Emo sighed. He took out many jade stones and made a jade bed for her. Emo laid Nie Xuanxuang on it and kept the bed in the golden page world, despite not sensing her soul in his spirit sense. Emo still put his only In Sha bead next to her,
hoping that he would be able to one day find enough top-grade spirit stones to make a house for her in the Golden Page world. The two big eggs were still in a corner of the Golden Page world. Yemo didn't have time to completely spirit sense the frost chi inside. He had to go back to Luoyu as soon as possible. He made a jade box and placed the two eggs inside before leaving the Golden Page world. He knew that the next time he was back, he would be at Foundation Establishment State. Yemo arrived at the stone room again after leaving the Golden Page world. His cultivation essence was abundant, so he returned to the entrance of the cave. There was an old herb basket laying next to the entrance. All the herbs had dried up after all this time. Yemo picked it up and found a pink bag. Inside there were some of her clothes, a jade, and the 9-moon evergreen chant. The two things that he had left for her had come back to him again. Yemo put the herb basket away and dashed towards Luoyu on his flying sword with a sunken mood. Song Yangju hadn't been able to calm down to cultivate the past few days. A week ago, Su Jingwen, Shi Wanqing, Su Yuehua and Yemo had all gone into the small world. What made her worry was that the formation's radiance was getting weaker and weaker, which meant that in some time, it would be impossible to go there anymore. Yangju. Yemo found Song Yangju immediately when he got back to Luoyu Lake and landed next to her. However, he only saw Yiling cultivating and not Yemo. Song Yangju was dazed when she heard his voice and she immediately realized that Yemo had come back. She ran up to him at once and embraced him. "What's wrong? Where's Yemo?" Yemo asked. Song Yangju soon told him what had happened. What Yemo didn't get was how could the small world open up itself. "What do we do?" Song Yangju asked. "Brother." Yiling also ran over when she heard the voices. Yemo was worried about Yemo. Luoying and the others were at Qi gathering tertiary stage and he wasn't too worried. However, Yemo had only cultivated for 3 months and she was so innocent. Luckily, Su Yuehua was a heaven-level master. "Don't worry." Yemo patted her shoulders and said, "I'll make some pills tonight and we'll go to the small world tomorrow." "Brother, can I go with you guys?" Yiling asked worriedly. Everyone had left. If her brother left too, she would be by herself in Luoying. Yemo hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay, you can come with me. I'll help you make the 5 essence pill tonight and try to get you a spirit root so you can cultivate too." Yemo was planning on letting the two women stay there and cultivate, but after seeing their faces, he knew that wasn't plausible. Song Yangju breathed at ease. She had feared that Yemo would leave her behind and go off on his own. Chapter 831, Return to Magical Continent Mountain. Yemo had been planning to make the 5 essence pill after Foundation Establishment State, but he knew that Yiling was already very desperate. Luckily, he had a lot of 10,000-year-old stalagmite marrow. However, Yemo thought of things too simply. With his power, he was able to barely make the 5 essence pill, yet the spirit chi on Earth was too deficient. He tried 5 times and they all failed when he was trying to condense the ingredients into a pill. Yemo had wasted 1/10 of his herbs trying to make these 5 cauldrons and this pained his heart. For the 6th try, he used 9 spirit stones to make a spirit gathering formation. Only then was he able to make one 5 essence pill, and the quality wasn't very high either. The 5 essence pill was unlike other pills. One could only get 1 pill per try. Those who could make 2 or more were geniuses. The pills were also divided into mortal, spirit, heaven, immortal, holy and god grades. Each grade had 9 levels. The 5 essence pill wasn't hard to make, but it was a heaven grade pill. It was all due to how rare the stalagmite marrow was. The 5 essence pill was a peak level heaven grade pill. If it wasn't for the fact that it was so easy to make with the right ingredients, it would have been listed as an immortal pill. However, it was also possible to concoct the pill to a lower grade. For example, the pill Yemo had just made was only at heaven grade level 5. Such pills could not be used to test a pill master's skills, as the methodology for concocting the pill was simple. Yemo had wasted 9 spirit stones and 5 cauldrons of ingredients to make only one 5 essence pill. This made him completely give up on the idea to make the Foundation Establishment State pill now. It was only a spirit grade level 1 pill, but its method had the same difficulty as the 5 essence pill. After Yemo made Yiling take the 5 essence pill, he started to make other pills. He had a lot of herbs from the small world, but he just didn't have time to make them. After half a night's rest, Yemo made Song Yangju and Yiling a flying sword and a storage ring each. After Yiling took the 5 essence pill, she got on the test that she had 3 elements spirit root. Yemo wasn't too satisfied with this, but he knew it was due to the quality of his pill. He still taught Yi Ling cultivation, but he decided to make her a better pill once his pill concocting skills improved. He was very worried about his daughter and the others. Hence, the next day as soon as it was dawn, he told Huang Yinian and Su Ping, before taking Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling, to leave Luoyu. He had been planning to go to Japan to find the Xiang Ninjutsu Dojo leader originally, but he set that aside for his daughter. When Yimo and the others arrived at the hidden valley where the 7-star formation was, he found that the place was much tighter now. The formation's radiance was indeed weak. Yimo could tell that it could last at least half a month, which meant that once it disappeared, the formation would close completely again. There were not only hidden sex masters watching it, but the army as well, large amounts of journalists and prospectors. However, not everyone could just enter the formation freely. People had to sign something to go in, and not everyone could go in. As for Yimo, the government wanted to block news of him. Yet news of him going in the formation were soon released. Yimo's fame was so big in China and all over the world that it was beyond his imagination. Due to Yimo going in, a lot of people also followed. Ever since the formation at the magical continent mountain was opened, the bloodbath had never stopped. The small world's masters completely surrounded the place, and everyone who came in from the outside world had to leave all of their belongings before going. If they didn't want to or had nothing valuable, they would be killed. At that moment, there were still a few people tied up near the formation. A man with a scar on his face was about to kill one of the tied up people, but he was stopped by another man. Wait, the formation brightened up again. Let's see if it's a wealthy goat this time. If not, kill them all together. Another called out, brother, is this the small world? Does it look no different from the outside world? Yi Ling asked. Before Yimo could reply, he scanned his spirit sense out and saw the bloody scene. He immediately frowned. When he had stayed there, the place had been empty. So why were there so many people there now? What are you looking at, kid? Take off all your clothes and leave your things behind. Brother Bao, there are 2 beautiful chicks. A short fat man was yelling at Yimo, but then he saw Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling. Yimo looked at the people tied up on the side. He actually knew one of them. It was Su Shi from the Heaven Squad. Yimo looked at these people and understood why the Earth-level tertiary stage Su Shi could be tied up too. There were 2 half-step Great Heaven martial artists there. Even the weakest was at Black-level tertiary stage. Are you King deaf? I told you to take off your cloth. The short fat man yelled again, but he stopped halfway as Yimo's wind blade had sliced off his head. A blood pillar was shot into the sky, which scared Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu. The remaining people saw that Yimo had killed an Earth-level primary stage master immediately. Without saying anything, they all pulled out their weapons, but what got them confused was that their big boss had been staring at Yimo for a long time and went back to reality after Yimo killed the fat man. However, he knelt down immediately. Just when people didn't know what was going on, the other half-step Great Heaven Master also knelt down. He was shivering. Seeing their 2 big bosses kneel on, everyone stopped their steps and the scene became eerily silent. Chapter 832, Cultivation World. The Earth-level martial artists hesitated for a moment before decisively putting down their weapons and also kneeling down. Yi Qinbei, Bao brother said shakily. Yimo wasn't happy at all. These men were clearly waiting there to rob people. Didn't that mean Yimo, Jingwen, and the others has also been stopped? Yi Qinbei? All of those who hadn't recognized Yimo yet now knew who that man was. It was Yi Qinbei, who had slaughtered countless Great Heaven and half-step Great Heaven Masters and annihilated Tai sect. Yet still, they had tried to rob Yi Qinbei. 2 black-level martial artists subconsciously started running, but they were sliced in half after running less than 3 meters. Su Shi and the hidden sex warriors saw that Yimo hadn't even spoken, but he had made those fearsome robbers kneel down shakily. They were shocked beyond belief. Yimo didn't know them, but they clearly knew him. A person who dominated the outside world had gone into the powerful small world and was still invincible. Instructor Yi, Su Shi said with bitterness, looking at Song Yangzhu standing next to Yimo. Yimo glanced at Su Shi. He cut loose his ropes with a wind blade. Then, Su Shi untied the others. All of those who had been saved went up to thank Yimo. Yimo waved his hand and looked at Bao brother. You're robbing people here and killing them. No, Yi Qinbei. I am just collecting some advanced things to sell, Bao brother said shakily. Yimo said coldly, I have no patience. Did 4 women come here a few days ago? Was one of them a girl in her teens? What happened to them? Yes, they were all very pretty. Bao brother said, but he was interrupted. Get to the point. Yes. Wang Wan was here at the time and he wanted them.
He attacked them. Bao brother peeked at Yemo,
whose face had turned very bleak, and stuttered. Then, one of the women brought a little possum that was very strong, which killed Wang Wan and 7 others. Speak faster.
Yemo could breathe a little more at ease. Yes, yes. Then, Wang Wan's brother came.
He was at half-step great heaven, but one of them was also a great heaven master. They killed Wang Wan's brother and went to Xanjia Mountain. Bao brother said, why go to Xanjia Mountain? Yemo said, half a month ago, a teleportation formation appeared there and many people went. Bao brother said, Yemo's heart sunk. A formation had appeared there too, and also for half a month too.
Yemo was sure that it wasn't to Earth.
If it was, he would have long known. Xianbei, half a month ago, Zihua goddess took your 2 wives and also went in that formation. Another half-step great heaven man said, what?
Yemo heard this and had a bad feeling.
If that formation wasn't to Earth, then it was to the cultivation realm for sure. Luoying, Qingxua and Beiwei were invincible in the small world, but in the cultivation realm they were at the bottom. They had all taken the face-preserving pill. What if people lusted after them? After he thought about this, Yemo waved out wind blades, killing everyone there but Bao brother and the other half-step great heaven master. However, Yemo damaged their dantian before they could react.
Yemo's voice sounded, seeing that you answered honestly, I'll let you live.
Spread my word, those who dare to rob near this formation will die. Then, Yemo and the 2 women disappeared. Yemo got to Xanjia Mountain as soon as possible. Brother, what do we do? Yiling had never been to the cultivation realm, but seeing that even in the small realm it was the law of the jungle, the cultivation realm would be worse. We'll go inside immediately. Song Yangju was also worried. Yemo understood their worry, but he could only comfort them. There are also good people in the cultivation realm. Not everyone is cruel. Don't worry, we should still be able to find them if we go now.
But when Yemo went near the teleportation formation, his face changed. What's wrong?
Song Yangju asked immediately. Yemo said, it's troublesome. This formation does not teleport to a specific location, it's a random one-way formation. Even if 2 people cross it at the same time, they might be millions of miles apart. What? Yiling was shook and asked, brother, that means that if we enter at the same time, we might not appear in the same place. Yemo nodded, yes, but this isn't what I'm worried about the most. I'll hold you 2 when we go, but I'm worried that even if we go through here, we won't be able to find Yemo and the others, and much less Qingxue and company. Who went in even earlier. Yemo was very worried. Yemo was only 13. Such a little girl in the cultivation realm, that had dangers everywhere, wouldn't be able to survive for long. Song Yangju got extremely worried. Yemo said to Yiling, Yiling, hold silver.
We'll go inside immediately. Yemo grabbed Song Yangju and Yiling and entered the teleportation formation. Yemo felt some dizziness.
He immediately could tell that it was a very long-distance teleportation. After some time, the 3 of them landed outside an endless valley. Yemo looked at Song Yangju and Yiling, who were still next to him, and breathed at ease. But immediately, he sensed an extremely dense spirit chi. Feeling this, Yemo knew at once that it was the cultivation realm. He was quite familiar with that feeling. In Luoyu continent, the spirit chi was as dense, but Yemo knew that such density was considered very low in the cultivation realm. Most sects had spirit-gathering formations and spirit arteries. TL note, spirit arteries, underground streams of spirit energy. Yemo, I feel that this place is quite suitable for truth cultivation, Song Yangju said. Yemo nodded. Before he could tell her to go find a nearby city, he saw 6 people fighting and running. They were headed towards them. Yiling and Song Yangju were dazed. They had never seen such a way of fighting. Fireballs were everywhere in the air, and there were runic papers that brought showers of ice. Flying swords also dashed around all over the place. They could tell that it was 2 people against 4. Before they could ask Yemo, a grey-clothed man pierced a black-faced man's throat with his flying sword. However, before the man could rejoice, the dark-faced man also blasted a fireball through the man's chest. Yiling and Song Yangju witnessed this in shock. There were no laws there at all. Killing was a daily thing. The other member of the smaller party couldn't focus anymore and was soon killed by the remaining 3. The remaining 2 guys and the woman picked up the storage bags before walking up to Yemo. Seeing these 3 ferocious people walk over, Yiling and Song Yangju immediately became anxious and stood behind Yemo. Even Silver felt their bad will and raised her feathers, 1 at chi gathering stage and 2 non-cultivators. These 2 chicks aren't bad. The tall cultivator who walked at the front studied Yemo and laughed. he cultivated the three birth chant, hence that man couldn't see Yemo's power at all. A storage ring, a monkey mouth man behind the tall cultivator saw Song Yangju in Yiling's storage and exclaimed. He immediately tried to grab Song Yangju. Chapter 833. Truth realization is harder than going above the heavens. Yemo had storage rings because he had the space abyssal rock. There were many more space abyssal rocks in the cultivation realm than on Earth, but how many people were there in the cultivation realm? Seeing the storage rings, the monkey mouth man immediately wanted to rob it. Moreover, the other woman also tried to grab Yemo. These valuable items were usually only in the hands of high-level cultivators. Yiling and Song Yangju weren't even able to react due to how fast they had attacked. However, Yemo attacked before they could react. Yemo knew that there was no place for reason in that land, so Yemo immediately threw out two wind blades. These weren't like the wind blades he used in the small world. In the cultivation realm, cultivators all had spirit sense and cultivation chi to protect themselves. If he didn't strengthen his wind blades, it wouldn't cause much damage at all. The monkey-mouthed man and woman were both at stage 6 chi gathering. Two bloodstreams flew in the air. The two thieves were hacked away and crushed onto the ground. Foundation establishment state. The woman called out and died. The monkey-mouthed man wasn't even able to speak, as he died with shock and regret. Foundation establishment state Qianbei. The tall man murmured. He didn't know what to do. Yemo knew he was no foundation establishment state cultivator, but his three birth chant allowed him to transform his cultivation chi into cultivation essence at chi gathering state. Cultivation essence was the signature trait of foundation establishment state. Qianbei, please have mercy, the tall cultivator begged. He was just at stage 7. It wasn't that he couldn't attack before, but he was a better person than the other two. What is this place? Yemo left him to ask where he was. He didn't want to go around like a senseless fly and bump into a strong and cruel cultivator. The tall man immediately said shakily, "This is near Miao Mountain. We came from Pingshao City. We were planning on going to Zhang Yuan Sword Sect's disciple recruitment tournament. We found a Tiandan flower her dash." Yemo sighed. He had gathered quite a lot of Tiandan flower at the Wuwen Mountain. Yet he hadn't expected those people would fight over a Tiandan flower in the spirit chi abundant cultivation realm. But Yemo realized that there were too many people cultivating there and everyone was looking for spirit herbs. People would even fight over lower grade spirit herbs. Yemo yelled, "Speak clearly. Where is Niao Mountain? Where is the Zhang Yuan Sword Sect? Why are they recruiting disciples?" The tall cultivator was dazed. How could that foundation establishment state Qianbei not know about the Zhang Yuan Sword Sect or Miao Mountain? But he didn't dare to ask that. He could only reply, "Miao Mountain is the mountain range on the outskirts of the Zhang Yuan Sword Sect. Many lone cultivators try to find their fortune here. Zhang Yuan Sword Sect is one of the 4-star sects in the North Far State. They are taking in disciples from a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around them." Yemo heard North Far State and his head buzzed. It's real. When he had still been at the magical herb sect, he had seen on a journal that Luoyu continent was divided into the East Black State, the West Extreme State, the North Far State and the South Peace State. The journal said that each of the 4 states were boundless. It was unknown how many billions of kilometers they had. The Heartless Seas area separating the 4 states was much bigger than billions of kilometers. A person wouldn't be able to touch the border of the East Black State in a lifetime. The journal also described that comparing the other states. North Far State was desolated. There were rarely any hollow spirit cultivators. The East Black State was the second worst. Rarely anyone could reach cauldron-filling state. The South Peace State was the paradise of Luoyu, the legendary place of ascension. Yet, the author had never been able to see it with his own eyes. And to the West Extreme State not even gods and demons dared to go close, much less cultivators. This meant that each state was boundless, and between these boundless states there was the Heartless Sea, that was even larger than the 4 states. This meant that the North Far State had the worst spirit chi and was the least suitable for cultivation. The East Black State was a little bit better. But rarely anyone could reach cauldron-filling state. The best place to cultivate was the South Peace State. It was said that people could ascend into the immortal realm there, but the person who had left the journal had never been in his lifetime. Meanwhile, the West Extreme State was said to be a very dangerous place, and it wasn't somewhere ordinary cultivators could go. It seemed like he was in the North Far State at that moment. Yemo was very disappointed. That tall man noticed that Yemo was in a daze and immediately tried to run away.
However, he only ran a few meters before getting killed by Yimo's flying sword. Brother, what do we do? Yiling asked worriedly. Song Yangju frowned even more, as she worried about Yimo. No one followed reason in that place. How could she feel safe about Yimo? Yimo sighed and took their storage bags before saying, hang your storage ring on your chest. In the cultivation realm, no one dares to scan other people's clothes with spirit sense. Let's find a market and I'll buy a few spirit sense shielding clothes. In the cultivation realm, those who dared to scan other people's clothes with spirit sense were public enemies. Furthermore, everyone had spirit sense shielding clothes. Brother, I heard those people call you a foundation establishment state Qianbei. Is foundation establishment state the highest power level here? Yiling asked. Yimo shook his head. In the cultivation realm, cultivation is divided into 9 levels: Qi gathering, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, hollow spirit, body condensation, cauldron filling, disaster transformation and truth realization. Then, each state has 9 small levels. It is 81 small levels in total to reach truth realization state peak. The strongest master I know of is only cauldron filling state level 7. Ha! Yiling exclaimed, brother, if we all reach truth realization state peak, then wouldn't we become immortal? Yimo smiled bitterly. You haven't cultivated, so you don't know about the hardships of cultivation. Did you see those people before? They were fighting each other to death for a mere Tian Dan flower. But that's only something used for Qi gathering state. Even with adequate herbs, some people reach the end of their lives before they could ever break through. Moreover, each state is much harder than the previous one. Yimo's words made Yiling fall silent. After a while, she said firmly, brother, since other people can reach truth realization state, so can I. Chapter 834, don't be in a rush to leave, let's go have a look at the Zhang Yuan sword sect. Yimo chose the next target. There was no future for solo cultivators in this world. Solo cultivators had no resources and were often in a lot of danger. Although some could reach to a state where people had to look up to, these were a minority. Most of them died while looking for resources. No matter what world it was, dependence and backup was very important. Yimo just told Song Yangju and Yiling to put their storage rings away, but he didn't give them a mask. Although they were pretty girls were everywhere in the cultivation realm. They weren't very extraordinary. After all, they weren't at Luoying, Qingxue, Beiwei, and Xiaoyan's level. Seeing that Yimo wasn't using his flying sword, Yiling asked strangely, brother, wouldn't we go faster if we flew? Yimo shook his head with a bitter smile. We're just Qi gathering level cultivators. We're not at a market or near a sect. If we fly, we won't keep a low profile. Some bored high-level cultivators might kill you for no reason. Song Yangju and Yiling took a cold breath in. They hadn't thought people could be killed for just passing by. Just what kind of place was this? Yimo didn't explain. Although the reality might have not been as dangerous as he said, Song Yangju and Yiling had just arrived at the cultivation realm. It was better for them to have a careful attitude. The three of them simply walked out of the Miao Mountain and saw people heading towards one direction on a big road. Yimo scanned with his spirit sense. Most of these people were cultivators and a small portion ancient martial artists. However, there were no foundation establishment state masters. Only a few were at Qi gathering tertiary stages. Yimo and the others soon joined the crowd and he decided to show his power too. People could come to look for trouble if they were too low-key. As soon as Yimo joined the crowd, people noticed them immediately. Yet when they saw his power, many chose to stay a little further away from Yimo to avoid angering this Qianbei. Yimo was trying to find someone to ask about things when a sturdy-looking man brought a girl less than 20 years old over to Yimo. He saluted with his fists and said, friend, I'm Xia Zhangwan, and this is my sister Xia Pinger. Are you guys going to the Zhang Yuan sword sect too? Yimo nodded and studied the two brothers. Wondering why he had to come talk to him out of all those people, the man was shorter than him, but he was still more than 175 centimeters tall. He had sturdy muscles and was at stage 9 Qi gathering. He was one step away from foundation establishment state, but some people could get stuck at Qi gathering peak for the rest of their lives. His sister wasn't much shorter than her brother, but she was also at stage 5 Qi gathering. Her looks were average and had some freckles on her face. She looked very shy and stayed behind her brother, not daring to talk.
Yemo just studied her casually and she blushed. Xiao Zhengwen replied happily, "Friend, there's still about 3 to 4 days until we get to the sect.
There are too many people on this road and there might be some ill-willed people.
If you don't mind, we can form a small group." Yemo realized that this man approved of his power. He was at Qi Gathering level 8, there weren't many of his caliber here.
Most of the people at Qi Gathering tertiary stage already had a group.
"Okay," Yemo agreed. "I'm Yemo, this is my wife Song Yangzhu and my sister Yiling," Yemo introduced. Xiao Pinger had little courage but she wasn't an introvert.
She soon talked happily with Yiling and Song Yangzhu.
Although Song Yangzhu and Yiling weren't familiar with the language there, they improved rapidly under Xiao Pinger's tutelage and the fact that the language was similar to Chinese. Through his conversation with Xiao Zhengwen, he understood the sect's power. It was said that they had a nascent soul state ancestor, 14 golden core state masters, almost 100 foundation establishment state members and countless Qi Gathering state martial artists. It was indeed a big sect. Yemo also found out from him that the North Far State sect division was just like the sect division where he had been in his previous life, the East Black State. The sects were divided into 9 stars categories. Zhongyuan Sword Sect was a 4-star sect despite being at the very bottom of the 4-star category. Song Yangzhu and Yiling finally realized that what Yemo had told them was true. They understood what sort of world that place was. On their journey, they saw the strong abuse the weak.
The high-level cultivators formed groups and asked for goods to the low-level cultivators.
If they didn't give anything, it was either getting injured or death. The low-level cultivators had no choice but to give spirit stones or other treasures in order to get the high-level group's protection. These people are really shameless.
Song Yangzhu had seen a young man get killed immediately for not being able to give spirit stones for protection fees.
Sister Yangzhu, brother said we shouldn't comment on these things.
Xiao Pinger said quickly, 2 pretty girls.
What? You don't like me killing people? The cultivator who killed the young man walked to them.
The 4 people with him all walked up to Yemo and the group.
These 5 men were all at stage 8 and above, 3 at stage 8 and 2 at stage 9. I saw there was a stage 9 here so I didn't want to cause trouble, but instead you are the one who wanted to start trouble. Hand over your storage bags and tell the chick who cares so much to come with me. I'll return her later and this matter will be resolved. The stage 9 martial artist glanced cockily at Song Yangzhu, but he stared at Xiao Zhengwen. The remaining 4 men sealed their exits as if they were sure Yemo and the others would surrender. They had power indeed. Other than Yemo, who was at stage 8, and Xiao Zhengwen, who was at stage 9. The 3 other girls' power was minuscule. The people around immediately moved away. Xiao Zhengwen's expression changed and saluted with his fist. Martial brothers, she said it unintentionally before. Please don't mind it, there are 10 low-grade spirit stone dash, stop.
You want to buy a life for 10 low-grade spirit stones?
Do you F King think I'm a beggar? The stage 9 cultivator said in contempt. Sorry, I dash Song Yangzhu said worriedly to Yemo. She couldn't have imagined something so casual would cause so much trouble. Yemo smiled and waved his hand at her. He stopped Xiao Zhengwen and then walked to the front. I didn't go looking for trouble with you, but you dare to mess with me. Then, Yemo's flying sword flew towards the cultivator's neck. A flying sword, the cultivator was shook. He hadn't thought a stage 8 martial artist would dare to attack first and also have a flying sword. Although he was at stage 9, he had no flying sword since he was a solo cultivator.
Even some cultivating family members didn't have flying sword.
Only those from big sects could afford giving inner sect members their own flying sword. Outer sect members had to do large amounts of missions to get it. His group only had 2 members that had a flying sword and they all came from cultivation families. As soon as he saw the flying sword, he knew he had messes with someone that wasn't simple.
Yemo wasn't going to let him dodge that easily.
His flying sword chased the stage 9 closely while he shot 2 wind blades. Although he was only at stage 8, he was much stronger than a Qi Gathering stage master. There was no pressure in killing a stage 9 man. If he hadn't wanted to keep a low profile, Yemo could instantly have killed this person. The cultivator wasn't able to dodge the flying sword nor the wind blades. Splurge the stage 9 master was cut in 3 pieces. Yemo took back his flying sword and grabbed the storage bag in the air, while burning the 3 pieces of the body into nothing. The series of movements had been so fluid that it was clear he did it frequently. The other 4 cultivators were dead silent and so was the crowd around them.
Killing a stage 9 master instantly, what kind of power was that?
It was the power of a foundation establishment state Shenbei.
The other 4 men immediately wanted to run. Since you're here, don't be in a rush to leave. Yemo checked the storage bag and said lazily, Chapter 835, Meow Mountain Market, let's attack together. I don't believe the remaining Stage 9 master immediately realized that they couldn't resolve things peacefully, so he took out his flying sword to fight for his life. However, he stopped in the middle of the sentence. He had just blocked Yemo's flying sword, but got killed by the hidden sword rays. It was a modified sword ability, the 3-birth sword ray. The reason he had used it then was to test its power. Secondly, he had shot it from a very hidden angle. Hence to others, the man had been killed by the flying sword. Seeing that the cultivator couldn't resist at all, Yemo rejoiced. This thing was a big killing blow indeed. If his sword rays formed a net, then no matter how fast the opponent was, they would be killed. Another Stage 9 got instantly killed. The cultivators around didn't even dare to watch too closely. Yemo took the storage bag and looked at the remaining Stage 8 cultivators. Shenbei, this is my storage bag. A smart cultivator gave his storage bag to Yemo as quickly as possible. The remaining 2 men saw this and they both handed over their storage bags without hesitation. Yemo picked these up and then yelled, Piss off, yes, thanks for sparing our lives, Shenbei. The 3 men ran away faster than rabbits and immediately disappeared. The reason he hadn't killed these 3 cultivators was because he knew there were countless people like that in the world and he wouldn't be able to kill them all. In order to protect himself there, it was pointless to kill. The only way was to increase his own power, to make everyone fear his power. Xiao Zhongwen, like others in the crowd, stared at Yemo in shock. He had never seen a qi gathering state this strong. Xiao Pinger was also dazed and unable to talk. They had been still thinking about how to pay a huge sum for these people to let them go, yet now Yemo had killed them easily and gotten 5 storage bags. Song Yangzhu approached him and hugged Yemo's arm excitedly. She had heard Yemo say there were many people stronger than him in that world, but she was still proud that Yemo could easily kill a strong enemy. Brother, these people don't seem that strong. Why do people endure their robberies? Yiling asked in confusion. Xiao Zhongwen got defeated by Yiling's words. They might have not seemed strong to her brother, but for others they were the strongest ones there. Brother Yi, I didn't think you were this strong. I probably wouldn't even be able to last 3 moves if I fought you. Funny how I thought I was a little stronger than you before, Xiao Zhongwen said. Yemo patted his shoulders and said, I have fought a lot, so I have some experience. You will be the same too. Xiao Zhongwen didn't think so. He had experienced a lot of battles too. Let's not talk about this, Zhongwen. It's dark now, is there a place to rest? Yemo didn't mind, but Yiling and Song Yangzhu were tired. There is 130 kilometers ahead. There's a market and some hotels too. We can rest there for the night and continue the next morning. However, it's a little pricey to enter the market. Xiao Zhongwen said. Yemo handed the 2 storage bags over Xiao Zhongwen and said, These are yours. Keep these 2 flying sword too. Yemo really couldn't be bothered taking these low-grade flying swords. Xiao Zhongwen quickly waved his hand. I can't take that, it's too precious. Yemo patted him and smiled. We all have flying sword. You don't have any, so take it. We're all friends. Moreover, I don't really like this type of flying sword. Xiao Zhongwen could tell Yemo didn't care about those low-grade flying swords, so he took them and thanked Yemo greatly. The Miao Mountain Market was quite a famous market near the Zhang Yuan sword sect. It was very popular mainly because it was very safe. This market belonged to the Zhang Yuan sword sect, so rarely anyone dared to cause trouble there. Many lone cultivators, pill concoctors, forgers and rune makers made a living here. Everyone had to pay a 5 low-grade spirit stones entrance fee. Yemo had robbed 11 storage bags and given 2 to Xiao Zhongwen, but he still had 9 left. Yemo had gotten 172 spirit stones from these bags. Moreover, he had 3 from before, so he had 175 spirit stones in total, so prosperous. Song Yangzhu exclaimed. Yemo had been to some markets before and he felt it was alright, but it was indeed prosperous. It was almost like a city. There were all sorts of businesses there, but of course, mostly related to cultivation. The 5 of them went into an ordinary hotel where they had to pay 3 spirit stones per night. Yemo bought Song Yangzhu and Yiling the cheapest defensive inner clothes and spent all of his spirit stones, with dense luminous stones and luminous formations. The market was bright like daylight even during the night. Yiling had never cultivated before and Song Yangzhu was very weak. They were very tired going all the way from Luoyu to there, so as soon as they went in the hotel, they were told to rest by Emo. Emo meanwhile left the hotel. He knew that without spirit stones, it would be like walking on earth without money. They wouldn't be able to do anything. Emo wanted to see if he could exchange some of his pills to get some spirit stones. Of course, he would get large sums of money if he took out a few of his face-preserving pills made of stalagmite marrow, but he knew he would be a dead man if he did. Emo still used an ordinary storage bag. There were more than 10 essence-increasing pills and 1 great essence-increasing pills. These pills were what he was going to sell that night. In a corner of the market, Emo set up his stall. However, unlike the mortal world markets, even in the farthest corner, people soon arrived. Essence-increasing pill, great essence-increasing pill, how much? A stage 6 chi gathering master went to him immediately when he saw the pills. Both of these 2 pills were required by chi gathering states. The great chi gathering pill could allow this man reach chi gathering tertiary stage. He could get these at a pill shops, but he knew these stalls would sell for much cheaper. The essence increasing pill, 20 spirit stones for 1. The great essence increasing pill, 30 spirit stones for 1. Emo knew the prices of proper shops. Essence increasing pills were sold for 25 spirit stones and great essence increasing pills were sold for 38 spirit stones. He believed his price wasn't high. This cultivator heard this and immediately got excited. It was 5 to 8 spirit stones cheaper than in a shop. Usually, these stalls would only be 2 spirit stones cheaper. If these pills were real, then he would be earning big. Marshall brother, can I have a look at the pills? The cultivator asked. Of course. Emo handed one of each to the cultivator without hesitation. The cultivator smelled the pill and felt the spirit chi inside the pill. He immediately called out in excitement, a top-grade essence-increasing pill, but he realized at once that he shouldn't have talked so loudly. He quickly said, I want 3 essence-increasing pills and 1 great essence-increasing pill. However, before he finished, a few more chi-gathering tertiary stages arrived. All of them had heard the words top-grade essence-increasing pills. People also liked watching shows on the streets in the cultivation realm, so when they were sure that Emo's pills were top-grade pills, all of Emo's 10 essence-increasing pills and 10 great essence-increasing pills were quickly sold. He had gotten 500 spirit stones very quickly. Emo sighed. The life of pill concoctors were indeed prosperous. The ones who didn't get pills didn't want to leave. However, Emo didn't care. He packed his things and was about to leave, yet, he was stopped by 2 people. Chapter 836, Local Snake. Kid, you're not from here, are you? It's fine if you want to earn money in my spot, but you'd be looking down on me if you tried to leave without paying anything. A stage 9 martial artist and a chi gathering peak martial artist stopped Emo. They had seen Emo earn a few hundred spirit stone very quickly and they got blinded by greed. Moreover, they could tell Emo was a foreigner and he hadn't gotten a stall permit. A few hundred spirit stones were a huge fortune for chi gathering cultivators. Most of them didn't even have tens of spirit stones because they immediately used them for pills as soon as they got them. If it had been the outside, Emo would have already killed them. However, he knew he was in the Miao Mountain market. It was someone else's land. No matter how powerful he was, he had no way but to stay low in the land with a golden core state master. He knew those 2 had nothing to do with the stall, but he still gave them 20 stones. In that case, take this as a fee for using this stall. One of the cultivators saw Emo only take out 20 and was immediately unhappy. He pushed the spirit stones away, clearly unhappy that Emo had only taken out so little. Emo saw the 2 men wanted more. So without thinking, he put the 20 stones away. The cultivator understood that he had made a mistake. Emo had put the 20 spirit stones away. He immediately got furious and wanted to attack. But the other stage 9 cultivator stopped him. Wait, Marshal Brother Ming. The cultivator then looked at Emo coldly. I'm Kai Jing, this is my Marshal Brother Ming Fo. You have just come to this market, so you might not know the rules here. This market belongs to the Zheng Yuan sword sect. Everyone has to pay a stall fee. If you don't pay it, we have the authority to attack you, Emo sneered. With his experience, he could tell Kai Jing was putting on an act. It was true that stalls costed money, but he had only been here for an hour. The fees certainly couldn't be that much. Moreover, those 2 men were clearly not the market managers. They just wanted to scam him for some money. However, Yemo was going to see if he could join the sect later on, so it wasn't good to offend people before he had been accepted. How much is the stall fee? Yemo asked. You just earned 500 spirit stones, we would only take a small portion. How about you give me 240 spirit stones? And we can be friends. Next time you open a stall, we will protect you. Kai Jing immediately said when he noticed that the man backed down after he brought up his sect. Ming Fa heard this and wasn't too satisfied. Yemo was clearly a foreigner. They could easily take 400 stones from him. These foreigners wouldn't dare say much, even if they scammed him, just that much? Yemo heard this number and calmed down instead. Since those guys were so shameless, he didn't need to give them any respect. He didn't think the Zhang Yuan sword sect was the only sect in this world. Seeing this, Kai Jing realized that he had asked for too little. If he had asked for more, perhaps this man would have agreed. But he had already said the amount in front of so many people, so he couldn't really go back on his words. Yes, that much. We're going easy on you, PSS off. Yemo yelled. Ming Fa heard this and was dazed for half a second before pointing at Yemo's face roaring, "You F King trash." What did you say? Ming Fa couldn't resist it and charged at Yemo. Although fighting wasn't allowed in the market. He was an outer sect member. He wasn't going to stand still when an insect was telling him to PSS off, but before he could hit Yemo slapped him twice. Ming Fa was thrown 10 meters away. He crashed onto the barrier of another stall and bounced back. Everyone saw this and the scene immediately turned quiet. That foreigner didn't care at all. You're asking to die. Ming Fa wiped his mouth. His face was bleeding and he had lost a few teeth. Kai Jing also reacted and sent out his flying sword to Yemo. What's going on? Two law enforcers came to the scene. When they saw the two cultivators, Kai Jing stopped his steps, while Ming Fa dashed at Yemo again. Yemo sneered. He sealed Ming Fa's cultivation chi with his cultivation essence and kicked Ming Fa's chest. Ming Fa was thrown away again and landed in the middle of the street. He finally understood that his chi was far weaker than this foreigner's. Not even a third as strong as this man's. The law enforcers saw that Yemo still dared to fight and sneered. Yemo was shook. He realized the two cultivators' cultivation essence was stronger than his. They were probably at Foundation Establishment State. Yemo scanned with his spirit sense and realized that one of them was at Foundation Establishment State Primary Stage and the other one was at Foundation Establishment State Middle Stage. Ping Xinbei, this man is causing trouble in the market. He attacked me and Marshal Brother Ming, Kai Jing said, who says you can start trouble here. The Foundation Establishment State Primary Stage Master asked Yemo coldly. Yemo didn't matter to him at all. Although he knew Kai Jing and Ming Fa had been trying to scam foreign cultivators, he wasn't going to help Yemo because Kai Jing would pay them tributes later. Yemo realized these men were in the same group. If it had been in the outside, he was sure he could kill that Foundation Establishment State Primary Stage cultivator. However, with that middle stage master there too, he didn't stand a chance at all. Yemo still had to explain. Yet he only got to tell half of the events when he got stopped by the Foundation Establishment State Middle Stage man. Stop talking bullshit. We saw you attack. Now you need to come with us. Yemo knew it wasn't good. If he went with them, he wouldn't survive. If he had been by himself, he could run away. However, there was still Song Yangzhu and Yiling. More and more people were watching. Even Song Yangzhu, Yiling, and the Xia siblings had come. Brother, what's going on? Yiling grabbed Yemo's clothes tightly. She had heard people say that the two law enforcers were Foundation Establishment State Qianbei. Yemo pulled Song Yangzhu. Even if he couldn't run, he was planning on running. Yangzhu, let's go. Yemo pulled Song Yangzhu and tried to leave. Ha ha. If a Stage 8 Qi gathering cultivator can run away from me, I, Gongling, don't need to live. The Foundation Establishment State Primary Stage cultivator saw this and laughed. He immediately raised his power and the Qi gathering cultivators around him were forced back by the pressure. Yemo protected Yiling and Song Yangzhu. Perhaps due to a lot of people being there, another powerful spirit sense scanned over and Yemo was shook. This spirit sense was no longer at Foundation Establishment State, it was at least at Golden Core State Middle Stage. Gonglin immediately retracted his power and stood carefully on the side. A man and woman appeared before everyone. The woman looked like she was in her 40s and grabbed Yi Ling's wrist. Yimo couldn't even stop her. After a moment, she said in shock, "A three-element full spirit root? How is that possible?" Chapter 837, Separation. More than 90% of the people didn't have a spirit root nor a spirit root that was near full. If one had many spirit roots, he would at most have one that was near full. They would never have more than one that was full. Those with full spirit roots were mostly single spirit rooted. Usually, the more spirit roots you had, the worse your talent. But if they were all full, then it was be a different story. This was rarer than a single spirit root. It isn't impossible. I've heard that Shangyan sect has a cultivator that had 4 full spirit roots. He was cultivating earth style and yet he was faster than a pure wood spirit root. This girl has a 3 full spirit root, she's a true genius, the man said on the side. Then, the woman immediately took out a testing device and said to Yi Ling, "Put your hand on it." Yimo didn't stop them. His power was nothing compared to a golden core state cultivator's. Although he knew that woman had no ill will, he still felt uncomfortable. Power. If he had power, no matter what they did, he could take Yi Ling and Sun Yangzhu away. Yi Ling put her hand into the device and it showed indeed that she had a water, fire and wood full spirit root, a 3-element full spirit root indeed. The woman called out in joy. Yet when she saw Sun Yangzhu, she was dazed and said, "Test yourself too, another metal and water double spirit root." Her metal spirit root is nearly full. The woman got even happier. She hadn't thought she would able to find such talented disciples just by going outside. She couldn't believe it. "Are you two willing to be my disciples?" The woman was so excited that her voice changed. Although she was Zheng Yuan Sword Sect's Golden Core State Elder, good talented disciples were chosen first by other sections. Hearing the woman's words, everyone around gave them looks of envy. They weren't idiots and they could tell those two were Golden Core State cultivators. Who wouldn't want a Golden Core State cultivator to be their master? But what they didn't expect was that Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling shook their heads at the same time. "I'm Zheng Yuan Sword Sect's Elder Li Yuqian. If you become my disciples, you will cultivate with me at Yen Yuan Peak. Why don't you want to?" Li Yuqian was worried. The other man quickly said, "I'm a little stronger than Elder Li. I'm the Peak Lord of Daizheng Peak. You can also be my disciples and come with me." "Elder Han, how can you say that?" The martial brother who had come with her wasn't helping her. Instead, he was trying to steal the 2 girls away from her. Song Yangzhu reacted first. She could tell that the woman was very powerful. Her husband wouldn't be able to beat her. She immediately bowed. "Sorry, Shenbei, but I want to be with my husband." Yi Ling also wants to be with her brother. "We don't want to be separated." "Your husband?" Li Qianyu looked at once at Yimo and grabbed his wrist. However, she put her hand down in disappointment. A mixed spirit root and not pure. Yimo heard this and was dazed. He had a mixed spirit root, but it wasn't impure. And he had tested Song Yangzhu before. She had indeed a dual spirit root, but it wasn't full. "This kid doesn't have the right to enter the inner sects, but on your account we can let him be an outer sect member. His spirit root is very bad. It would be very hard for him to reach foundation establishment state, much less golden core state." "You guys dash." Li Yuqian cut off some of the inappropriate stuff she was going to say. "If you live together every day and be all lovey-dovey, it will affect your Tao. You're so young. How can you have so many impure thoughts?" "I've cultivated for 60 years and I've never had such impure thoughts," Song Yangzhu was going to rebuke, but Yimo stopped her. "Yangzhu, I'm going to go to the Zheng Yuan Sword Sect anyways. If you and Yi Ling could become Li Qianbei's disciples, it would be very fortunate. I still need to go and find Yimo, so you guys can just focus on cultivation." Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling heard this and understood that Yimo really meant he had to go looking for Yimo and the others. They were too weak and it was inconvenient to bring them. Moreover, without a Golden Core State Master, those 2 Foundation Establishment State law enforcers wouldn't let them go. Thinking about this, Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling quickly walked up to Li Yuqian and bowed. "Wanbei, Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling are willing to serve Qianbei as our master." Li Yuqian was confused at how Yimo had made the 2 women agree so easily. That man's power was average, but he really knew how to deal with women. They were willing to reject a Golden Core State Master for him. Li Yuqian quickly cast these thoughts aside and looked happily at the 2 women. Okay, in that case come with me now. Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling looked at Yemo. Li Yuqian frowned. She felt Yemo was quite annoying. His own talent was bad, but he was damaging the future of two talented girls. But in order to not make Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling dislike her, she didn't force anything. She would never let Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling meet up with Yemo again. Yemo knew the woman was getting impatient, but he still had to say some last words. Qianbei, us three are staying at a hotel not far away. After we check out of the hotel, we will go with Qianbei to the Zhongyuan sword sect, Yemo said. Li Yuqian could tell Yemo had some private things to say to the two women. However, since she wasn't planning on letting them see Yemo again, she had some patience. She waved her hand. Go, I'll wait for you here. Li Yuqian then yelled at the two Foundation Establishment State Cultivators, PSS off. You're lucky this time. If you dare to be disrespectful to my disciples ever again, don't blame me then. Yes, yes. The two Foundation Establishment State Cultivators left while cursing in their hearts that the two girls hadn't been her disciples before. Xia Zhongwen felt like he was in a dream. Seeing Yemo and the others leave, he immediately followed them too. He wanted to stay at the Zhongyuan sword sect, so he needed to tighten their relationship. Moreover, he felt Yemo was someone worth being friends with. Wait. Just when he was about to leave, he was stopped by Elder Han. He also took out a spirit root testing device and said, "You've reached stage 9 Qi gathering at such a young age. Let me see what spirit root you have." Yemo brought the two women back to the hotel. He set a sound barrier formation before saying to the two women, "After you two leave, you might not see me for a while, so you need to work hard cultivating, huh? Brother, aren't you going to the Zhongyuan sword sect too?" "If you're not going, I'm not going either," Yi Ling said. "Yes, if you're not going, what's the point of us going?" Song Yangzhu said. Yemo shook his head. "Li Yuqian isn't going to let you come out, so I don't slow down your cultivation. The only way is for us to reach Golden Core State. This place has more spirit chi than Luo Yu. I think with your primordial fortune chant, you can reach Foundation Establishment State really quickly. Don't worry, one day, we will have our own land on this continent, just like Luo Yu City. So don't look for me, I will come to take you away. Just work hard cultivating. Your life won't be truly yours until you reach a higher state." Chapter 838, Terrifying Cultivation Whirlpool. I'll carve the primordial chaos chant on a jade slip for you. You can cultivate that from now on. Don't cultivate what Li Yuqian teaches you, but you can learn from her some cultivation magic. You must remember, never expose this cultivation method. I don't think there is in Luo Yu continent a cultivation method of this caliber, Yemo said carefully. Yemo carved the cultivation method on jade slips and gave it to the two women. Then, he gave them 200 spirit stones each and some pills before saying, "You must remember to never trust people easily in the cultivation realm. The people here are willing to do anything to get stronger." Yemo, where will you go? Song Yangzhu didn't want to be away from Yemo, but she knew he had to do things. Yemo thought for a moment and said, "I'm still very weak right now. I want to search the entire Luo Yu continent after I get stronger. I want to be able to go to the South Peace State to cultivate in the future. It's said that the spirit chi is much denser there. Brother, when you go to the South Peace State, remember to take Sister Yangzhu and me with you." Yi Ling felt bad thinking that she might not be able to see her brother for a long time. She might have cried if Song Yangzhu hadn't been going with her to that strange place. Yi Ling saw the tears in Yi Ling's eyes and made up his mind to cultivate like crazy. They weren't on Earth. He had what was needed to cultivate. One day, he would take them wherever they wanted to go. Go! Your master is quite decent. I can tell she's cultivating the rightful Dao cultivation method. Don't make her wait too long. Yemo got up. Brother Yi, I have an earth and wind dual spirit root. Elder Han has taken me as his disciple. Xia Zhongwen said excitedly. Yemo hadn't expected his talent to be so good. Xia Pinger's talent wasn't that good. She had a 3-element spirit root, she had an average talent. The two Golden Core State elders soon took them all to the Zhongyuan sword sect. In a short time, they traveled a 2 days' distance. Li Yuqian left Yemo and Xia Pinger in the ordinary outer sect reception and took Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling to Yenyuan Peak, because Yemo and Xia Pinger had been brought by Golden Core State elders. The receptionist was rather polite to them. Yemo got a room for cultivation. It only had a simple defense formation. But it was enough for EMO. Despite being on the most outer region of the sect, the dense spirit chi still made EMO happy. EMO got an identity card and clothes and immediately went back to his place to cultivate. He didn't want to waste a minute, but when he ran meridian cycles in his meridians, he was shook and stopped cultivation immediately. In a few breaths' time, the spirit chi outside had formed a dense whirlpool that rushed towards him. It was so huge that it reminded EMO of the moment when Foundation Establishment State formed golden cores. It was too huge. EMO was happy that his 3 birth chant was so terrifying when devouring spirit chi. He was only at chi gathering stage. It didn't act like that on Earth due to the lack of spirit chi, but now it showed its true power. EMO could guess that it was stronger at places with more spirit chi, but if he continued cultivation, people would notice immediately. If people found out that a chi gathering state cultivator could cause this, he would be dissected down to the bones. Power. EMO sighed. Without power, he didn't even dare to cultivate. As soon as EMO stopped cultivation, many powerful spirit senses scanned inside. EMO didn't dare to move. There was a spirit sense that was far stronger than that Elder Hans. EMO was certain that it belonged to the nascent soul state cultivator. They didn't find anything special and took back their spirit sense. EMO was scared and sweating. He rejoiced that he had stopped early, or else he would have been caught. After collecting his thoughts, EMO laid down. He had decided to leave the sect the next morning to cultivate. A night passed and EMO rested well. As a new sect member, EMO had to get approval before he could go out. Luckily, EMO had been taken there by the Golden Core State Elder, and so the manager didn't really care. He just told him that new members had to go to mission hall to take missions. In any sect, the outer sect members were pawns. It was not only in the sense of battles between sects, but they also did a lot of missions for their sect. If they wanted cultivation resources, they had to complete missions to get points and exchange these points for resources. The herbs they worked arduously for and the beast they hunted were taken by the sect and given to the inner sect members and core sect members. It could be said that the outer sect members existed for inner sect members. Yiling and Song Yangzhu were private disciples and had the same power as a core sect member, sometimes even more. Those on a lower position than the outer sect members were the labor disciples. However, they usually didn't cultivate, so they had less pressure than outer sect members. EMO arrived at the mission hall in the morning and found it was already full. The sect had nearly 1,000 outer sect members, but there were limited missions. If you went early, you could get a low-risk, highly rewarded mission. If you arrived late, then you could only get those high-risk, poorly rewarded mission. Of course, it was relative. Usually a high-risk mission would be well rewarded. The mission hall had 2 screens which were controlled by a formation. One wrote the top 10 Foundation Establishment State Masters of the sect and the top 30 Chi Gathering Masters. This ranking was called the Zhengzhuan Hall of Fame. The other screen showed missions. Did you know? Our sect's number 1 Foundation Establishment State Qianbei Li Bison is in solitary cultivation now. It said he's trying to reach Golden Core State. Li Qianbei is really the genius of the century in our sect. How long has it been? He's already trying to reach Golden Core State. When I just arrived at the sect, he was only at Chi Gathering State. Yet now, I'm still at Chi Gathering State. Do you dare to compare yourself with Li Qianbei? Do you know Marshal Brother Li Belan? He is Li Qianbei's younger brother. He's only been here for half a year and he's already ranked 2nd on the Chi Gathering ranking. EMO heard this, but he wasn't interested. He had gone there to get a mission, go out and cultivate. Chapter 839, Search for a Place. EMO looked at the big mission screen and found that most of the missions were at the All Herbs mountain ranges. EMO remembered the small booklet the manager had given him the previous night. It had information about the mountain range, so he quickly took it out of his storage ring. The All Herbs mountain ranges was one of the 10 biggest ranges in the North Far State. It was not only a place for Zhang Yuan Sword sect members to go on trials, but also for the Lianqing sect, the Flowing Cloud sect, the Demon Spirit sect, the North Lightning Palace and other sects' trial grounds. The North Lightning sect was a 5-star sect. It was said they had a hollow spirit level master. Although many sects had trials in the All Herbs mountain ranges, it had never been thoroughly searched as it was huge. Even after all these years, the sect members would at most search the outskirts. They couldn't even reach half of the places in there. Although the All Herbs mountain ranges had a lot of spirit herbs and fortunes, there were also a lot of dangers.
It had a lot of beasts and dangerous places. Each year, many sect members who went on trial there would disappear. This is a good place, Yemo said to himself. It was that big. If he found a distant place to cultivate, no one would be able to find him. Right, there it shall be. Yemo closed the booklet and looked at the mission screen. There were rarely any solo missions, and even if there were, most of them weren't at the All Herbs mountain ranges. Just when Yemo was wondering whether to go on a mission with someone, he heard a lively voice say, "Marshall brother, do you want to go on a mission to the All Herbs mountain ranges?" Yemo heard this voice and thought it was a lowly. However, when he turned around, he saw it belonged to a woman in her 30s. Her skin was a little dark, and she wasn't ugly. Yemo quickly nodded. "Yes, I want to get a mission." The woman heard this and said hospitably, "I'm Lu Jinyue. Me, another Marshall sister, and 2 other Marshall brothers took a mission to the All Herbs mountain ranges to collect the rainbow gold lotus. We're missing one person. Do you want to join us, the rainbow gold lotus?" Yemo had heard of this, of course. It wasn't a pill ingredient, but a supplementary material for forgery. It could be used to make women's clothes. It usually grew in cold places next to ponds. It was a decent thing, but that couldn't be found in the outskirts. Yemo nodded. "Okay, then I'll join your team. I'm Yemo. I just arrived at the sect." Lu Yuetian immediately rejoiced to see that Yemo was joining them. She quickly waved to the 3 people behind her. Yemo was at stage 8. He provided decent assistance to the team. The other 3 team members quickly approached them. After Lu Jinyue's introduction, Yemo found out that the person with an average height but whiter skin than Lu Jinyue was called Jiang Yi. There was also an extremely handsome man called Tong Jintan. These 2 were both at stage 9. There was also another good-looking girl called Huang Ping. She was only at stage 7, but she clearly liked the handsome Tong Jintan. All her thoughts were about him. After the 5 of them registered, they immediately left the mission hall. What surprised Yemo was that Tong Jintan took out a low-grade flying artifact. It was a small boat. It was quite cool to have something like that for a chi-gathering state disciple. Tong Jintan smiled. "It belongs to my family. My family gave it to me after I became an inner sect member." "You're not an outer sect member?" Yemo was very surprised. Most of the people taking missions were outer sect members. Tong Jintan smiled but didn't reply. He knew a lot of people looked down on him for going on missions with outer sect members, but it wasn't just about taking missions. Cultivation should be joined together with experience in order to achieve maximum improvement. Moreover, his goal wasn't the rainbow golden lotus. "Let's all get on the boat. We will have to fly for 2 days before we can enter the All Herb mountain ranges," Tong Jintan said to everyone. The 3 others rushed onto the flying boat, but Yemo shook his head. "I have a flying sword, I can use that." They saw this and didn't say anything. After all, Yemo had just met them. It was normal for him to have such concerns and wariness. 2 days later, they entered the All Herbs mountain ranges. The boundless ranges appeared in front of their eyes. There were also many forests and lakes. It was a primitive place. Tong Jintan's flying boat slowed down drastically after entering the ranges. He reminded the others, "There are lots of beasts here and some people lurk in the shadows to ambush people. Stay alert." Yemo went around and noticed a lot of low-level beasts. The strongest beast was only at level 2, they didn't even have a beast core. He also saw a lot of spirit herbs and even cultivators fighting beasts. The group had a clear target and didn't waste much time on the road. Yemo didn't even do anything. They reached a misty lake on the 5th day. Yemo realized that it was probably the place where the rainbow golden lotus grew. Yemo's spirit sense was very strong, but not even his spirit sense could scan to the end of the lake. However, Tong Jintan stopped the flying boat and landed a few km away from the lake. He said to Yemo and the others, "The rainbow golden lotus is on the other side of the lake. There are some metal spine crocodiles around. Although there are a lot of them, the strongest one is only at level 2 peak. We just need to be careful and we should be able to succeed." Then, Lu Jinyue said, "How about Marshall Brother Yi and I distract the crocodiles?" "Okay, then Jiang Yi, Huang Ping, and I will try to get the rainbow golden flower," Tong Jintan said and waved his hand, leading them to the river. Yemo saw 5 or 6 metal spine crocodiles laying lazily around the rainbow golden flower. They were indeed level 2 and some level 1 beasts. Beasts that weren't level 3 yet were at most at chi gathering state comparatively. Only those at level 3 were equivalent to Foundation Establishment State cultivators. When the group was still 3 kilometers away from the crocodiles, Tong Jintan yelled, "Marshal Sister Lu, Marshal Brother Yi, hurry up and draw their attention."
Yi Mo frowned.
He thought that even if they were to do that, they should wait until the other 3 were closer.
Moreover, there were a lot of rainbow golden flowers there too.
If they just needed a small amount, they didn't even need to startle the beasts, they could just take them. With this thought, Yi Mo didn't attack and stopped instead. However, Lu Jinyue charged at the beast and caught the attention of 3 level 2 crocodiles.
They attacked Lu Jinyue immediately. Yi Mo sighed.
He didn't know what Tong Jintan wanted, but he had no goodwill. Lu Jinyue was soon surrounded and in danger. She was hit twice by their water arrows and her clothes were ripped.
Lu Jinyue noticed things weren't right.
Why was she the only one fighting? Yi Mo saw Tong Jintan look at him in confusion and thought that maybe he was wrong about him. But since Lu Jinyue was in danger, Yi Mo couldn't keep watching and stopped 2 beasts with his flying sword. Lu Jinyue immediately breathed at ease. She gave Yi Mo a grateful look and took a pill. When Yi Mo's flying sword heavily injured a crocodile, a deep howl sounded. A black figure darted out of the water rapidly and charged at Yi Mo and Lu Jinyue. Not good. Yi Mo could tell immediately by that power that it was at least at level 3. Lu Jinyue's face also changed drastically. She had also immediately realized that it was a level 3 beast.
Yi Mo's spirit sense scanned Tong Jintan, who was using that instant to dart amongst the rainbow golden lotus.
He had used the perfect timing. Yi Mo saw a purple one in the middle of the flowers, which Tong Jintan was aiming for. Right away, Yi Mo realized he had been tricked by Tong Jintan. Chapter 840, just passing by, the purple flower was called the purple lotus. It was the king of the rainbow golden lotus. It was hard to differentiate from ordinary rainbow golden lotus, but it only had 5 lotus seeds. It was not only useful for reaching Foundation Establishment State, but it could also cause Foundation Establishment State breakthrough 2 levels, however, at most 2 small levels.
If one had already eaten the lotus before, then it would be useless. Yi Mo saw it and Lu Jinyue was no fool.
Her expression looked really bad.
It wasn't her first time working with Tong Jintan.
She hadn't thought that generous-looking inner sect member could be so shameless and use people of his own sect as bait. Yi Mo didn't dare to hold back against a level 3 beast. His flying sword immediately blocked the level 3 beast's attack while he threw 3 wind blades at the other 3 level 2 beasts. Clank Yi Mo's flying sword clashed with the head of the level 3 beast, but it only made a small mark.
The 3 wind blades didn't even leave a mark. Yi Mo hadn't intentionally tried. But one could still see how tough the beast's skin was. Lu Jinyue reacted.
She was going to join him on the attack, but Yi Mo stopped her. Hurry up and run.
Can you beat a level 3 beast? Yi Mo said and immediately blocked 3 more water arrows.
He wasn't really trying to save Lu Jinyue nor help Tong Jintan stop the beasts. No, we leave together.
What will you do when I leave? Lu Jinyue immediately said. Yi Mo was speechless. He hadn't expected Lu Jinyue to be such a genuine person.
However, he pulled Lu Jinyue and immediately started running. While running, he cursed at the metal spine crocodile. Do you have a pig brain? Your purple lotus is about to be stolen.
Hurry up and go after it. Yi Mo said. The metal spine crocodile seemed to have understood Yi Mo and looked back.
He immediately saw Tong Jintan, who had dug up the purple lotus and began to run. The level 3 beast howled. It immediately left Yi Mo and Lu Jinyue behind and chased after Tong Jintan. Yi Mo sighed.
Tong Jintan had calculated it perfectly. The beast wouldn't be able to catch up to him no matter what.
Yet, how dare this punk scheme against him? He was going to get revenge no matter what. The other 3 level 2 beasts also left Yi Mo and Lu Jinyue behind. Lu Jinyue wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked awkwardly at Yi Mo. Sorry, I didn't think he was this sort of person. If it hadn't been for you, I would have died today. Yi Mo waved his hand, but he looked coldly at Tong Jintan. At first he had thought that although he was bleak, he had still taken the woman he liked and ran away.
Yet now, Yi Mo didn't see it that way.
Tong Jintan had grabbed Huang Ping and thrown her to the metal spine crocodile to buy some time. Despite knowing that the beast wouldn't be able to catch up to his flying boat, animal, Lu Jinyue saw this scene and cursed. Huang Ping was still confused when she was pushed by the person she loved into the big mouth of the metal spin crocodile. Huang Ping immediately realized what was going on and her heart died.
For a mere herb.
He had thrown her into the crocodile, despite being able to escape, and just so that he would be 100% safe. She loved someone like that. Just when she had completely given up hope, Jiang Yi dashed over and pushed Huang Ping out. However, the crocodile bit off one of his arms. The metal spine crocodile ignored the two of them and kept chasing after Tong Jintan. Huang Ping was dazed. She hadn't been able to react at the scene. She knew Jiang Yi liked her, but she liked Tong Jintan. He was not only an inner sect member and extremely handsome, he was also very generous and seemed reliable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi had very white skin and didn't like to talk. He seemed a little dull, but she hadn't expected him to be able to throw himself into the crocodile and save her. Huang Ping felt like she had been very dumb. Without thinking, she approached Jiang Yi and helped him stand up. She sniffed for a long while before saying, "Sorry." Jiang Yi took a pill, but his face got even paler.
"I'm happy that you're fine." Yi Mo nodded and felt a little better.
If the four of them had joined up against him, he might have killed them all.
But now, it seemed like Tong Jintan was the only problem. Yi Mo looked at Lu Jinyue, who was still in a daze, and said, "If I had been you, I would have collected the rainbow golden lotus and ran instead of standing and watching here.
If that level 3 beast comes back, things won't be good." Yi Mo's spirit sense scanned out 20 kilometers. Tong Jintan had been slowed down by another 3, and due to that, the crocodile had also caught up.
However, for some reason, he had managed to persuade other 3 cultivators to fight the crocodile together. Huh? What about you?
Lu Jinyue subconsciously asked Yi Mo. Yi Mo clearly didn't intend to go with them. Yi Mo smiled. "I still have some business, so I won't be leaving." Lu Jinyue looked at Yi Mo strangely.
She felt Yi Mo was no ordinary person.
He had reacted very calmly when the level 3 crocodile was chasing after them, but she knew Yi Mo was right. If that crocodile came back, she would get nothing. Hence, she immediately began collecting the flowers. Martial's sister Huang. "Let's go collect some too and run," Jiang Yi said. Huang Ping agreed. After the 3 cultivators collected some flowers, they bid Yi Mo farewell. Yi Mo had also collected some before slowly making his way to where the 4 people fought the metal spine crocodile. When Yi Mo arrived, one of them had already been injured, but the 3 level 2 crocodiles had also been killed. The 3 people who fought the crocodile saw Yi Mo come closer slowly, and they all slowed down their attacks, keeping a part of their attention on Yi Mo. Tong Jintan was very worried. He hadn't thought a mere stage 8 chi gathering cultivator would dare to chase him here. Yi Mo could tell that one of them was at chi gathering peak. When he saw Yi Mo watch on the side freely, he said to him, "Martial brother, this level 3 beast is very powerful.
We can't bring him down.
Please help us.
We can give you a part of its body too." Yi Mo sneered.
Even if they gave him all of the body, he couldn't be bothered to attack.
"Who did that guy think he was?" Yi Mo didn't even respond and just kept watching the fight. "Martial brother, judging by your clothes, you're also from the Zhongyuan sword say dash." The chi gathering peak cultivator wasn't happy that Yi Mo ignored him. Yi Mo interrupted him. "You fight your own battle, I watch mine.
I'm just passing by. I have some conflict with a guy here. If I hadn't been waiting for you guys to beat this crocodile, I would have long resolved my conflict and left. Who has the time to stay here anyway?" The chi gathering peak cultivator's expression went cold. He hadn't thought a mere outer sect member would dare to talk to him like this, but the next moment, he decided not to drag the battle on anymore.
He took out a rune and smashed it on the crocodile.
At the same time, his flying sword also sealed off the crocodile's retreat path. Clearly, he hadn't been using his full power before. Chapter 841, Number 2 in the Hall of Fame. Rumble. Yi Mo saw that the chi gathering peak cultivator had thrown out a rune paper which turned into a huge boulder, larger than a small mansion, that smashed the head of the metal spine crocodile. The crocodile howled and was thrown a few hundred meters away before landing and convulsing. Half of its head had been smashed apart. Then, he sent out his flying sword and sliced the crocodile's head off. Even Yi Mo had to admit that this cultivator's flying sword was strong. It was very hard to slice the crocodile's head off in one go, considering how tough its skin was. Yi Mo could tell that this cultivator had used at least a level 5 boulder rune. After killing the crocodile, the cultivator didn't go to take the carcass nor the beast pill. Instead, he walked up to Yi Mo and studied him before saying coldly, "Did you think you could act cocky in front of me just because I was fighting the metal spine crocodile?" Before Yi Mo could reply, he said coldly, "Seeing that we're from the same sect, I'll let you live. Leave behind your storage bag, shatter your dantian and leave behind an arm."
Then you can PSS off. That was no different to killing EMO.
They were in the All Herbs mountain ranges.
But EMO wasn't angry, it was the law of the jungle there. By the way, my name is Lee Balan. Don't make the wrong enemy when you come for revenge in your next life. The Chi-gathering peak cultivator laughed. Marshal Brotherly, you're really generous today. The other Chi-gathering cultivator who was collecting the corpse said, so that guy was Lee Balan. The guy who had ranked second on the Hall of Fame. EMO thought that this guy was indeed much stronger than the usual Chi-gathering disciples, but it wouldn't be hard for him to kill him. However, that guy had a big brother who was Lee Bison, and he was Foundation Establishment State Peak. He needed to be careful. EMO ignored Lee Balan and said to Tong Jintan, who was just watching on the side, Tong, if you want to steal the purple lotus, that's fine, but dash, before EMO could finish. He was interrupted by Lee Balan, who glared at Tong Jintan. Marshal Brother Tong, you told me you had offended the metal spine crocodile for the rainbow golden flower, yet it doesn't seem to be the case. It's for the purple lotus. Great, great. The other cultivator collecting the corpse immediately got up and sealed off Tong Jintan's escape. EMO saw that he had gotten what he wanted and stopped talking. Although these people weren't a match for him, anything could happen in the cultivation realm. If he could make the two of them fight each other, why not? Even EMO wasn't confident 100% that he could have dodged that level 5 rune. I underestimated you. Tong Jintan looked coldly at EMO and then said to Lee Balan, I got 5 purple lotus seeds, but I fought for that with my life. Since Marshal Brotherly is here too, I'm willing to give you 2. Lee Balan was dazed. The purple lotus was the perfect spirit herb for cultivators below Foundation Establishment State. However, before he had even made a move, Tong Jintan was willing to give him 2. How could he let go something like the purple lotus? Lee Balan smirked and shook his head. Marshal Brotherly, seeing that we're from the same sect, I won't ask you for more. I'll also help you kill your enemy, but you must leave your purple lotus behind. As though he was expecting this, Tong Jintan wasn't surprised. He just nodded and took out a bag. Just when Lee Balan thought he was going to get it, Tong Jintan suddenly threw it to EMO and said, I got this from EMO. Before it landed on him, EMO turned away to leave and said, it's not mine. Whoever wants, you can have it. Tong Jintan's expression changed. He had thought EMO would run as soon as he got the bag and Lee Balan would chase after him. Like this, he could escape. However, EMO was so cunning and he had just let the bag fall on the ground. Tong Jintan didn't have time, so he simply started running, but as soon as he lifted his foot, Lee Balan's flying sword had already pierced Tong Jintan's back. Clearly, Lee Balan also knew what Tong Jintan was trying to do. EMO watched this and sneered. He was sure that Small Bag didn't have the purple lotus. Lee Balan's flying sword had a sharp metal chi that made piercing sounds in the air every time it sliced. EMO could tell that the difference between him and Lee Balan was that he used the power of his cultivation essence to lock enemies, while Lee Balan had a complete sword ability. The flying sword flew all over the place, like falling leaves, leaving people nowhere to hide. Even EMO could feel the cold killing chi from a 100 meters distance. EMO's eyes narrowed. Lee Balan had never used his full power when fighting the crocodile. He could have killed the crocodile himself, but why did he use the rune? Lee Balan, you didn't use full power before. Tong Jintan had also realized that Lee Balan's moves were many times stronger than before. His body had a few slices already. Lee Balan sneered, Tong Jintan, other people might not know you, but you think I don't? Would you offend metal spine crocodile for a mere rainbow golden flower? Do you think I'm an idiot? Did you use full power yourself? I think you were saving it to run away. Tong Jintan glared at EMO and Lee Balan hatefully. He knew he was in danger today. At this moment, Tong Jintan suddenly approached EMO and said while fighting, EMO, do you think Lee Balan will let you go after he kills me? Even if you get away today? Do you think you can run away from his brother? As though believing Tong Jintan, EMO sent out his flying sword suddenly. Seeing this, Tong Jintan looked overjoyed. If EMO managed to hold back Lee Balan, he could run away. Even if EMO just kept the other cultivator busy, he would be able to get away. The other cultivator, who had sealed Tong Jintan's escape, immediately turned his focus on EMO. Tong Jintan secretly took out a rune. He knew that it was the moment to escape. Just when he was about to use the transmission rune, he felt his Dan Tian turn cold.
He looked at Yemo in disbelief, as well as the flying sword that had just pierced his dantian, even at death's door.
He didn't understand why Yemo would attack him and not stop Li Balan with him. Did he really think that Li Balan wouldn't kill him? Li Balan and his pal were also dazed and unable to comprehend why Yemo would help them. He would still kill Yemo no matter what. In that daze, Yemo had already gone over Tong Jintan's body and taken his storage bag. Li Balan suddenly laughed and shook his head at Yemo. Are you very bold, just naive, or missing a screw? You dared to steal something in front of me, Yemo sneered at Li Balan.
His flying sword suddenly shot multiple sword rays, which surrounded the cultivator that was sealing off his path. The cultivator didn't consider Yemo a stage 8 cultivator a threat at all. Just when he was about to take Yemo's flying sword, he found he couldn't move. That powerful cultivation essence bound him, as countless sword rays pierced his body. Foundation establishment state, the cultivator mumbled as he was hacked like a smashed tomato. Chapter 842, Strong Foundation, Foundation establishment state? Li Balan was dazed and immediately screamed, "That's impossible. There's no way you're at foundation establishment state." Yemo wasn't going to waste his time talking to him. His flying sword shot a sword ray towards Li Balan, and that sword ray soon became 2, 4, 8, etc. Yemo knew Li Balan was not bad. He had a flashy sword ability. He didn't want to talk, so he used his killing blow, the 3-birth sword ray, immediately. When Li Balan recovered from his shock, he controlled his flying sword and blocked Yemo's sword ray with a veil. Although Li Balan wasn't very powerful, his sword ability was indeed good. The sword veil was much stronger than a cultivation chi veil. Li Balan not only blocked Yemo's attack, but he could also counterattack. Seeing him take out another rune, Yemo realized this guy had a lot of good items.
He wasn't going to let Li Balan use the rune.
He used more cultivation essence to form sword rays, 32. 64, 256. When they formed a simple net, Li Balan's sword veil was shattered completely.
Countless sword rays surrounded Li Balan like needles. The only thing Li Balan could do was to use his flying sword to protect his head. He suddenly realized that he, the second-ranked master on the Chi-Gathering Hall of Fame, couldn't even defend himself against a Chi-Gathering Stage 8 cultivator. Splurge multiple sword rays pierced his body, throwing him hundreds of meters away before crashing on the ground. Li Balan was shook. What kind of sword ability was this that it was so terrifying? He quickly took out a few pills and looked at Yemo in horror. "Martial brother, I'm sorry. I'm willing to compensate you. My big brother is Li Bison."
"You can't dash." He could tell that Yemo wasn't at foundation establishment state. He was a real Chi-Gathering state cultivator, but his cultivation chi had turned into cultivation essence, and that sword ability was too terrifying. Yemo realized that even though his 3-birth sword ray was indeed a big killing move, his power was too weak and it was incomplete. Otherwise, Li Balan's sword veil wouldn't have been able to block it at all. When he used his 3-birth sword ray at full power, it used up cultivation essence drastically. If he hadn't had cultivation essence instead of cultivation chi, he might have not been able to move now. Yemo ignored Li Balan's beg and just sliced off his head. The other cultivator looked at Yemo in horror, not daring to say a word. Other than that woman who was at halfway foundation establishment state, no one would have dared to say he was stronger than Li Balan in Chi-Gathering state, yet that random person had killed Li Balan in less a few minutes. If Yemo had been to the Hall of Fame, he would have gotten number 1 for sure, but then he began to worry. That guy was so strong and he had killed Li Balan, how could he let him go? But before he could beg, Yemo's flying sword had already chopped off his head just like he had guessed. Yemo collected the storage bags and the corpse of the crocodile before quickly burning the bodies. He left immediately, but instead of heading outside, he went deeper into the Rangers. Not long after, a small squad got there and observed the scene. The leading fat young man said, "It seems like there was a battle here not long ago, and there was a level 3 metal spine crocodile. It must have been a foundation establishment state Shenbei who fought with the level 3 beast. We should leave quickly." The person's face changed and he quickly left. The rest followed. Yemo didn't know that the moment he had killed Li Balan, in the depth of the Zhang Yuan sword sect, a place of dense spirit chi, someone howled. A man in his 30s stood in the air and roared, "No matter who you are, I will cut you into 1,000,000 pieces and burn your soul for killing my brother." Then, he emitted a bright red light and disappeared from the sect, dashing towards the All Herbs mountain ranges. As soon as this middle-aged man left, another 2 Golden Core State elders stood outside the man's cultivation home. The skinnier-looking man sighed, "Marshal Neasley can stay in the air without using a magic artifact."
It seems like he has reached fake core state. In some time, he will reach golden core state for sure. Why did he leave now? It seems like his brother was killed. Li Balan was also a genius of our sect. He was about to reach core disciple, but he was killed in the all herb ranges just now. No wonder his brother is so angry. Pity, the other golden core state elder side. I hope he will come back after he gets revenge and reach golden core state. Then, the two elders left. Li Balan arrived at where Li Balan had been killed very quickly and studied the surroundings carefully before chasing in one direction. That direction happened to be the direction which the squad that had been there took. Emo used the 3 birth chance stealth abilities to the extreme and dodged countless beasts. He flew for 2 days straight and didn't stop until he saw a level 4 beast. The reason he was so careful was that Emo knew of Li Balan. He was at Foundation Establishment State Peak and might have even reached Golden Core State. That master would trace his brother's body, and if he chased after him, he wouldn't be able to beat him. Emo found an obscured valley and dug a cultivation home there, a few hundred meters into the heart of the valley. He knew he caused a big commotion when he cultivated, so he put up tens of formations before starting cultivation. The reason Emo had chosen to cultivate on the domain of a level 4 beast was because this beast was a Hun bear. It was very powerful, but it didn't have much wits. Even if he made spirit whirlpools, it might not be able to understand. Moreover, he was in the heart of the ranges. Emo believed that no other beast would dare go over there. He had found himself a free bodyguard. In the depths of the valley, a spirit chi whirlpool was formed in the air. It gradually grew bigger until a small whirlpool was also formed on the side. Eventually, this small whirlpool also got bigger. At some point, 8 spirit whirlpools were formed above the valley and they seemed to be merging together. Emo's face was calm, but he was forcing himself to stay calm. He was surprised at how fast he was devouring spirit chi. It seemed that after he had ran his cultivation essence in his meridians and chakra points, the 3 birth chant could run on itself. He believed that he could cultivate while doing other things. The stage 9 barrier was broken through without resistance. Stage 9 primary stage, middle stage, tertiary stage, spirit chi kept flowing through his meridians, forming cultivation essence and increasing the size of his chi. When he got to stage 9 peak, he found that the cultivation essence could run freely in his meridians and each chakra point seemed to be able to contain explosive power. Emo took a cold breath in. A mixed spirit root? Could a mixed spirit root have such speed? The 3 birth chant was too powerful. Emo stopped cultivating and scanned his spirit sense. He found in shock that it was just daylight. He had reached stage 9 peak in just one night. What was up with that cultivation speed? Emo suppressed his joy, but he didn't try to break through to Foundation Establishment State. Instead, he started to stabilize his power. Chapter 843, Foundation Establishment Enlightenment. Half a day later, Emo felt that all of his cultivation essence had stabilized. He took out his herbs to prepare the Foundation Establishment pill, although Emo could tell that it was possible for him to reach Foundation Establishment State without the pill, just in case he would make a cauldron of pills first. Emo knew that the reason he had reached stage 9 peak so easily was due to his solid foundation. He had been cultivating in a place with little spirit chi, so he had built a very solid foundation, which had burst up when he arrived in a place filled with spirit chi. The huge spirit chi whirlpool had caught the attention of many beasts as well as that bears. However, due to Emo's formation, it didn't find anything. The rest of the beasts immediately got scared by the bear's power when they approached its territory. When Emo realized that he didn't have to be afraid of interruptions, he cared even less. Emo came the magical herb sect and all his pill concocting techniques had been taught to him by Luoying, whether it was herb refinement, fire control, pill formation, or pill collection. But after Emo had started cultivating the 3 birth chant, he developed his own pill concocting method. It was based on magical herb sect, but it had his own mark. And when it matured, he would form his own system, through the 3 birth chant. Emo felt that the most important thing about pill concocting was herb refinement and pill collection. Emo had all the main ingredients and supplement ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill. He had used the Shinnon cauldron for many years. It was no longer as dull looking as when he first got it. It had spirit chi circulating around it. After he was ready, Emo focused his mind and started making the Foundation Establishment pill. He threw the herbs into the cauldron for refinement. Under Emo's 3 birth chant technique, the herbs turned into pure herbal liquid. 3 hours later, the liquids started to merge together. The intense spirit chi made Emo feel very comfortable concocting pills. Without any failure, the herbal liquids rolled in one direction under Yemo's spirit sense. Another hour later, it started to emit a faint aroma. Yemo could tell that the pill was about to be formed. For the first time, Yemo felt like it was so easy to make pills. Even the chi-increasing pill wasn't hard. Without any pressure, Yemo saw pills form inside the Shinnon cauldron. 6 crisp green foundation establishment pills were made under Yemo's own technique and stored inside a jade bottle. 6 pills. Yemo was very satisfied. Although the foundation establishment pill wasn't very hard to make, it was still a spirit level 1 pill. Yemo looked at the 6 foundation establishment pills inside. If he had had a better flame, perhaps he could have made more pills in one go and the quality would have also increased. With a good flame, the preparation time would also be greatly decreased. Thinking about this, Yemo made up his mind. If he was going to be a pill master, he needed to find a good flame. Yemo put the foundation establishment pill away and continued making 2 more cauldrons. Yemo made 18 pills altogether. He put 8 pills into 2 jade bottles. He had prepared these for Son Yangju and Yiling. It was already midnight when Yemo finished. Yemo calmed down and prepared himself to reach foundation establishment state. This time, an even larger spirit whirlpool was formed, but the bear just glanced at it. It couldn't even be bothered to get up. When Yemo got at stage 9, more than 90% of his chi had turned into cultivation essence. Hence, it was much easier for him to reach foundation establishment state than for others. As expected, when Yemo's cultivation essence started charging at the foundation establishment state barrier, the blocked meridian was unblocked automatically and large amounts of spirit chi were devoured by Yemo, turning into cultivation essence. Yemo felt his meridians enlarge and the cultivation essence in his dantian got dense. Even so, when he was trying to break through the final barrier, he realized he was lacking some kind of momentum. Foundation establishment wasn't that easy indeed. If he hadn't had such a solid foundation, he wouldn't have even be able to feel the final barrier. He would have needed at least another year. Yemo felt like he was devouring a lot of spirit chi, but it was far from enough. Yemo simply took out a foundation establishment pill and swallowed it. The pill turned into spirit liquid, making Yemo's meridians rumble. Instantly, its size increased many times. The cultivation essence, that had been a little difficult to move, gathered together and blasted open the final barrier. Yemo felt a light cracking sound inside his body and he felt an extremely comfortable and powerful sensation. Yemo was shook. He realized he had reached foundation establishment state. He had experienced this feeling once before, but he hadn't felt so comfortable the first time. Foundation establishment state was building the foundation of the immortal Tao. It cleared the body of impurities and garbage. His body emitted a bad smell. Yemo understood that his body was being refined once again. Yemo calmed down and continued the process while stabilizing his foundation establishment state power. After some time, Yemo could feel that his cultivation essence was many times stronger. He scanned his spirit sense out and everything within 100 kilometers was clear in his mind. This shook him greatly. He had known his spirit sense would be much stronger than others ever since he had started cultivating 3 birth chant. But he hadn't thought the difference would be this huge. An ordinary foundation establishment state master could only reach 40 kilometers, yet his could reach 100 kilometers. He took back his spirit sense and felt the power of his cultivation essence. It was already at foundation establishment state level 1 middle stage. He didn't stop. He took the purple lotus and ran the 3 birth chant again. Yemo went into deep meridian cycles. It was the first time he had gone into deep cultivation after reaching foundation establishment state. The cultivation essence flowed in his meridians more and more freely until it went wherever it wanted. The incomplete 3 birth sword ray also became gradually clearer. Yemo slowly realized that he had been cultivating it in the wrong path. The cultivation essence he had used to activate the sword ray and the cultivation essence he had used to control the sword ray to leave the sword and attack the enemy were wrong. Although it was strong, Yemo found out that it wasn't the right path. Because what he had been doing made the sword ray slow and limited its power. If there were a lot of sword rays, it would be a great waste of his cultivation essence. The real 3 birth sword ray should be controlled by one's spirit sense and will. Only that way could he activate countless sword rays instantly. When he cultivated it to a high level, the sword rays could even form all sorts of shapes and no one would be able to escape. Yemo was overjoyed and focused on it even more. He felt that if he could use his spirit sense to control the 3 birth sword ray and master it,
he would be invincible among those in his same state. If his cultivation essence helped the spirit sense control the sword ray, it would be even stronger, so this is the real three-birth sword ray.
Emo called out in excitement.
His battle power had increased many folds. He found that he was even at Foundation Establishment State Level 2 Tertiary stage now, so fast.
Emo sighed, but he didn't eat the second purple lotus.
It could only help him improve 2 levels, so he wasn't in a rush. Chapter 844, Shadowless, he was already at Foundation Establishment State.
Emo wanted to see if he could go into the Golden Page world. With just this thought, he appeared in the Golden Page world the next moment. Emo rejoiced.
He was indeed able to go there after reaching Foundation Establishment State. He found that the Golden Page world was tens of times larger than before. It had tens of kilometers of land. What shook him even more was that the spirit chi inside was the same as the outside, which meant that he could stay inside there and cultivate. Emo was wondering if he would be able to take people inside or plant spirit herbs there in the future. Immediately, the Golden Page world sent him the message that the Golden Page world belonged to him. But he needed to be at least at truth realization state before he could take people inside. However, he could bring beasts that were weaker than him and plant herbs too inside. He turned around and saw the 2 big eggs, which were still in the Golden Page world. Emo sat down and decided to digest the second purple lotus before trying to spirit control the egg. Emo ate another lotus and started running the 3-birth chant. A much larger spirit chi world than its chi gathering stage was formed, but then it gradually turned into a waterfall. Emo felt that his cultivation essence was getting more and more refined. He broke through level 2 without any complications and reached level 3 Foundation Establishment State. After an unknown amount of time, Emo woke up and found that he was at level 3 middle stage. He was just one step away from Foundation Establishment State middle stage. However, Emo didn't go for Foundation Establishment State middle stage. He had realized that although his spirit chi devouring speed was still the same, his cultivation speed had slowed down.
Yet Emo wasn't worried at all.
He knew that the denser the spirit chi, the faster he would cultivate. The 3-birth chant had a big stomach for spirit chi. He just needed to find a place with dense spirit chi, make a spirit gathering formation, and he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation at all. Moreover, Emo was also a pill master. In time, he would be able to make all the pills he needed. Emo swiped the air with his flying sword casually and tens of sword rays got formed almost instantly inside the Golden Page world, so powerful.
Emo rejoiced.
He put away the flying sword and stopped practicing the 3-birth sword ray. Instead, he picked up the egg and started spirit controlling the frosty streams inside. Emo was many times faster at spirit controlling now that he had reached Foundation Establishment State. The dark gray ball appeared in his sea of consciousness from the Golden Page world. It grew bigger and bigger until it got to the size of an egg. He felt it was a big killing move, no weaker than his 3-birth sword ray. With its will, it could emit unlimited frost, which would freeze the enemy. "I'll call you Winter's Arrival," Emo said, and he summoned the ball out. Emo felt that there were more frost flows inside the egg. He believed that if he had spirit controlled all of it, it might have formed a fist-sized Winter's Arrival ball, yet when he tried to spirit control more frost flows, it suddenly stopped. Emo checked what was going on and found that the egg in his hand was slowly cracking. Emo was shocked and quickly placed it on the ground. As soon as he did, it completely cracked open and what came out of the egg shook him again. It was a gray insect. It was the size of a pea. That football-sized egg had hatched a pea-sized insect. Emo was speechless. However, what shook Emo even more was that the insect started to eat the huge egg shell. How could a pea-sized insect eat egg shells that big? But the little guy ate it all, and very fast as well. Then, he found that the insect didn't get bigger at all, but a faint golden color did appear on his gray body. Was it really a goo? Emo tried to communicate with it with his spirit sense. The small bug felt Emo's spirit sense and landed on his hand with such extreme speed that even Emo wasn't able to react, so fast. When his spirit sense connected to the bug, he immediately had a sense of connection. This little guy had chose him as master. Soon he realized that it wasn't a goo, but a type of worm. Its full name was Shadowless Towworm. Emo had never heard of such name before, but he had a feeling that it was something very substantial. "I'll call you Shadowless from now on," Emo named it. Shadowless heard this and made a very loud sharp call. Emo took out an essence-increasing pill, a purple lotus and spirit stones. He placed them in front of Shadowless. It charged at the purple lotus without hesitation and after a brief moment, it was already in its stomach. Yemo then glanced at the other egg. Was that also another shadowless Tau worm? Without hesitation, Yemo started to spirit control the other egg. But what disappointed him was that he couldn't spirit control the frost stream in the other egg no matter what. What was going on? Yemo tried again and again, but he felt like the egg didn't seem to belong to him. Was it due to the Nie Shuangshuan? Yemo subconsciously glanced at Nie Shuangshuan, who looked like she was asleep. She was dead though. Yemo tried a few times and gave up. He placed the huge egg next to Nie Shuangshuan. He was already satisfied with Winter's arrival in Shadowless. He didn't know how strong Shadowless was yet, but from its stomach and speed, Yemo could tell it was no pushover. Shadowless flew to a corner of the Golden Page world and stopped moving, but Yemo could feel spirit chi flowing towards it. Chapter 845, Burning in Fury. Yemo stopped cultivating and started to go through the storage bags. Yemo got 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from Li Balan and 300 middle-grade spirit stones, as well as a few more level 5 runes, some herbs, and beast materials. Tong Jintan also had some spirit stones, but all of these were poor quality. Yemo put the materials, the storage bags and some low-level magic artifacts together. He was planning on selling them. He had more than 13,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than 300 middle-grade spirit stones. It was quite a lot for Yemo now. Yemo then exited the Golden Page world. He was prepared to go back and find Song Yangzhu and Yiling. Yemo arrived at the valley and scanned his spirit sense, where he realized that his spirit sense could reach 150 kilometers. It was insane. It was morning and Yemo took out his flying sword. Before the bear could react, he flew away in a ray of purple light. The bear saw the light, but he was lazy. As long as he didn't get invaded, he didn't even want to chase it. The previous 2-day-long journey only took Yemo 4 hours this time, not far from where he had killed Li Balan, for chi-gathering cultivators were attacking a level 3 horned tiger. This horned tiger seemed weaker than the crocodile, but the 4 cultivators weren't as strong as Li Balan, so they were in a clear disadvantage. The horned tiger was a fire element beast and spat out a fireball. A chi-gathering stage 8 cultivator wasn't able to dodge it and was sent up in the air. The remaining 3 were in an even more dire situation, but they didn't dare to run because the first who tried to run wouldn't be able to escape the fireball. The horned tiger had a habit of thinking that if one tried to escape, this person would be the one he'd hunt down first. Yemo saw that one of the 3 cultivators was from his sect and he wanted to help them. The tiger had just reached level 3 and it was at most equal to Foundation Establishment State level 1. Without hesitation, Yemo's flying sword shot a sword chi at the tiger. The tiger felt the threat and spat multiple fireballs at the flying sword, but Yemo's flying sword annihilated the fireballs before the tiger could fire the second wave. He also shot multiple sword rays. The flying sword didn't reach the tiger yet, but the sword rays had already pierced the tiger's vitals. Yemo didn't want to show too much, so he didn't use more sword rays. Instead, he controlled his flying sword and sliced off the horned tiger's head with an almost 3-meter-sized sword chi. The 3 chi-gathering state cultivators were dazed for a long time. It was a level 3 tiger. Even an ordinary Foundation Establishment State wouldn't be able to kill it so easily. They soon realized that they had been saved and went to thank Yemo. Another reason Yemo had helped them was to ask what date it was, as he didn't know how long he had been cultivating. Xianbei is from the Zhang Yuan sect too, the other chi-gathering asked. Shaking with excitement, Yemo nodded. Yes, I haven't been back for a long time. Could you tell me whether the disciple intake period has passed? Yemo remembered that he had gone to the sect a few days before it. When he arrived at the mountains, it was the time for disciple recruitment. The sect member heard this and answered carefully, it was 3 months ago. 3 months? Yemo was dazed. He didn't think he had been out for this long. Did Xianbei hear about Li Qianbei's wedding? Are you going back to celebrate? Many of our sect's Foundation Establishment State Qianbei are returning for the wedding. The chi-gathering member said, Li Qianbei's wedding? Which Li Qianbei? What's going on? Yemo asked. The chi-gathering member was also dazed at the fact that Yemo didn't know, but he quickly replied, 3 months ago, Li Bison Qianbei's brother, Li Balan, was killed in the All-Herb mountain ranges. Li Baison Qianbei immediately went to investigate and found out that it had been a few members from the 3-star Lanfeng sect. He killed these sect members, but he didn't stop there. Instead, he attacked the Lanfeng sect. Yemo frowned. He was the one that killed Li Balan, yet Li Baison had put the blame on someone else. It made him feel uncomfortable, although this was right in the eyes of the people in this realm. Li Qianbei realized that he had wronged the Lanfeng sect. However, he said that even if he had been wrong, as long as there was a slim of suspicion, he would kill all of the Lanfeng sect. Yemo sneered. Although Li Bailson was at Foundation Establishment State peak, he still dared have killing intent towards a greater power. The Qi gathering man peeked at Yemo and said quietly, when the sect leader of Lanfeng sect explained that Li Bilan's death had nothing to do with them and that he was willing to organize a union marriage with Li Qianbei and their genius disciple, Ji Yan, Li Qianbei agreed and gave up the thought of annihilating the sect. Yemo's expression sunk and he asked coldly. Since Li Bailson already knows it wasn't the Lanfeng sect who killed his brother, did he find out who did it? The cultivator nodded. Apparently someone from our sect did it, but he has gone missing. However, his wife and sister are still in the sect. Li Qianbei decided to deal with them first, bastard. Yemo's fury soared and he instantly disappeared. The other cultivator said, "Why do I feel like he's calling Li Bailson Qianbei a bastard?" Yemo felt like he had been too naive. He had thought Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling would be fine with a golden core state middle stage master, but, when facing benefits and power, other people were unreliable. He had been planning on finding Yemo first, but after hearing this, he had decided that no matter where he went, he would take them with him. Yemo desired power even more now. If he was at truth realization state, he could take people into his golden page world. But if he was at truth realization state, would he even need to run? He would only need to wave his hand and Li Bailson would turn into pulp. Yemo's speed was at maximum now. Soon, he had covered nearly a 10,000 kilometers distance. 2 hours later, Yemo arrived at the sect and subconsciously scanned where he was staying at. He was planning on going to Yen Yuan Peak immediately. Even if the elder was at golden core state, he would take Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling away. Chapter 846, The Sealed Door. However, Yemo found Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling at his place. Yet soon he realized why they were there. His place had been surrounded by multiple Qi gathering and a Foundation Establishment State cultivators. Clearly, they were waiting for him to come back. Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling were anxious. They didn't know what to do and they could only sit in the house, waiting for fate to arrive. Stop. No one is allowed near here. Yemo was stopped by 2 Qi gathering level 8 cultivators. PSS off. Yemo kicked the 2 cultivators, who were thrown tens of meters away and unable to get up. It wasn't that Yemo didn't want to kill them, but that he knew he couldn't kill in the sect yet. Yemo, brother. Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling had heard the movements outside and saw Yemo's return. They couldn't help but to run to Yemo's arms together. Yemo's heart finally rested at ease seeing them. He had calmed down. He knew that the next enemy he would face was a Foundation Establishment State peak master who was perhaps at golden core state. Yemo was confident, but he didn't think he could beat a golden core state yet. No matter how strong his 3 birth chant was, he couldn't take on a golden core state master at Foundation Establishment State level 3. If he had been level 7 or above, he would have had a sliver of hope. He could only hope that Li Bailson wasn't at golden core state yet. Brother, you need to leave quickly. That Li Bailson locked us here as bait for your return. He said you killed Li Bilan, Yi Ling said. Song Yangzhu didn't say anything. She knew that even if she did, Yemo would never leave them behind. Yemo patted Yi Ling's shoulder and didn't say anything. He knew she would understand what he meant. Yemo's spirit sense scanned and saw that 2 Qi gathering cultivators had left to notify Li Bailson. Yemo didn't care. He didn't try to run, as he knew he wouldn't be able to get away now. He knew there were masters watching the scene and Yemo could feel a hidden strong spirit sense. That person didn't come over, but Yemo knew he was at least at Foundation Establishment State tertiary stage. He wouldn't have feared if Had Bin was by himself, but he had Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling with him. He couldn't escape. Yemo checked their powers. Song Yangzhu was at level 3 Qi gathering and Yi Ling was actually at level 4. He looked at Song Yangzhu and asked, "Why would you be out? Where is your master?" Did she not care at all? Song Yangzhu shook her head and said, "We were progressing very fast at the peak. But 10 days ago, 2 golden core state elders invited my master to go on a search to an ancient ruin, so my master left." Yemo realized that it wasn't that Li Yuqian hadn't intervened, but she had been drawn away. Although Yemo didn't know their master, he believed she wasn't someone that would betray her own disciples. Yi Ling said, "After a few days master had left, we got news that someone from the outer sect was challenging the number one of Qi gathering state, Fuishuang.
We wanted to see if it was you, so we came out.
We thought it would be very hard for us to get out, but we got out very easily, Song Yangzhu nodded.
Yes, we came here and we were immediately locked up.
If that Li Bailson hadn't been trying to get you to come back, Yi Mo's heart was burning even more, yet he grew calmer and calmer. He knew that Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling shouldn't have been able to leave Yen Yuan Peak so easily. It could only mean that there was a traitor there who had been bought by Li Bailson.
Yi Mo decided to no longer let the two stay there.
He had to take them away. Yi Mo had made up his mind to build his own power, just like Luoyu on Earth. It was best to build that place in the South Peace State. However, even if he managed to get there, his power would be at the bottom. The North Far State had the lowest cultivation level on the Luoyu continent, but it suited Yi Mo to build his foundation. Perhaps one day, I can build a strong sect that will dominate the entire Luoyu continent, Yi Mo murmured. On Luoyu continent, you needed power to get more cultivation resources. The best way was to build your own power, so you didn't have to rely on others, brother.
Do you also want to build a Luoyu city here? Yi Ling asked quietly. Yi Mo nodded.
Yes, although I haven't decided if I should build a city. Your idea is good.
Perhaps I really should do it, brother. Have you been here a long time ago? Why does our Luoyu city have the same name as this continent?
Yi Ling asked. Yi Mo scratched his nose in awkwardness and pulled the two of them.
Let's talk about this later on. We'll go to the mission hall first. Yi Mo wasn't going there to do missions, he was going there to exchange goods. He had a level 3 beast pill and many spirit herbs.
He was planning on exchanging them for a Ming Yuan pill. It made cultivators below level 6 foundation establishment state go a level higher. However, it could only be used once and it had side effects, but Yi Mo didn't care.
He was at level 3. After using that, he would be at stage 4.
It was just one level, but the difference was huge. One was at Foundation Establishment State Primary Stage, while the other was Middle Stage. If he reached Foundation Establishment State Middle Stage, he would have a much better chance at dealing with Li Bailson.
As for the side effects, Yi Mo really didn't care.
He had the 10,000-year-old stalagmite marrow, and the stalagmite pill could mitigate any side effects. The Ming Yuan pill was precious, but Yi Mo believed he could get it as he still had the bitter 10 years.
It wasn't much use to him anymore.
So if worse came to worse, he would trade it with that. He could also trade it for the Foundation Establishment pill, but he wasn't an idiot. Even taking out the bitter 10 years would be dangerous for him with his current power. Yi Mo took the two women to the door, but he was stopped by a middle-aged man cultivator. There were 4 or 5 Qi gathering cultivators behind him. Not far away, hundreds of other disciples were watching. Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu saw the cultivator and their face changed. Yi Ling whispered to Yi Mo, brother, that guy is at Foundation Establishment State. Only Foundation Establishment State cultivators can wear that sort of clothes. Yi Mo squeezed Yi Ling's hand and said to the Foundation Establishment State cultivator,
"This is my place. What are you guys doing at my door?" The Foundation Establishment State cultivator looked at Yi Mo in contempt and said, "What am I doing?"
"I'm telling you to PS off inside or I will teach you a lesson." Chapter 847, Instant Kill. Foundation Establishment State Level 1, Yi Mo suddenly laughed. Fellow members of the Zheng Yuan Sword Sect, I think everyone understands the rules of the sect. One of them is that no sect member is allowed to intentionally steal of a fellow member's home.
Yet, someone is doing this to my home today.
What do the sect rules say I should do? The surrounding crowd was silent.
Some people even started to scorn Yi Mo.
According to the rules, one could kill without hesitation, but this rule only applied to ordinary members. Even if this Foundation Establishment State Shinbei killed their outer sect member, he would only be punished lightly, much less for sealing off his door. Yi Mo sneered and said lowly, I was going to kill this guy who was sealing off my home, but considering we're from the same sect, I'll just lay waste to him. I'm sure someone has already recorded my words with a crystal ball. Yi Mo's words sounded, but there was a roar of laughter after the initial silence. Yi Mo sent out his flying sword. It wasn't fast after all. On the surface he was only at Qi Gathering Stage 8, but it pierced the Foundation Establishment State's Dan Tian silently. Just like what Yi Mo had said he was going to do, the Foundation Establishment State cultivator sneered. A mere Stage 8 Qi Gathering cultivator dared to do this in front of him. He grabbed the flying sword, which was like a metal rod to him, yet, the flying sword pierced the hand of the Foundation Establishment State cultivator without resistance and stabbed his dantian with the same speed. Then, the flying sword flew back to his hand. The Foundation Establishment State cultivator looked dazedly at his pierced dantian in half of his left hand. He was speechless. "You're at Foundation Establishment State," the cultivator mumbled after a long while. Yemo sneered, "A mere Foundation Establishment State Level 1 cultivator dares to lock my home. I said I won't kill you, so I won't." PSS off. Then, Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and raised his power. He was clearly at Level 3 Foundation Establishment State. Those watching the show quickly retreated. The few chi-gathering disciples following the Foundation Establishment State cultivator also quickly moved aside. Yemo saw the crowd retreat and pulled Song Yangju and Yiling's hand, saying, "Let's go, ha! Brother, you've reached Foundation Establishment State?" Yiling understood how hard it was to reach Foundation Establishment State after staying in the cultivation realm for a few months. Yemo nodded. "Yes, I have reached Foundation Establishment State, but don't worry. If you cultivate with me, Foundation Establishment State won't be hard." Yemo wasn't bluffing. He had the Foundation Establishment pill and he was a pill master. By the way, where is Silver? Yemo remembered that it belonged to Ning Qingxue and he didn't want anything to happen to it. Song Yangju quickly said, "It is in the Yin Yuan Peak." "Are we going to leave the sect?" "I'll bring her here." Yemo waved his hand. "No rush, we're not betraying the sect. Let's go get a mission and do it. We'll take Silver after picking up a mission." "Brother, are we going to roam the world from now on?" "I love it." Yiling clearly had been watching too many TV dramas. The crowd whispered amongst themselves. Although Li Bailson was the #1 person under Golden Core State, he couldn't so casually attack a Foundation Establishment State cultivator. Yemo took the two women to the mission hall, but he realized that Li Bailson wasn't back yet. He was quite bewildered and asked Yiling, "Yiling, do you know where that Li scum went?" Yiling thought for a while before saying, "I heard people say that he went to some auction, so he's not back yet." He had gone to auction? If he really was gone, then he could take them and leave now. However, Yemo knew that even if he was going to leave, he had to get a mission from the mission hall. The mission hall was full, like usual. Yemo looked at the mission screen and said to Song Yangju, "You and Yiling go take a mission. Remember, the further away the mission, the better. If not, just choose one from the All Herbs mountain ranges, regardless of the difficulty or the reward." Song Yangju nodded. She could tell that Yemo was prepared to take them away from sect. Yemo watched the two women leave and afterwards went to the exchange place to get a Ming Yuan pill. There were also some people there, but far less than at the mission place. A cultivator in his 50s greeted Yemo. When he saw that Yemo was a Foundation Establishment State cultivator, he immediately greeted him hospitably. Although he didn't know why Yemo was wearing outer sect member clothes when he was at Foundation Establishment State, he didn't dare to ask, "Martial Uncle, can I help you?" The cultivator was at Stage 9 Chi gathering. Yemo nodded. "Is there Ming Yuan pill for trade here? A Ming Yuan pill?" The cultivator was dazed, but he immediately reacted and said, "Sorry, Martial Uncle, Ming Yuan pills are rare and they can't usually be redeemed here. You can only get it as a reward for a big mission or as a reward from the sect. Or, you can go buy it at pill store." Yemo didn't think a mere Ming Yuan pill would be considered as rare pill. This meant that he needed to change his plan. Otherwise, he would be facing a Foundation Establishment State peak genius as a Foundation Establishment State Level 3. Although he had quite a lot of means, even if he could kill Li Bailson, he wouldn't end up so well himself. "Do you have any level 6 or higher runes?" Yemo asked. The cultivator quickly nodded. "Martial Uncle, there is, but each one requires 5,000 points. 5,000 points?" Yemo was speechless. The Rainbow Golden Flower mission had only given him 300 and that had been split between 5 people. Yemo quickly said, "I don't have enough points, but can I trade with spirit stones or other things?" The cultivator said with difficulty, "Sorry, Martial Uncle, we only take points. If you want to exchange other things, it's fine, but you must convert it to points first. 2 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 point." Yemo cursed. He only had a little more than 10k low-grade spirit stones. Even with all that, he would only be able to buy 1 level 6 rune. A level 6 rune was only 6k spirit stones on the market. "Martial Brother Yi." When Yemo was hesitating, he heard a coarse voice. Yemo turned around and saw it was Lu Jinyue. "It's you, Lu Jinyue."
Hello. Yemo felt happy that she had gotten back to the sect fine. However, her voice had been crisp in the past, but 2 months later, it sounded very coarse and she was skinnier too. Chapter 848, Burst Essence Pill. Lu Jinyue quickly pulled him to a corner and looked around before saying guiltily, Martial Brother Yi, I caused a lot of trouble bringing you on that mission. Sorry, Yemo waved his hand. That's all in the past, no need to bring it up. Lu Jinyue felt more guilty. I'm not talking about Tong Jintan, but about Li Bilan and Li Bailson. He found marks of Tong Jintan at the scene, so he asked me and Zhang Yi. He realized that it was you who chased Tong Jintan. So he started to doubt you and then he got your sister and wife involved. So you should hurry up and leave. No wonder Li Bailson knows I killed his brother, Yemo thought, but Yemo knew that he couldn't blame Lu Jinyue and the others. They were just a few mere chi gathering cultivators, they wouldn't dare hide anything to Li Bailson. Yemo smiled. It's fine, I can't blame you. After all, Li Bailson is a Foundation Establishment state cultivator. I'm about to leave, so I'll see you if fate brings us together again. Lu Jinyue heard this and was dazed. She was confused about why Yemo hadn't asked about his wife and sister. She was planning to tell him about it, but she didn't. If Yemo didn't want to care about them, asking would be like slapping him in the face. However, why was Yemo there at the mission hall looking for missions? He should have been captured by Lu Jinyue immediately. Martial Brother Yi, take care. I found a burst spirit grass and I want to exchange it for points, so I'm leaving. No matter why Li Bailson hadn't found Yemo yet. Lu Jinyue didn't dare to talk to Yemo too much and so she quickly left. The only reason she had pulled Yemo to the side was to clear her conscience. Yemo had saved her after all. She wouldn't be able to rest at ease without warning Yemo. Yemo was just about to nod, but he heard the words burst spirit grass and he quickly said, Martial Sister Lu, did you just say you found the burst spirit grass? Yes? What's wrong, Martial Brother Yi? Lu Jinyue asked in surprise. Yemo immediately said, Martial Sister, it's very useful to me. Could you give it to me? How many spirit stones do you need? You want it? Lu Jinyue was dazed, but she took it out and gave it to Yemo. Since you need it, you can keep it. Never mind about the spirit stones. You saved my life and I owe you. This spirit herb isn't anything good, so you can just keep it. Yemo took the spirit herb in delight. The burst spirit herb was a level 3 spirit herb and it was considered a high-level spirit herb for a chi-gathering cultivator. Its biggest use was to make the burst essence pill. The burst essence pill was a pill that had great side effects. It was a level 3 spirit herb. After eating the burst essence pill, your power would increase a few levels for 2 hours, however afterwards, your cultivation essence would turn impure and you would need to refine it. There would also be few hours of weakness and it increases people's sexual impulses. It was just limited to Foundation Establishment state cultivators, but it was much harder to make than the Foundation Establishment pill. However, Yemo could make the burst essence pill. Yemo wasn't worried about the side effects at all. Even for the sexual impulses, he had Song Yangzhu by his side. I'm off, take care, Martial Brother Yi, Lu Jinyue said and quickly tried to leave. Yemo stopped Lu Jinyue and said, wait, this is for you. Yemo took out a bottle and said, this pill is very precious. Open it when no one is around you. Okay, thanks for today. Goodbye, then. Yemo left. He could understand how she felt. She was very kind to manage to pull him over and tell him this. Lu Jinyue looked at Yemo and sighed. She couldn't help Yemo. She knew why Yemo wanted the burst spirit grass, but she knew that it was a waste. Even if he could get someone to make the pill for him, he would be instantly killed by the false core state Li Bailson. She hoped Yemo would manage to leave the sect early and not be stopped by Li Bailson. As for the pill, she really didn't care. What could a stage 8 chi gathering cultivator give her? So she didn't even open it and just threw it into her storage bag. 2 martial sisters, we're also going to East City, and the mission you took is also around there. How about we go together? A stage 8 chi gathering cultivator with sunken eyes stopped Yiling and Song Yangzhu. A white-faced cultivator stood by him. Sorry, we have enough people, Yiling answered and started looking around. Without her brother, she felt insecure. PSS off. Yemo walked up to them and yelled. He felt it was such a wise decision to take them away with him. Song Yangzhu and Yiling walked joyfully to Yemo's side. That sunken-eyed cultivator heard this and was about to act up, but when he saw Yemo he ate his words. He couldn't see Yemo's power at all. It could only mean that Yemo was stronger than him. The other white-faced cultivator was at stage 7 and couldn't tell Yemo's power as well. They could tell that Yemo was no ordinary person, so they left without saying anything.
Brother, I will cultivate faster. I found that in this place, you're nothing if you're weak, Yiling said. Yemo nodded and said, of course, it's important to cultivate hard. Yet, if you focus on speed too much, you won't get anywhere either.
Okay, we're done, let's go.
By the way, how is the mission? Song Yangju took out a mission card and said, it's a mission in East City, 3 to 4 people. We happen to have 3. When they got back to Yemo's place, they found that no one was watching it. Yemo took the 2 women inside and said, I'm going to make a pill. After I make it, I will go to Yenyuan Peak with you and take silver. Song Yangju hesitated and said, how about I go with Yiling to take silver back first?
That would save some time. Yemo shook his head.
Your master said you wouldn't be able to go out easily, so how could you guys have come out so easily? I think someone let you guys out, right? Song Yangju was dazed and nodded.
Yes, after master left, Big Marshal's sister took over Yenyuan Peak. She's very nice to us. Also, we wanted to see you, so she let us out. How did you know? Yemo sneered.
If I had been as naive as you guys, I would have long been devoured.
If I'm not wrong, that Big Marshal's sister is with Li Bailson.
If you guys had stayed at the peak, Li Bailson wouldn't have been able to get you.
Yet you guys went outside. Song Yangju and Yiling hadn't thought that easy to talk to Big Marshal's sister could be this hideous. No wonder.
Yiling thought of something and then shook her head in disappointment. Yemo smiled.
Don't think of it too much.
I'm going to concoct pills, we'll take silver together later. Chapter 849, Illusion Cloud First Strike. It wasn't the first time Yemo made the burst essence pill, but it had been in his past life. He had new concocting means now, so he wasn't worried at all. The supplementary herbs for the burst essence pill weren't expensive, so Yemo started immediately and refined the herbs. An hour later, Yemo had made a cauldron of burst essence pill successfully. He only got 2 pills, yet it was enough for him. He only needed 1, let's go.
Yemo felt more secure now.
When the 3 of them arrived at the peak, they found that the Big Marshal's sister wasn't there. This allowed them to take silver without any resistance. Silver was placed in the Golden Page world. Song Yangju and Yiling left behind a gratitude letter for Li Yuqian and told her the reason why they left with Yemo. Yemo thought Li Bailson would stop them from leaving, but no one did. Yemo, that Li guy isn't stopping us, Song Yangju said. Yemo frowned. He felt like things weren't right. There was no way Li Bailson would send back the people watching them, and he didn't believe Li Bailson would let them go either. Perhaps these people realized that brother is at Foundation Establishment State and no longer dare to stop us. Yiling said. Yemo shook his head. I've been back to the sect for too long. Even if Li Bailson were at the auction, he would know about it by now. He would have made arrangements. And even if he didn't, with his connections and future prospect in the sect, it would be far too easy for him to hold us back. But we're more than tens of thousands of kilometers away from the sect. Yiling didn't finish because Yemo stopped. Yiling and Song Yangju were both on the flying sword, so they looked at Yemo wondering why he had suddenly stopped. Yemo landed on the ground and said to the 2 women, wait for me here. I want to see how capable that Li guy is. Ha! A hideous laughter sounded and a cold-faced man appeared before them. You've concealed yourself quite well. You can actually notice when I come. No wonder my brother died at your hands. Yemo looked calmly at this middle-aged man and realized why they had managed to leave so easily. That guy wasn't planning on dealing with them in the sect. Perhaps after finding out that he was at Foundation Establishment State, he hoped that they would leave the sect. After all, not even a genius member had the right to punish a Foundation Establishment State member who did no wrong. Even if he was sure Yemo killed his brother, the sect wouldn't support something with no evidence. You're very smart, not bad. It would have been very easy for me to take care of you in the sect. But I wanted to let you taste the beautiful feeling of a slow death. After I taste your sister and wife, I will let you taste her too. The hate on Li Bailson's face was obvious. Yemo smiled. Your brother Li Balan had a pretty good sword ability. It's a pity that after I killed him I wasn't able to find it. I was very disappointed. Hopefully, your storage bag won't disappoint me.
Oh, interesting, not storage bag, you have storage ring. Great, you killed my brother indeed. I'm going to eat you. He only suspected GMO before, but now that he admitted it himself, Lee Bailson could no longer hold the fury in his heart as killing intent poured out like a tidal wave as soon as he said this. A sword light with intense killing intent spined above Yemo's head. At the same time, Yemo felt the air around him condensate and his body was immobile, yet such a powerful strike got transformed halfway and turned into tens and hundreds of sword chi, each burning with killing intent. Yemo was shook. He hadn't thought that Lee Bailson used a single-edged sword and that he didn't control the sword with his spirit sense. Instead, he used it like martial artists in a close-up fight. Truth cultivators fought with magic artifacts, cultivation essence, and other means. Yet Lee Bailson, the prodigy of the Zhang Yuan sword sect, used a single-edged sword instead of double-edged one and fought hand-to-hand. It was quite weird. Without thinking too much, Yemo started to burn his essence blood and immediately broke free from Lee Bailson's bounds. His flying sword turned into hundreds of sword rays, which barely stopped Lee Bailson's sword chi. Then, Yemo gathered all his cultivation essence and attacked Lee Bailson's sword. Clash. Yemo was smashed tens of meters away and caught by Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling. He spat out blood immediately. It had just been the first clash, but he had to burn essence blood already. Lee Bailson wasn't someone he could beat. Brother, are you okay? Yi Ling held Yemo in a worry and said shakily. They were tens of meters away, but they still had received some cuts by the sword chi, and this was with Yemo blocking 99% of the sword chi. I'm fine. Yemo took a lotus life pill and the burst essence pill. He looked at his flying sword. There was a big crevice, but when he put it down, he let out shadowless from his foot. He believed that Lee Bailson wouldn't be scanning his foot at that moment. Luckily, Lee Bailson didn't insist on the attack after that clash, which meant that he wasn't feeling so good either. Lee Bailson had just retreated 3 meters and stopped. He stared coldly at Yemo. I underestimated you. You're only at Foundation Establishment State Level 3, yet you could block my illusion cloud first strike. No wonder you're so cocky. But my illusion cloud strike has 6 strikes. I want to see how many you can block. Yemo said to Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling, retreat 100 m and don't come back. Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu knew they couldn't intervene this time. They only had the sliver of hope that Yemo could fight freely. Song Yangzhu made up her mind that if Yemo died, she would kill herself immediately instead of getting raped. Yemo flicked his flying sword and said, Lee, you've hidden quite a lot too. In a double-edged sword sect, you cultivate a single-edged sword style. If I'm not wrong, the single-edged sword style is your killing move. Come at me, I'm not scared of you. Lee Bailson had a smirk. Those who know about this are already dead, you won't be an exception. I've just reached perfection a few days ago. I wanted to find someone to test it out. You really didn't disappoint me. Yemo could feel the burst essence pill. His state was going higher, level 4, level 5, level 6. When he reached level 6 peak, he stopped. Yemo was shook at how potent this pill was. When the effect was over, would he drop to level 2? Lee Bailson clearly felt this too and was dazed, but he quickly reacted. He sneered, you actually used a burst essence pill, but that's right, you won't have a future. Yemo used countless sword flowers to bring his flying sword and surrounded Lee Bailson. The sword flowers kept splitting. Lee Bailson sneered, using sword flowers that are only for show, how dare you? Illusion Cloud second strike, as Lee Bailson called, he slashed. Chapter 850, you're harsh. As soon as Lee Bailson attacked with his sword, Yemo's expression changed. He hadn't thought the difference between the first and second strike could be this huge. The second strike formed countless whirlpools, which were emitted by Lee Bailson's sword will, around them, but when the spinning whirlpool swords had just taken form, Yemo's sword flowers transformed into hundreds of gleaming sword rays. The sword rays and the second strike clashed together, making ear-shrieking sounds. Lee Bailson's face changed. He realized that after taking the burst essence pill, Yemo's cultivation essence was clearly on par with him. The sword flowers could stop his eddy sword chi. He didn't dare believe this at all. Even though Yemo was now at Foundation Establishment State Level 6, he was also at False Core State. Moreover, although he was at False Core State, his cultivation essence was much higher than the usual False Core State cultivators. This meant that Yemo was invincible in Foundation Establishment State simply as a Foundation Establishment State middle stage. This person must be killed today, or there would be endless disaster. Lee Bailson made up his mind and stopped caring about getting injured.
The sword was gradually forming the third strike, and he took out a few runes too. They were all level 5 or even 6 runes. He knew that GMO wouldn't be able to last long with the burst essence pill, but he didn't dare to make that risk. If GMO got away, even if he got GMO's wife and sister, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. However, he was assuming everyone was like him, because he would run away on his own if he was in his shoes. He didn't know GMO's character, but GMO would never leave behind his wife and sister. The 3-birth sword ray barely blocked Lee Baleson's eddy sword chi and annihilated it. However, his sword ray also disappeared completely. It couldn't keep growing unless he used his spirit sense and created new ones. He realized that no matter how quickly his 3-birth sword ray worked, it wouldn't be as fast as Lee Baleson's sword chi. When Lee Baleson was going to use the third strike, GMO forcibly used Winter's arrival from his sea of consciousness. An overwhelming frost spread out to Lee Baleson. Even from 300 meters away, Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling could feel that bone-chilling frigidness, and they couldn't help but to hug each other for warmth. Meanwhile, Lee Baleson, who wanted to use his rune, was slowed down by the frost. He could tell was Yimo's killing move, so without thinking, he activated his cultivation essence and the frost started to melt, so strong. It was Yimo's first time attacking with Winter's arrival. Yet in less than 3 seconds, Lee Baleson broke free. Even though his Winter's arrival was incomplete and he was too weak, one could still see Lee Baleson's power from his reaction. However, Yimo only needed those few seconds. His flying sword had gathered all his cultivation essence and shot at Lee Baleson, who hadn't used the third strike yet. "You're asking to die?" Lee Baleson roared. His sword clashed against Yimo's flying sword again. Yimo was thrown in the air, but he just spun in mid-air. Then, the flying sword left his hand and attacked Lee Baleson again. When it was a few meters from Lee Baleson, countless sword rays left the flying sword and Yimo spat some blood. It was the first time he used spirit sense and cultivation essence to activate the 3-birth sword ray. Lee Baleson's expression became serious. He had only seen the sword rays twice. However, he felt that despite Yimo not having used the sword ray to its full power yet, he wasn't scared as he had the third strike, that was sword manipulation. The 2 strikes before were for mortals, but the third strike was an immortal sword technique. That person was too dangerous. Lee Baleson was just about to use the third strike when he shook. He felt as though something had gotten inside his body. Not good. He immediately realized that he had been ambushed by Yimo. Without thinking, he activated a shield and tried to leave. He had to force the thing out of his body first, even if he couldn't kill Yimo first. Yimo's sword rays slashed the shield. Instantly, there were hundreds of marks on it. Yimo could tell that Shadowless had succeeded, so he used cultivation essence and shot the shield. Lee Baleson was using most of his cultivation essence to force out Shadowless. Hence, his shield couldn't block much and was sliced open by Yimo's sword. Multiple sword rays passed through, piercing Lee Baleson's body. "I'm going to kill you, you shameless person." Lee Baleson was heavily injured and tried to use his runes, but as soon as he turned around, he stopped halfway in a daze. His face was full of terror. He couldn't even activate his runes. A few moments later, Lee Baleson suddenly knelt down and looked dazedly at Yimo. Despair and dissatisfaction flashed across his eyes. He opened his mouth, as though wanting to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Yimo wiped the blood from his mouth and carefully approached him. He was afraid that Lee Baleson was pretending to be dead, but when Lee Baleson's body quickly got dry, his head began to tingle. Soon, a pea-sized bug flew to Yimo's palm. This bug was a little darker now, but the golden patch had gotten more than twice as large. Yimo looked at the bug in his hand and couldn't say a word. He knew how powerful Lee Baleson was. He might have not been his match, even after taking the burst essence pill. Yet, such a cultivator had been crushed by a tiny bug. Shadowless saw Yimo look at him and growled, as though he's showing off. "You're harsh." Yimo spat these words and threw Shadowless into the golden page world. What kind of ancient breed was this? It was this terrifying, and it was only on its infant stage. What could this guy do when it grew up? Of course, it had to do with Yimo distracting Lee Baleson as well. "Brother, did you really kill Lee Baleson?" Yi Ling called out in joy. He. Song Yangzhu looked at the bony Lee Baleson and got scared. Yimo didn't know how to explain, so he just took the storage ring and the sword before burning Lee Baleson and said, "Let's go, we shouldn't stay here." As soon as they left, another woman who had her face covered was staring at where Lee Baleson had died in a daze. After flying 10,000 kilometers away, Yimo suddenly said, "The effects of the pill have passed. Let's rest for a while. I'm going to see if this Lee has a flying artifact." the three of them found a quiet place to land. Yemo opened Lee Baleson's storage ring and found there were nearly 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, some pills, herbs, and materials. There were a few jade slips and 2 jade cards. One was the sex, another had the wordly, Hume flying wind pike.
Yemo took out a pike-shaped magic artifact from Lee Baleson's storage ring. Brother, is this a flying magic artifact? Yiling glanced at the rocket-looking thing and asked. Yemo nodded.
Yes, it's a low-grade spirit flying artifact.
It's not even Lee Baleson's. I understand that Lee went to the auction for this. That's why he didn't have many spirit stones.